A dude is creeping down the stairs, diving deep into the heart of the temple, and bam, he's face to face with a massive boss monster rocking some seriously huge horns. The beast just lets out this world-shaking roar, totally ready to PK the intruder who just crashed its crib. In the background, these huge glowing magic circles start popping up, looking like a surprise quest just activated right under their feet. Our boy looks deep in thought, probably scrolling through his tragic backstory and lamenting some major character development L's he took. He drops to one knee, slams his hands on the ground, and starts his incantation. A sick frost blue aura of pure mana starts swirling around his body. That chill was so intense it started to flash freeze the entire zone, a wave of elemental magic effortlessly putting the landscape on ice. Once his legendary power is fully, a gigantic female spirit materializes behind him, and bit by bit the whole training ground turns into a winter wonderland. And that monster, the one that was all aggressive a second ago, it's now looking super uncomfortable, getting hit with a massive cold debuff. The spirit then gently blows in its direction, and boom! The creature is instantly trapped in a huge block of ice. Just like that, the epic showdown was over before it even began. GG no re. Our young prodigy looks up at the sky as the insane, icy energy he summoned, a truly OP ability, slowly dissipates. But his gaze is pure determination. This quest ain't over yet. See, the Sin family is one of the most powerful noble families in all of Korea when it comes to magic. And even among those elites, our protagonist was a certified prodigy with a hidden talent, at least, until the day of the accident. Flashback: Aayul's dad is asking if he's getting all this. Our boy gives a firm nod, totally understanding his mission. He declares he's the third son of this prestigious family and promises to deliver results that'll bring glory to their name. No F-rank performances here. His whole plan to grind his way to the top of the class rankings, graduate #1, and become the undisputed best mage in the world. Talk about a glow-up quest. The patriarch is all for it, acknowledging the boy has S-rank potential that no one, not even his own brothers, can match. He's hyped to see the results of his cultivation. He wants his son to achieve a major breakthrough and become the very pinnacle of combat magic. And that's exactly what our boy plans to do. He's fired up, ready to prove to his father that he is not gonna fail this mission under any circumstances. The family patriarch is no cap the strongest mage in the entire nation. And since that little chat 2 years ago, time has skipped ahead, and our MC is now a student at the elite Obelisk Magic Academy. A professor tells the second-year students to squad up, cause today is practical exam day. He calls out a student named Sube, telling him to get ready cause he's up first, and to chill out, no need to be nervous. But this dude scoffs with maximum arrogance. Nervous, please, the bottom half of the class ranking is already a done deal. It's giving major NPC energy. And who does he point out? Our protagonist, flaming him as an underdog loser who can't even use basic spell casting. This arrogant side character has no idea how our boy even passed the entrance exam, calling him a useless piece of trash who can't perform the simplest in quick world-building drop. In this era, mages who've had an awakening aren't just rare, they're basically walking national treasures. The practical exam kicks off, and digital beasts automatically materialize in the training grounds in front of the arrogant student. He immediately starts blasting them with some flashy elemental magic. And gotta admit, it's super effective. He clears the stage well within the time limit. He passes a solid A-rank performance. But he still has to get a flex in saying it was way easier than he expected, and that AI has made spellcasting a joke. See, all the mages have these special chips, basically artifacts implanted in their bodies that help with mana manipulation and summoning. But our protagonist, he's not compatible with that tech. Now it's his turn to be tested. The beasts have spawned, and our boy starts gathering mana in his hands, the old school way. So Magic 101 mana is the juice, the fundamental source of all power. You gotta channel that energy through your core, then process it through all 8 steps of the But yo, here's the debuff. Grinding through that long incantation takes forever. So while he's trying to cast, the summoned creatures are already starting the boss fight. And you know the haters are watching. Peep the arrogant elite student from some noble family straight up enjoying the show. Aayul is stressing big time, but he's also hella irritated by the trash talk, especially since he's a mage with an obsolete build in this high-tech era. Total underdog vibes. And time's up. He doesn't complete the exam quest in time and totally fails to get a passing grade. Mission failed. With zero chill, his classmates start roasting him for his failure, while our boy is deep in his feels, regretting that he couldn't pull off the win. But hold up, not a total L. Compared to his last run on the training grounds, his spell-casting speed did get a slight buff. A tiny breakthrough is still a breakthrough. The moment his dad found out he couldn't use the new-gen AI magic, he completely gave up on him, abandoning all expectations. The old man even tried to give him a potion to literally nuke his mana circle. But our boy refuses to give up on his dream. Being an outdated player, he's on a solo grinding quest. His only strat for cultivation is to study ancient grimoires. His room is buried under so many books he's genuinely wishing he could just download it all onto a screen. While he's lost in thought, his eyes land on a super peculiar book, a real artifact. He's like, wait, I don't remember copying this one. So obviously he picks it up to inspect its stats and contents. The book is ancient, but it's decked out with some serious drip, strangely well adorned. No cap, it looks like a legendary tier item, something crazy expensive. He's trying to decipher the words, but the handwriting is straight up awful, until he stumbles upon a name that's known across the server. Bite. My dude, this is the Bite. The first great mage of humanity, the OG prodigy, and the first emperor of his kingdom. This guy is the literal creator of all magic. When our protagonist was just a kid, he was grinding through books, telling parts of this man's epic character development. While he's deep in his memories, the grimoire in his hands starts to emit a subtle aura, glowing faintly. But then, bam! The luminous energy flares up, a legendary power so bright he has to squint. He instinctively drops the book to the floor. But get this, it doesn't even fall. The book just floats there, the light getting stronger, and my boy is now mega intrigued. A voice starts echoing from the pages, a direct message for the one who shares the same constitution and has the hidden talent to hear it. It's Benio himself, the legend Bite, saying he's leaving this book for him. A legacy quest just dropped. Our boy is shook, wondering about the identity of the voice, and he gets hit with another flashback. Back then, he had no clue that for being an F-rank outcast, he was about to receive the greatest awakening gift ever. Cut to the professor saying that any students who failed the combat magic test would need extra classes. A few people start wondering if anyone actually failed, until he was the one who couldn't use the modern system, enduring all that ridicule without any real power. He never imagined that one day his potential could be revived. After that wild experience, a new day dawns and the students are in the cafeteria for breakfast. We see our protagonist sitting at a table all by himself until some guy walks up and asks if he's eating solo again. Aayul's caught off guard that someone actually came over, but he accepts the company totally surprised. The dude with the tied-up hair says our protagonist's food looks fire, not gonna lie. His name is Jisun-chan, and while he might give off some goofy side character vibes, this guy is a certified prodigy, one of the top 10 talents in the entire Magic Academy. Turns out this dude's got some serious hidden talent, low-key, a prodigy in the making. So they're vibing at lunch, and this clumsy kid, his only real friend at the Magic Academy, is scooping up leftovers our MC didn't touch. Wholesome underdog energy. No cap, this is his one and only ride or die. Son's like, bro, if anyone gives you static, you just give me the word, and I'll handle that quest, no problem. But his buddy's all like, nah man, I'm good. It's not that deep. Then he drops this bomb. He found this super sus artifact yesterday. It's a grimoire, right? But everything past page 3 is just blank. The intro page mentions some legendary dude named Bono, but after that, zip nada, super mysterious. He figured some elite student prankster just blanked the pages, but then get this, a voice straight up started talking to him from the grimoire. The voice was like, Bono's legendary power is up for grabs for my successor, but it's locked. You need a specific awakening, a certain build, or you can't even crack it open. Sun's immediately like, whoa, for real? His curiosity is piqued and he asks if he can get a crack at it, but hold up, his friend ain't done spilling the tea. There was one last creepy incantation on the final page. It said, and I quote, "First you must die." And bro, his friend is shook, looking pale as a ghost. But the grimoire kept going. It's not about your heart stopping, but about a total system reboot. You gotta forge a brand new mana circle inside your own brain. Sun immediately flags this as a potential PK move on yourself. He's like, hold up, fam. Let's scan this artifact for curses before you try some insane breakthrough. Like night falls over the Magic Academy and the scene shifts to our MC's dorm. It's about to go down. His boy decides to give it a shot. He grabs the grimoire, channeling all his ki, trying to brute force it open with everything he's got. But it's a total fail. He gives up, realizing there's gotta be some S-rank magic seal on this thing. He just doesn't have the stats. Totally defeated, he's like, "Aight, I'm out." He dips, wishing Sun a good night, leaving the mysterious artifact behind. The second that door clicks shut, Sun's left alone, and bam, the grimoire is just open in his hands. He's staring at the first few notes, mind complete. After watching his friend struggle like he was trying to lift Mjolnir, the fact that it opened for him so easily, that's some serious main character energy right there. Suddenly, magical symbols start glowing on the previously blank pages, and that creepy disembodied voice is back on the line. It's talking right to him, calling him successor. It's like, if my theory is correct, you're probably doing your spell casting with a mana circle in your heart. That's the basic tutorial level for normies, but for an elite build like us, that ain't it, Chief. The moment he processes this info dump, the grimoire starts glowing with this insane aura and levitates again. A new quest just dropped. If you're ready to accept my will and become my disciple, you gotta delete the mana circle in your heart and install a new one in your brain. Complete that, then reopen this grimoire for the next stage of your character development. Our boy is thinking this has gotta be the most messed up troll in history. The grimoire is literally telling him to perform an act of madness. The source of all combat magic, mana itself, is super toxic to the brain. It causes your whole mind to just crash. Worst case scenario, instant brain death. Game over. So if he actually tries this cultivation technique, it's a one-way ticket to an agonizing respawn screen. He turns away from the grimoire like, nah, ain't nobody crazy enough to try that F-rank to S-rank speedrun. He just leaves the legendary artifact on the floor, totally abandoned. The next day dawns on the academy. So our guy rolls up to one of the professors, basically on a side quest, asking, yo, what is the deal with this thing? He'd brought that sus. The professor flips it over, peering at the cover, and is like, whoa, this is ancient. The script on it was basically the magical equivalent of Latin, and the whole grimoire had a been sit. Our boy, wanting to confirm his theory, tells the prof, I'd bet, try and open it, see if you can sense a magical seal or something, casually dropping a hint that the vibe among the elite students has been super weird lately. Almost like a new patch dropped and everyone's scrambling. The professor just sighs, doing the classic NPC dialogue, telling him to focus more on his class ranking and less on academy gossip. But fine, he'll take a look. He channels a bit of his mana, doing a full diagnostic scan on the grimoire, searching for any trace of an aura or enchantment. He hands it back, completely unimpressed. There's zero mana signature here. It's a dud. Now, for real, hit the books, kid. But for our underdog protagonist, this was the biggest clue yet. His spidey senses were his friend couldn't crack it. A high-level Magic Academy professor found nothing. This didn't scare him off. Nah, this was the confirmation he needed. This meant the book's power was so legendary, so next level, that it was completely undetectable. Back in his dorm, he's staring down this mysterious grimoire, ready to start the main quest. In his other hand, he's holding the pills his dad gave him. A total system wipe for his mana circle. Talk about a tough choice. The family patriarch basically told him, "Look, son, your stats are trash. Forget combat magic, just grind your theory skill tree." But this wasn't about quitting. This was about a total character build reset. A high-risk, high-reward play to achieve a massive breakthrough. Still, popping these pills is absolutely terrifying. There's no guarantee the Grimoire's guide is legit, but with his current F-rank stats, what other choice does he have to reach his dreams? He makes his decision, bet, he's all in. He swallows the pills because today was the day his old weak self was getting player killed. A wave of pure agony slams into him. He can literally feel the mana circle in his core shattering, getting completely wiped from his character sheet. That kind of pain, that's game over for a mage. But from this moment, he's about to attempt a forbidden technique, an exploit the devs never intended. He starts the incantation to establish a new mana circle not in his heart, but inside his brain. A complete rewrite of magical law. He was rebooting his system as a mage. As mana begins to flood the pain starts to fade, replaced by a surge of something new. It was so intense for a second he thought he'd actually bricked his system and was about to die. And he totally thought he was a goner. Until a whisper echoed in the new silence of his mind. It felt like someone was speaking right into his soul. The voice asked, "Can you hear me, successor?" And our boy's eyes shot wide open. No cap. It was the same voice from the grimoire. The quest giver had logged in. He could feel the paradigm shift happening in his body. It was like the spirits of elemental magic were throwing a rave inside him, their auras dancing and syncing. He could perceive everything these voices were doing. They were vibing, singing, basically giving him a legendary blessing. And with that, he finally opened his eyes. He realized he'd collapsed on the floor. Our dude scrambles to his feet, doing a quick systems check to make sure he was actually alive and hadn't just respawned somewhere weird. Then he sees it. The grimoire sitting next to him had opened all by itself. The artifact was now active. He peeks inside and sees that the pages that were totally blank before were now filled with glowing, intricate script. The patch notes were finally visible, and the voice from within was crystal clear now, like a high-quality voice chat. It congratulated him, saying, "You have taken the first step on the path of true power." The voice then revealed the grimoire's name, Idrit, and with that, the legend of our protagonist, the ultimate underdog, was officially about to begin. Character development, let's go, the mysterious voice declared. "I shall leave my legacy, my legendary power to you, for you are the one who will carry my knowledge into the future. From this day forward, you are my disciple." Bro, hearing the words, that was a bigger dopamine hit than hitting max level. Our boy was absolutely buzzing. So a few days passed since that insane level-up event. Life at the Magic Academy went on as usual, with the elite students none the wiser about the F rank who just unlocked an S rank. But nah, our boy was totally locked in deep diving into this ancient grimoire as new lore drops kept appearing. He never knew grinding magic skills could be this fire. And this book, Idrit, was dropping some serious knowledge bombs. He learned that mana literally has a mind of its own, and bro, it's got a toxic personality. And for most people, when that chaotic mana hits their brain, it clashes with their own consciousness and basically triggers a mental blue screen of death. But our underdog is built different. His willpower stat is so high he can straight up suppress the mana's will, keeping his own mind from getting totally wrecked. And boom, it all clicks. Now he gets why he couldn't sync with the AI. His brain has a natural firewall blocking the chip's interference. While he was totally absorbed in his cultivation manual, the professor grabs everyone's attention for a major announcement. A big exam for the second years was about to drop, but this time they were patching in a brand new rule. You could hear a pin drop as all the elite students leaned in, not wanting to miss a single word. The new rule stated that any student who failed to reach the minimum level would be expelled from the Magic Academy. Yeah, kicked from the server for good. This little update was personally proposed by the head of the Sin family. Hearing that, our protagonist's whole vibe shifted, getting dead serious. And of course, the class clown felt totally relieved, yelling about how it's about time they kicked out the useless F-rank players. The professor didn't even try to hide his smirk. He was vibing with it. Meanwhile, our MC was deep in thought, trying to figure out what kind of 5D chess his own father was playing with this quest. Outside, under that twilight glow, the students were clocking out and heading home for the day. Our boy knew that grinding in the training grounds simulation stations cost a fortune. That place he'd hit up before was 200,000 gold per hour, which was way out of his budget now. Still, he rolled the dice and walked in anyway, getting a nod from the receptionist at the front desk. He told her he'd rent a room for 1 hour, and she casually asked if he was running this dungeon solo. After he gave her a firm yes, the receptionist handed him a key card and told him to head to room 14, where he'd get the full tutorial on the system. But our boy already had this on lock. He knew the system like the back of his hand. The receptionist recognized him from the noble Sin family, but honestly, she could only feel bad for him knowing he was the famous case who was completely incompatible with the AI. Inside the training room, the simulation started to boot up, and the Wolf Challenge instance was about to begin. Suddenly, a whole pack of mobs materialized around our protagonist. And yeah, none of it was real, but their aggro felt 100% legit. These were just low-level monsters, but still, taking on 10 of them at once is no easy side quest. The average clear time for this challenge at the Magic Academy was 12 minutes and 33 seconds. But ever since his big breakthrough with his mana circle, our boy had been grinding daily following the cultivation techniques from that mysterious grimoire. There was no better way to test his character development and see what his newly leveled up mana circle was really capable of. Without wasting a second, he unleashed a shimmering infinite circle that flared around his body like a powerful aura. The digitized creatures, these Digimon wannabes, started their attack run. But our boy instantly threw up a wall of elemental magic, a water barrier, to tank the damage. Checking out their speed and power, he realized his own stats were unbelievable. This was some next-level OP abilities type of power-up. See, normal mages use a dinky little mana circle in their hearts to sync with the AI for spellcasting. But now, our protagonist could use his entire body as a conduit, channeling mana straight through his brain. His hidden talent, his legendary power had finally he was firing off magic circles at lightning speed, like his incantations had zero cooldown. Just then a voice in his head said, "Don't get hyped over these small fries." He still had a long, long road of cultivation ahead of him. The infinite circle that was just the level 1 foundation of the Batona style of combat magic. So the secret sauce to his spellcasting was all in the imagination game. He had to control his mana purely with the images in his mind. This was straight out of the legendary grimoire for the Biteo magic style, the Heart's Intention. And just like that, his hour in the training grounds was up. On his way out of the facility, the receptionist was all smiles like, "Hey, you're a real grinder. Come back soon." Meanwhile, the attendant dragging himself to clean room 14 was just trying to clock out. But curiosity got the best of him, like how was this so-called renegade prodigy even training? And that's when he peeped some My dude had cleared the Digimon mobs in under 7 freaking minutes. That's a record on par with S-rank pros in a major tournament. The attendant's first thought, nah, he's gotta be hacking, no way. The training device must be bugged, he muttered, trying to justify his earlier beef. But back on the path to his dorm, our protagonist's aura was practically glowing. This was it, the start of his own legend. But this first quest, forging his first mana circle Sime, was a whole different level of grinding. The instructions in this ancient grimoire were totally vibing on a different frequency than anything he'd learned at the Magic Academy. It was talking about mana being like your heart, your mind, the whole package moving on your command. Bro, it was so cryptic, like trying to follow a quest marker that's glitching out. Super vague. It felt like trying to grab an NPC that doesn't exist. This is what mages call hitting the barrier of enlightenment. Basically, the skill ceiling everyone eventually smacks into. It's a classic boss fight for every generation of spellcast. So he decided to just trust the process and go all in on his cultivation, grinding out the basic technique from the book, circulating mana through his entire body. And while he was going hard, a little doubt started creeping in, like, is this really it? He'd been at this cultivation exercise for 10 straight hours. Normally, his mana would be completely drained and he'd be passed out from exhaustion, but my guy was still going. Wild. The next day rolls around. He's on his usual route to the Magic Academy when he bumps into his buddy, who gives him a classic, "Yo, what's up?" But seeing our MC looking absolutely wrecked, his friend's like, "Bro, you good? You look like you just fought a dungeon boss." For our guy, though, this non-stop mana circulation is a killer workout. He's got to master this new mana circle like yesterday. I mean, at just 12 years old. He hit the second circle and was instantly labeled a prodigy among the elite students. And now he's stuck with a single busted circle in his head. Talk about a major character. So he's desperately trying to figure out how to level up again. That barrier of enlightenment. It's the main quest he has to clear to get out of F rank. At least that's what his dad used to lecture him about, back when he wasn't considered a total disappointment to their noble family. Ouch. Perfection is just a chain, a lie we tell ourselves. Before, those were just words, but now, after hitting rock bottom, they were starting to hit different. As he dropped back into meditation, something clicked. His focus went completely internal, scanning his own body like a system diagnostic. This was the breakthrough moment. And then he felt it, a surge of mana of ki flowing through his hands and feet. That whole heart and mind moving as you wish incantation, it was starting to make sense. This is the key to OP abilities, by the way. A totally unlocked imagination is what lets you pull off insane spellcasting without a long, cringy chant. It's why that chip artifact is such a cheat code for most mages. It does the hard work for you. But our boy, he's going full manual, letting his thoughts run wild, and starts creating objects that can shapeshift on the fly, totally ignoring the basic rules of traditional combat magic. This is next-level elemental manipulation. Boom! He summons a whole flock of elemental firebirds that start circling him, and remember, he's doing this with just one mana circle. So the mana drain is absolutely insane, but the result, straight-up legendary power. He's not just knocking on the door of the barrier of enlightenment, he's kicking it down. Our underdog is about to get a massive level up. Just as he's reaching these new heights, a professor walks into the training room, stumbling upon this insane display of hidden talent, telling him he had visitors. My guy was shook, like who would make the trek all the way out to this Magic Academy just to see him. So as they're strolling down the hall to the meeting room, the professor drops a bombshell. It's his dad. The patriarch was already posted up in the visitors' room, so he told my boy to head on in. The prof just announces package delivered, basically telling the old man he brought the kid. The patriarch finally turns, giving him a full scan, probably trying to size up his aura. It had been a hot minute since their last family meeting, and you could cut the tension with a knife. The professor wisely pieced out, leaving the two of them to hash it out. Once they're both sitting, the patriarch immediately starts grilling him about his life at the academy, pointing out he hadn't taken the medicine he was sent. And that's when our boy claps back, saying, "Yeah, about that. Things have changed." He drops the news that he's had a major breakthrough in his mana cultivation. A real awakening. But this just gets a heavy sigh from his dad, who's clearly thinking his son is still chasing a pipe dream, stuck at F rank forever. Unfazed, our protagonist declares he's on a quest to become the greatest mage of this era, no cap. Those words hit the patriarch like a ton of bricks. Not a single flinch. With another world-weary sigh, the old man says he's already wasted a whole year grinding and that it's time to face reality. He spits facts, saying it doesn't matter how hard he grinds or what mini quests he completes. If he's not compatible with the AI, his spellcasting will never be good enough to level up. Still, he says, you do have a unique talent. He suggests our boy could just dedicate himself to studying grimoires and magic theory. Basically, even a low-tier player like him could still be useful with that kind of hidden talent. Our boy straight up ignores that side quest offer. He's not giving up on combat magic. He refuses to live some basic NPC life and isn't about to ride the coattail. Bro's got bigger plans, way bigger. He wants to become the next head of the Midas family. This bombshell leaves the patriarch absolutely speechless for a sec before he finally says that becoming an S-rank mage or the head, but my guy just hits him with a smirk radiating pure confidence. He promises he's gonna prove it. This just makes his dad even more skeptical, reminding him he's literally about to be kicked out of the Magic Academy. But our boy doubles down, throwing down a challenge he'll place in the top 10 of the class, ranking in the upcoming exam. The terms of the bet are set. If he fails, he'll quit the practical magic grind and become a dusty old theorist just like his dad wants. However, if he succeeds, not only does his father have to acknowledge his power, but he has to promise him all the support he needs for his future cultivation. We're talking artifacts. This just makes the old man sigh again, probably thinking this sudden breakthrough just gave his son an ego buff and nothing else. With nothing left to say, he gets up to leave, dropping a cold, "I hope this isn't just another meaningless achievement," as he walks out the door. He leaves our boy deep in thought, but honestly, he's more fired up than ever. A few more days of grinding pass, and it's just another day in Magic Academy class. The professor is on the verge of dropping the patch notes for the next big evaluation. Some of the elite students start whispering theories. The word on the street is, it's gonna be a duel, a good old-fashioned PK session between classmates. And the rumors were true. The test is a single elimination tournament between all the students. It all goes down in 3 days. And just like every legendary shonen arc, there's gonna be a live audience for this epic showdown, which gets some random side character all hyped up. Little does he know he's just fodder for our protagonist's character development. The professor just wishes all this, and our protagonist knows his main quest is about to begin. The news drops like a legendary loot crate. Word spreads through the Magic Academy that big shots from the freaking Magic Tower are coming to spectate the— Yeah, our boy knows this is going to be a game changer, a total breakthrough moment. No cap. The Magic Tower showing up is like the final boss entering the chat. So of course the media goes into a frenzy. We're talking about an organization formed by the 12 most S-rank legendary power mages. They wield the power of a nation. And getting an invite is the ultimate endgame quest for every young mage grinding their skills. And right on cue, a wild NPC appears. He rolls up with some fake concern, asking our guy how he's been holding up. Our boy just hits him with the silent treatment. He's just bottling up the rage, you feel me. So this walking L's name is Sayuk, a classic rich kid from a noble family, and yeah, he's one of those talented elite students. And by the sacred power of plot convenience, our underdog and this trust fund prodigy are slated to face off in the upcoming class ranking exam. Trying to pull a verbal PK, Sayuk starts running his mouth saying our hero is totally finished and that he's finally getting revenge for what happened 5 years ago. And boom, flashback jutsu activates. We're zapped back to the final tournament in the junior mage division. Turns out this idiot got absolutely clapped by our protagonist back then. The second Sayuk found out our MC was a social outcast. He started taking cheap shots, gloating about how he'd be expelled from the Magic Academy soon. Now, back in the present, this clown is practically vibrating with excitement for a chance to PK our protagonist right before he gets booted. He's boasting he'll use combat magic but our protagonist is rocking the confident smile of someone secretly holding an S-rank artifact in their inventory. He just drops a, "Nah fam, that won't be me." And even though Sayuk acts all high and mighty, the dude has zero debuff resistance to provocation. It doesn't take long for their verbal boss fight to draw in a crowd of other students. The idiot claims our protagonist has totally lost the plot, probably suffering from some major main character syndrome delusion. He yells that our guy doesn't understand the F-rank to S-rank power gap between them, and that he's gonna beat him so hard he'll rearrange his entire mana flow. But our protagonist is just unbothered, completely unfazed by the verbal spam. He just remembers that 5 years ago, this same clown was running the exact same trash talk script. In the end, he lost miserably. Looks like time passed, but Sayuk didn't bother grinding his skills or leveling up his spell casting at all. Since his tolerance for insults is basically non-existent, Sayuk's angry aura starts flaring up as he gets genuinely tilted. He's about to throw hands right then and there, but with some S-rank cunning, our protagonist hits him with a fake apology. "My bad for making you feel insecure," before calling him a coward. That little incantation was a critical hit, pushing the idiot to the brink of insanity. He lunges, grabbing our protagonist by the collar. He's spouting the most basic insults like, "You're a huge fool," and "You're ugly." But our protagonist's wit is even sharper. He claps back, saying that to fall, you first have to actually climb somewhere high, a quest the idiot has never even started in his life. Besides, once a prodigy, always a prodigy. That's the cold, hard stat difference between them, and he promises to teach that lesson properly during their epic showdown. Finishing his speech, our protagonist just walks away like nothing happened, but the idiot is absolutely losing his composure, biting his nails non-stop, his ego completely shattered. Now all he wants is to use some top-tier elemental magic to incinerate the boy down to his very bones. The news about Aayul starts spreading like wildfire. The return of the genius, the fallen prodigy's comeback, the ultimate dark horse. That's what the headlines are screaming. Reading the news, Aayul also notices they're hyping his rival mostly because he's from one of those powerful noble families. And knowing the idiot's personality, it's pretty much a given that he's about to do something super extra about it. The whole Magic Academy was hyped, waiting for the prodigy to make his epic comeback during the entrance exam. But for our boy Loki, this was all part of the plan. No cap, he was craving that spotlight, wanting to get on the radar of all the elite students. And just as he was lost in the sauce, daydreaming about his future victory, his phone starts buzzing. He picks up, and it's his dad. He's like, "Yeah, I saw the news feed," and tells the old man not to sweat it. He says, "There's a new top ranker on this mountain now." But his pops already knew the script. He knows his son's whole playbook. So he asks straight up, "Were you the one who caused that massive mana disturbance?" And our boy owns it, admitting he totally aggroed the fool. Hearing this just makes the patriarch facepalm, completely regretting their last chat. They had decided not to move forward with this challenge, not because they trusted their son's hidden talent, but because the name of their noble family absolutely cannot take an L. Even with our boy's main character energy, his own father is betting against him, having zero faith he'll win this epic showdown. So now the family's reputation is on the line, but our MC's like, "Chill the public. Already thinks I got clapped, so the damage to the family name is minimized." But that's not cutting it for his dad, who's still mega disappointed. He lectures him, "Son, wherever you go." The family name follows. And yeah, the kid gets it. He's aware. But when he thinks about the potential EXP gains from this quest, he's convinced the risk is worth the reward. Hearing this, his dad's just like, "Are you huffing mana potions? What possible level up could we get if you actually win?" And our boy hits him with the ultimate comeback. "I am the benefit." This whole thing is his character development arc, his breakthrough to becoming a way more powerful mage. We're talking one of the strongest in history, a true prodigy with legendary power. The old man just scoffs, writing it all off as a cringy teenage power fantasy, as if his son, who's still grinding, is already stronger than the S-rank mages from the tower. Realizing this kid's a lost cause, he's like, "Fine bet, do what you want. But on one condition, if he brings disgrace to their noble family, he better be ready for the consequences." And just like that, their ice-cold call ends. But our protagonist, his confidence just got a massive buff. The stage for his performance was set. And boom, the day of the class ranking tournament finally arrives. The stands are absolutely packed with people. You got journalists, photographers, the works. Of course, our protagonist is basically a celebrity here, all thanks to his famous last name. The rival schmuck strolls up like, "Enjoy the article, you've always been popular prodigy." He's practically drooling, saying he can't wait to expose him in this one-on-one, promising our boy just hits him with a calm, confident smirk and says, "Nah, you got it twisted. You're the one taking the L in this duel." Then he thanks the dude for being a clueless pawn that helped execute his master plan. Even with this dude trying his best to get under his skin, our MC says he's completely unbothered. He calls the guy a nobody, just an NPC, and warns him he's about to speedrun this boss fight. This sends the rival into a full-on rage, thinking our boy has lost his mind. That is until our protagonist holds up a single finger, promising he'll win the match with the entire arena of the Obelisk Magic Academy goes silent, then erupts. Every single person heard the prodigy's absolutely insane promise. In front of all these elite students and reporters, the rival could only do one thing: get extremely salty. He can't stand being disrespected by someone he sees as F-rank trash. Little does he know his therapy bills are about to go through the roof. This would be the first duel of the tournament, and the referee gives the signal for them to begin. In front of all those staring eyes, our slightly narcissistic protagonist was hyped to start his glow-up. The first move comes from his opponent, and it didn't take our boy long to clock exactly what was happening. That fireball he just conjured total whiff, didn't even graze our protagonist. His desire to PK our boy is so intense, the chip in his neck is literally overheating. Bro, that's not running on Intel, that's for sure. Seriously, he's gotta be lagging. This time he powers up for a third circle spell, Explosion, which low-key is the exact quest objective our protagonist was waiting for. The combat magic goes nuclear, shaking the entire training grounds. The whole arena gets swallowed by a massive cloud of dust. No one can see what went down. But this absolute clown starts his villain monologue, 100% convinced he secured the W. But his arrogant victory speech gets an immediate server disconnect. The victory screen ain't loading, because standing right there is his opponent. Drip is still perfect, not a single wound on him. Fueled by pure rage, the dude tries to channel an even bigger incantation to clutch the win. He spams a volley of fireballs at our completely unfazed protagonist, who just casually starts gathering some water mana in the palm of his hand. My guy whips up a water barrier that just tanks the elemental magic. But even seeing this OP defense, the little brat from some noble family can't accept his attacks are useless. I mean, not just blocked, but blocked effortlessly. This is what you call a major skill gap. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure is watching this epic showdown, realizing something is way off because that kid is chain-casting first circle spells with zero incantation. His secretary slides in like, "Sir, with all due respect, why did you clear your entire schedule just to watch some Magic Academy duel? Do you have some top-secret intel on Aayul's magic or something?" But the man just shrugs. "Nah, all I know is what the papers said about the return of a prodigy." He claims he just showed up out of curiosity, but his secretary is not buying that coincidence for a second. If word got out that the head of the Blue Magic Tower, an 8th Circle mage, a legendary power in his own right, came just to scout this one duel, it would cause an absolute meltdown online. Trying to play it cool, Kim tells her, "I'm very aware of that, which is why we're posted up in the VIP box, duh." As he's watching the match, a new player enters the lobby. Kim gives him a polite nod, but you can tell he's shook totally, not expecting this guy. Down in the arena, our underdog protagonist is looking cool as a cucumber. Can't say the same for the other dude who's absolutely mauling after his ultimate spell got parried by a level 1 technique. He's trying to run the instant replay in his head, trying to process what just happened. His opponent's spellcasting speed is just illegally fast. Knowing exactly what's on his mind, our protagonist trolls him, "You curious." But Mr. Wounded Ego is completely triggered. He just screams, "Shut up. You're gonna die after this next attack." My guy is completely disconnected from the reality of this boss fight. So the idiot uses the exact same attack again. Another huge explosion rips through the stage. Bro really tried the same move, expecting a different result, only to get absolutely humbled by reality. He sees his opponent is still standing, not even a scratch, and at that point our protagonist's patience bar officially hits 0. Now it's his turn on offense. He launches a wind spear, forcing a panicked dodge that almost gives the dude a buzz cut. That was way too close. The attack passed so close, my guy almost lost his hair. And not only has this dude failed to do any damage, but his brain was lagging so hard, he didn't even notice our hero had switched his elemental magic spec. So of course, he goes right back to coping, yelling that he won't lose to basic first circle spells. But our protagonist just smirks. "Oh, you're gonna lose all right, and it's gonna be humiliating." MC spams another wind spear right at the dude's face, but this time homeboy is forced to pop a magic shield to not get deleted. Seeing his little mana shield actually worked for once, a glimmer of hope lights up his eyes, and dude starts trash-talking our protagonist. He's like, "Don't get cocky, fam. Just 'cause you buffed your spellcasting speed doesn't mean you're all that." Unfortunately for him, his villain monologue gets cut short, 'cause a storm of wind spears is already mid-flight. Bam! This clown gets tagged in the arm, completely clueless how now he's desperate, trying to figure out what kind of hidden talent or cheat code his opponent is using to break the game. And it's not just him. The entire audience of elite students is shook, wanting the same tea. Meanwhile, our MC just casually whips up a small sphere of pure elemental magic in his hand. Our boy just smirks, saying, "This dude must have a passive debuff against intelligence, 'cause his level of stupidity is genuinely terrifying." So let me give you a live tutorial on combat magic. The sphere of wind then morphs into a tiny bird that just zooms straight for the clown. The guy is bugging out. He has no clue what this spell is. He's thinking, wait, if that's a wind spear, it shouldn't have a multi-hit combo. That's not in the Grimoire. But our prodigy just hits him with the, "Yeah, it is. I just have the OP ability to give my elemental magic a custom skin deal with it." Now it's on this F-rank scrub to defend himself, because suddenly there are 4 of these cheerful little birds of death homing in on their target. The poor dude thinks summoning another basic shield will be enough, only to get absolutely rocked by the sheer force of the impacts. Big yikes. He's thinking, if I can just tank these hits, I can still win this tournament match. Right before he feels a sharp sting right in his back. Yep, one of those magic missiles just pulled a sneaky and curved around his shield for a crit. Our protagonist, ever the troll, doesn't let up. He's like, "Bro, you're shaking like you're fiending for a mana potion. And guess what? This PK session is just getting started." More windbirds are summoned, and the dude has to start scrambling to dodge them. Kiting is his only play now on these training grounds. See, combat magic has a max range. He figures if he gets far enough away, he'll be outside the attack's hitbox and totally safe. Our protagonist is like, you know what? That's actually a pretty solid strat for a normal person. And that's why it's time for a tactical switch. He claps his hands together and a freaking hurricane starts brewing inside the arena. The opponent is absolutely petrified. At this point, everyone's about to smell the fear poop. He's cooking up the first casualty of this epic showdown. A gigantic windbird materializes, pulsing with legendary power. Even the leader of the Blue Tower is watching from the skybox, totally impressed. This prodigy isn't just casting spells with insane speed, he's literally altering their trajectory mid-air like a heat-seeking missile. That's some next-level S-rank stuff. And it's only then that the camera pans to the VIP section, revealing the identity of a mysterious figure. It's our MC's dad, the current head of the crazy, powerful Midas noble family and an absolute unit of an 8th circle mage. His secretary confirms it. Sir, his mana manipulation isn't following the standard rules. It's completely outside the open-source magic system. That system has hard-coded limits. For example, the reverse slash spell has a max range of 38 meters, and you can only alter its path once. It's a balanced meta. Basically, open-source magic is like playing by the game's default settings. It only works within preset parameters. Nowadays, mage duels are basically high-speed chess matches with each player trying to predict the other's spellcasting. But our protagonist bro is on a whole other server. He's completely ignoring the modern magic meta, just shattering all the rules. And his massive wind spear absolutely obliterates its target. The impact literally cracks the arena floor into a crater, and the poor dude just can't comprehend the world of hurt he's in. A true boss fight experience. Our boy just lays it out flat. Bro, you are seriously underestimating the power of a one-circle spell. That's a total noob move. He drops some serious wisdom explaining that if you blow all your mana on flashy S-rank spells, even a feather can finish the job. It's all about resource management. But his opponent ain't here for a lecture mid-boss fight. The dude is just straight up confused. So our MC materializes a little blob of water just to make a point. Our prodigy explains that the feather principle applies to combat magic too. It's a classic underdog tactic. You don't need a legendary power incantation to end a fight. And with that, a sphere of water completely engulfs the dude's head, basically hitting him with a brutal suffocation debuff. Now normally, the students' uniforms act like epic tier artifacts, generating a protective mana barrier around them. But yikes, it looks like that barrier's code didn't account for this kind of elemental magic. It does absolutely nothing to stop the guy from suffering. Big oof. He immediately face-plants onto the training grounds floor, completely panicking, unable to breathe. He's getting absolutely deleted. Seeing this absolute shutdown, the entire tournament arena goes dead silent. The crowd is stunned. Our protagonist literally doesn't have to lift another finger to secure this W. He just glances over at the referee looking bored and basically says the outcome's pretty clear, right? He even asks if he should continue the PK. The ref snaps out of it and calls the match, declaring our boy the winner of this epic showdown. Poor Sinul, the dude who got clowned, has to be carried off the stage like a sack of potatoes. He's completely mana drained. Meanwhile, our protagonist just strolls off cool as a cucumber. Mission complete. He looks down at his hand, realizing it's been way too long since he felt this rush. That high-tier loot feeling of winning a tournament, it's addicting. He's finally back in the game, the legendary mage he was always meant to be. This is some serious character development. Meanwhile, the head of the Blue Tower is pacing the halls, his mind totally blown by what he just saw in that duel. He's thinking, no cap, that's the return of a true prodigy. With a glint in his eye, he realizes this whole situation just got way more interesting. This underdog has a hidden talent he needs to investigate. Suddenly, the MC's best friend sprints up to him, totally hyped, having heard he'd won the match. He's buzzing. He's like, dude, what kind of secret cultivation have you been grinding? Those wind spears, the combo, the aura, it was insane. Our protagonist just smirks and asks if he really wants to know the secret to his OP abilities. His buddy, practically vibrating with excitement, screams, yes. So he leans in close, whispering that he's about to spill the tea, a secret that no one else in the Magic Academy knows yet. Then whipping out his phone, he asks if Juno is streaming this, 'cause this is about to be a moment. The post-match interview he just gave is already live, and it's blowing up online. Everyone is freaking out, demanding to know what that automatic spellcasting was. They need a logical explanation for the legendary power their eyes just witnessed. They're also spamming questions about how he changed the spear's trajectory mid-flight. Just then, the head of the blue tower slides in saying, "I believe I have the answer to those questions." Our protagonist sees the guy and immediately freezes. He is shook. He was not expecting to see the S-rank powerhouse, the freaking Ice Demon King, right there. Kim says he saw the match and his interest is piqued. He theorizes that our boy must have used a fourth circle spell, Memorize. To prove his point, he starts casually summoning flames in his hand, a master-level bit of spell casting. The reporters are instantly captivated, their cameras flashing like crazy. Kim explains that the Memorize spell lets you prep an incantation ahead of time for instant activation. The reporters immediately ask why every mage isn't spamming this OP ability all the time. Kim explains the catch Memorize only works on spells 3 ranks lower than the caster's level. Then he turns to our protagonist and asks, "Am I correct?" Our boy's like, "Bro, you absolutely nailed it." He was struggling to explain the new technique he'd been grinding, but that explanation was straight up perfect. Then some reporter shoves a mic in his face. "For real, are you actually at the fourth circle of magic?" Before our guy can even blink, Kim jumps back in playing PR manager. He's hyping him up confidently, telling everyone this prodigy has already hit a 4th rank breakthrough. No cap. The cameras are flashing like crazy. Reporters are losing their minds. I mean, hitting that level of mana cultivation at his age, that's not just an achievement, that's legendary power in the making. And with a big shot like Kim co-signing, who's gonna argue? But his best friend pulls him aside, bug-eyed like, "Dude, is this legit? I have so many questions." Another reporter pipes up, wanting to know the secret sauce. "How did you just ignore the fundamental rules of spellcasting? How'd you break the system?" Kim's starting to sweat, trying to cook up an answer that makes sense, but our MC just steps in cool as a cucumber. And he's like, "Oh, breaking the laws of magic. It's surprisingly simple, really. You just have to alter the spell's incantation formula." This just about blows Kim's mind. Fam, that's supposed to be impossible. Altering an incantation from the OG Grimoire, that's like trying to mod a car in a video game by slapping wings on it and expecting it to fly. It's a glitch in the Matrix, a total system hack that shouldn't work. So Kim's brain is doing calculus right now, thinking if this kid's hidden talent is this insane, his potential is S rank, maybe even higher. He's the future. Meanwhile, our protagonist is in his element, giving a full-on TED Talk to the reporters about his custom combat magic. These spells he's basically recoded from scratch. He calls them modified magic. And you bet Chin is watching this whole thing go down from the sidelines. And Chin's interest level just went from 0 to 100 real quick. This isn't just a new spell. This is a whole new meta that could change the Magic Academy system forever. The entire foundation of spellcasting is getting an earthquake-sized shakeup. You know that's going to be the headline on every Magic news feed tomorrow. But our MC's bestie is still side-eyeing the whole situation. He's trying to process this massive level up like, is this for real? Even as his brain is buffering. He can't stop grinning. His boy, the ultimate underdog, just won the duel. After a quick congrats, they wrap it up. The friend's gotta bounce back to the dorms. He needs to rest up and prep because his next tournament match is a legit boss fight. And our protagonist is left wondering who's this next level opponent as he gets lost in thought, probably theory crafting already. Cut to the next day, the tournament is back on in the Academy's training grounds. The crowd is hyped, but our MC's friend is getting absolutely cooked out there. His opponent is a straight-up beast. From the stands, our protagonist immediately clocks who he's up against. Of course, it's the classic S-rank prodigy with blonde hair who shows up in every one of these stories. Her name Adelaide. And right on cue, she's weaving another incantation. She's the prized prodigy of her noble family, repping 2 whole nations, France and Korea. Guess that's the lore explanation for the blonde hair and blue eyes. And her combat magic, it's on a whole other level. And there's a reason for that OP build. It's lunar elemental magic, a secret technique passed down through her family's bloodline. Our boy's friend is struggling to keep up, and the blonde prodigy doesn't even hesitate. She unleashes another attack, sending him crashing to the arena floor. After that massive flex of her aura, the match is over. It's a wrap. The girl is declared the winner of the fight. Our protagonist didn't miss a single second, his eyes locked on the fight. That secret technique, it's a mix of both light and dark elemental magic. And get this, it's not registered in the standard Grimoire, so its power and range are totally unknown. It's a completely off-meta build. Yeah, taking her on in an epic showdown is not going to be an easy quest. And right then, our boy gets that creepy feeling, like someone is watching him. The plot thick. This blonde girl was straight up staring daggers at him, her aura blazing. Our protagonist, Aayul, was like, "Is this for real?" The intensity was sus. Later, he links up with his buddy who's totally tilted after taking a fat L in his match. Even so, Aayul, being a real one, hits him with the "good game, bro, your combat magic was fire." But the props ain't landing. His friend's just salty, like, "Dude, I never expected to get a boss fight against an elite student in the first round of the tournament." Trying to shake off the bad vibes, he asks if our underdog hero clutched his second match, and Aayul hits him with a confident bet. So now they knew who was next on his PvP quest list. But their strat talk gets hard interrupted by the French prodigy herself, Adela, who also came to give. He's all like, "Thanks, I appreciate it." But you could tell Adela's main quest objective was Aayul. Her eyes were locked on target. Our protagonist could still feel that intense gaze, like he was being scanned for weaknesses. She could see it, the boy was finally returning to the true path of cultivation. A mage must follow, a path that should never, ever be abandoned. As they were all chopping it up, she decides to drop a lore bomb, the real reason she enrolled in this magic academy, and she's hoping Aayul can help her complete her personal quest. See, our MC and Adela have history. Major backstory. They knew each other way before this whole Magic Academy arc. Their noble families were tight, so they'd met a bunch of times, and their whole dynamic was built on this insane rivalry. We're talking legendary power clashing since they were kids. This girl literally dipped on her studies in France just to come here and surpass her rival. But everything changed when he revealed his awakening was a bust. They basically ghosted each other after that. It was a massive L for her. She could no longer level up by beating the prodigy she'd been grinding against her whole life. In a super chill tone, he tells her it's not worth seeing him as a goal to overcome anymore. The dude's basically F rank now. Adela straight up ignores that, her competitive aura flaring as she says, "We'll confirm that after we have our epic showdown." Aayul's friend is now sweating bullets, not sure if our boy is actually geared up for this. And given Aayul's carefree response, the friend gets even more stressed because Aayul clearly hasn't heard the tea. That girl, Adela, she's literally his next opponent in the tournament. The second he finds out, Aayul's face drops. He is shook. This was not in the patch notes for his underdog comeback story. Finally, on another day of the tournament at the Magic Academy, Adela looks absolutely locked in her determination, practically a physical aura. She's ready to surpass her rival and claim that S-rank spot once and for all. But Aayul still hasn't even loaded into the training grounds. And you know how it is. The haters in the audience, probably jealous elite students, start trash talking. He probably ran away scared to death to face a real prodigy. They're shouting that he was all talk and that when he realized he was about to get washed, he decided to rage quit the competition. For real, though, his delay was getting unreasonable, and the referee steps into the arena to drop the final verdict. Adela has won due to her opponent's absence. But just then, our boy makes a dramatic entrance, sliding in, yelling, and looking totally frantic. He's spamming apologies for being so late. The ref, visibly annoyed, just glares and asks him what the heck the holdup was. He says he'll listen to the excuse later, but there's no time to rest. No warm-up. That's your penalty for being late. Now fight. The ref orders the competitors to their positions. Adela, with a piercing gaze, demands to know why her rival was so late for their fated battle. Aayul just plays it cool, saying, "Oh, it was nothing serious, just had to do some last-minute preparations for this boss fight." Adela looks super intrigued by that answer, a spark of suspicion in her eyes. Acknowledging her insane power level, our protagonist confirms that some extra grinding was definitely necessary to defeat her. But that didn't convince her. She was thinking, there's no way he could achieve a breakthrough. But nah, something was different. She could feel it in her bones. The dude standing across from her in this tournament showdown was not the same guy from yesterday. Homie's aura was on a whole new level after some serious character development. Maybe, just maybe, she was finally gonna see the hidden talent he'd been sandbagging. Aayul even drops some good advice for her real smug-like. He's like, "Yo, you better go all out from the jump if you even want to stand a chance for real." The absolute audacity. And she's like, "Bet." Adela starts gathering her mana, an orb of pure energy crackling in her palms, ready for this epic showdown. She points right at him, ready to start this. She preps some serious elemental magic, about to unleash a volley of fireballs. The incantation is lit, and using some complex spell-casting circles, she literally duplicates the spell. It's a whole barrage of fireballs raining down on our boy, a true bullet hell situation. But our MC just casually whips up a wind barrier, parrying the whole attack like it's nothing. Adela ain't phased though, switching to some combat magic and summoning a massive earth spike from the ground. And bam, the training grounds floor starts cracking all over the place, looking like a spiderweb of doom. The cracks snake towards our protagonist, and he's about to get launched by a gnarly explosion erupting from below. He's forced to yeet himself into the air to dodge. Adela sees this, and her eyes light up. It's the perfect opening. He's stuck midair, a sitting duck with 0 dodge frames available. She's got to capitalize on this vulnerability, already spooling up another high-tier spell. And yeah, our boy knows he's in a tight spot. His defenses are totally nerfed. At least that's what any normal F-rank scrub would think. But my guy, he's no underdog. He's built different. Bro literally casts a mana barrier under his feet, creating a solid platform to stand on in mid-freaking air. The crowd of elite students goes absolutely wild. Peeps are losing their minds over this S-rank level spellcasting. Even his rival is shook. That's not just talent, that's some next-level prodigy thinking right there. A true galaxy brain play revealing his OP abilities. Yep, he's still that dude with a cracked-out aptitude for magic and strats that leave even noble families speechless. To beat her secret moon techniques, our MC has to pull out all the stops. And if he has to, he'll literally bring the sun to this fight. A brilliant light starts to flare up, a legendary power so bright, it's unreal. The glow-up is so intense, it's like a flashbang, totally whiting out Adela's vision. She's squinting, trying to see where this insane aura is coming from. She's thinking, no way, is that actual sunlight? And there he is, our protagonist, floating right in front of her, looking like a demigod who just had a breakthrough. She knows a massive attack is incoming. No time to think, she throws up a huge magical shield, bracing for impact. Our boy is locked and loaded, ready to drop the hammer on his rival. Elemental wind magic swirls and solidifies into a massive blade in his hands. He brings the sword down hard, slamming it into her shield with insane force, and he doesn't let up, just keeps applying that pressure, going full aggro. Get this though, he's spamming first circle spells while she's busting out third circle incantations. The attack doesn't even crack her barrier, making Adela think the boy is just being cautious. He lands back on the arena floor, and Adela sees another opening to go on the offensive and maybe even get a PK. But wait, she tries to lunge and her foot is just stuck. It's not moving at all. She'd been so focused on defending that she didn't even notice her foot had been completely CC'd while she was blocking. She looks down and sees it's some sneaky earth manipulation. Her brain starts racing, trying to figure out when the heck he managed to cast that. The only possibility he did it the instant his feet touched the ground. If that's true, his spellcasting speed is just completely broken. Adela's eyes can barely track his movements. It's a total sensory overload. And while she's having this internal monologue completely distracted, our protagonist has already closed the distance flanking her blind spot and is totally ready to continue his offensive combo. This time, it's about to get real. My boy unleashes some elemental magic, slinging a water spell to pin her down, but she just flexes and shatters the incantation, trapping her foot to the training grounds. But that was just a distraction. Our protagonist bought just enough time to manifest a whole volley of mana orbs, launching the entire barrage right at her. Once again, Adela has to pop her defensive barrier just to stay in the fight. Bro, she is getting absolutely outplayed in this combat magic duel. And even while she's getting styled on, she's low-key impressed by his OP ability to juggle so many different elemental magics at once. Her mind flashes back to Kim trash-talking our boy, claiming he relied on a fourth circle spell memorization. That intel made her think he was hard-stuck casting weak first circle spells. Full of that main character confidence, she was dead sure she wouldn't lose to some F-rank magic. But while she's lost in her own thoughts, something zips through the air and slams into the ground right beside her, making a huge noise. She's totally shook because she didn't see any openings in her defense. She assumes he used some hidden talent, a custom wind technique, a modified spell using the sun's glare as a flashbang to pull it off. Honestly, even I didn't get that 500 IQ play at first. It literally lands a mile away from her and she acts like she just got player killed. For real, the drama is next level. Adela crumbles to the ground looking up at the underdog who just dominated her. Aayul just stares down at her and asks, "Did you forget who you're fighting?" Clenching her fists, she's absolutely fuming, completely unable to process that she just took an L in this tournament match. Up in the VIP box, the secretary is blown away by the kid's combat instincts, and so is her boss. The whole epic showdown was scripted from the moment he dodged her earth needle. It was all part of the plan. He intentionally yeeted himself into the air, baiting the trap. He was kiting Adela, forcing her to keep attacking while using the blinding sunlight against her. Then, using memorization, he put a time delay on one of his wind lances. After he landed, he kept up the aggro, drawing her attention so she would never look up. He even used that crowd control spell on her foot to make her completely forget about the orbital strike he had queued up. When the moment was perfect, the final wind lance hit its mark. A super dramatic finish, but we all know the boss man's analysis is a little off. Still, he gives the kid props. Not bad for a first circle mage. But our protagonist's dad is still stressing because even after all these W's, his son is still stuck in the first circle. They look back down at the arena and psych the boss fight ain't over yet. The two prodigies are still on their feet, locked in an intense stare down, and our protag's dad is getting seriously irritated. His son had the clear advantage and didn't finish the fight. So Pops just concludes his kid is actually incapable of securing the victory. At least that's what he thinks, because he knows Adela, being from a top-tier noble family, hasn't even used her ultimate ability yet. She places a hand on her chest, a smirk playing on her lips. "I'm impressed. This takes me back." She announces she's finally going to fight him with her full power, and that's exactly the breakthrough moment our protagonist was waiting for. The girl's entire body starts to blaze with a brilliant aura. This is it, the legendary power of her bloodline, the supreme attribute of the moon. The secret magic from the Grimoire of the House of Mystics, a technique called the Halo. As she begins the incantation, dozens of magic circles start lighting up the sky. The raw mana exploding from them is so powerful, it starts pushing our protagonist back. He's got to dig his heels in just to resist her overwhelming aura. The sheer energy is so massive it fills the entire sky above the Magic Academy's arena. The audience is going wild, completely stunned, and inside the VIP room, reserved for the elite students and their families, the MC's dad starts sweating bullets for real. He just gets up and starts walking toward the exit, and Kim is like, "Bro, you actually dipping?" The old man hits him with a, "This battle's already a wrap. Gigi no need to watch the rest." But fam, the second those words leave his mouth, both of them were absolutely shook by the epic showdown unfolding below. Even the secretary was bugging, thinking what she saw was a straight-up system glitch. Meanwhile, Kim can barely contain his hype, a massive grin spreading across his face as he watches the underdog turn the tables. The protagonist's bestie is also losing his mind, but nobody, and I mean nobody, was more stunned than Adela herself. Because our boy just did something absolutely wild. That glowing magic circle on his back, that's the combat magic incantation for Flaming Volcano. He just flexed a second circle spell on him. He looks right at Adela and goes, "I told you." He was late because he was grinding, prepping a specific build just to defeat her. She's still trying to compute this, thinking instant spell casting is a noob tier skill limited to first circle spells. And if he just did that, it would mean he's already hit the 5th magic circle. We're talking Prodigy S rank levels, but that's gotta be cap right. The idea is just too insane. Our protagonist stays dead silent, letting him sweat. Nobody knows the truth about his hidden talent. We flash back to the night before as the other elite students were heading back to their dorms. Inside his room, Aayul was deep in a cultivation session, totally absorbed in that mysterious grimoire. He knew he couldn't PK that girl with just first circle elemental magic. Plus, his martial arts combat style just didn't vibe with complex spellcasting. His original quest was to just lay low, wait for a big character development breakthrough, and then challenge her. But then new pages started appearing in that busted artifact, and he saw a path to victory. The grimoire gave him new instructions: channel all his mana directly into the magic circle on the next page. The book promised this incantation would lead to a new domain, a major level up. Aayul was intrigued, thinking it had to be some kind of hidden mechanism. With nothing to lose and everything to gain, he decided to just send it. He starts pumping his mana, his entire aura, into that magic circle. Immediately, the grimoire starts glowing like a legendary artifact. Aayul was hyped by the light show, but then it went full flashbang, so intense his eyes started to burn. The sheer energy, the legendary power erupting from it, was completely overwhelming. He had to look away until finally the blinding light faded, leaving only the softly glowing pages of the book. When he could finally open his eyes again, his whole world had flipped. He was in a totally new place, surrounded by endless shelves of books. It looked like the Magic Academy library on steroids. Aayul was totally bewildered, trying to figure out where the heck he'd been teleported. A voice answers his unspoken question, welcoming him to page 1 of the first challenge. The NPC-looking girl introduces herself as Alpha. She explains she's his assigned quest guide for this page. Our protagonist's brain is still lagging, trying to process this insane info dump. She confirms it. This is the first challenge inside the Grimoire of Hydrate. But that only made him more confused because it finally clicked. He wasn't teleported to some random training grounds. He was literally inside the mysterious book. If that was true, this artifact was beyond broken. This first quest was basically a vibe check to see if his cultivation was up to snuff. He'd get the full instructions once he started. The objective: clear pages 18 to 31 of the grimoire. Clear the quest, and he'd unlock the secrets to the second magic circle. Aayul understood. He had to beat this boss fight to level up his spellcasting abilities. With the tutorial over, Alpha just asks, "So, you ready to start?" Filled with a new fire, Aayul was ready for his awakening. Everything was finally going his way. The first trial of his hidden talent was about to begin. A sick golden aura starts to envelop the girl's whole body, and our protagonist is just staring, completely shook. He's still trying to process what's happening, like he can't get a read on what she is. She looks human, but my guy can't rule out she's some kind of high-tier magical entity. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, ready to drop the quest details, and he instantly clocks the voice. It's his master. A gem made of pure light materializes an artifact called the elemental mana light. It's still incomplete, rocking 4 different elemental attributes all jumbled together. With the stone floating in his hands, our boy is visibly stunned. His mission, should he choose to accept it, is to completely purify that artifact. Faced with this insane challenge, he has a moment of doubt because this type of artifact is super fragile. You gotta have god-tier mana control to handle it. Inside, the 4 types of mana are just a chaotic mosh pit, and now he's been tasked with the ultimate cultivation challenge, purifying it. Bro, this is like trying to separate sand, salt, and sugar after you've blended them into a smoothie. A nearly impossible task. This ain't no simple spell casting. Only a true prodigy who's mastered the heart's intent could even attempt this. Still refusing to get tilted, Aayul realizes this is actually a super interesting quest. He immediately taps into the heart's intent, ready to start the grind. Little by little, the mana that was a total chaotic mess slowly starts to separate under his insane focus. This task demands every last drop of concentration the kid's got. His entire being is focused on this breakthrough, and he keeps on meticulously separating the tiny particles of mana inside the artifact. He's almost there, the quest is nearly complete, but the difficulty suddenly spikes, and he gets blasted by the artifact yeeted right into the library's bookshelves. If his mana control wavers even a little, it pops off with a shockwave. He realizes he has to be even more precise. The mana is so tangled that separating it is a legit boss fight. After that first epic fail, Aayul has a breakthrough, a real light bulb moment, and now he's 100% sure he can pull this off. He's down to grind this as many times as it takes. Time starts flying by as he keeps trying. If he loses concentration, even for a split second, he has to respawn the whole process until bam, he finally purifies the artifact. Level up. His master's voice echoes, congratulating him on clearing the first challenge, once again calling the boy his successor for achieving a new level of mastery with the heart's intent. His grimoire is now getting a patch update with instructions on the second circle. After those words, our protagonist's eyes snap open. He's staring at the ceiling of his room at the Magic Academy. It hits him, he's back in the real world. His grimoire got a serious software update too. He immediately dives into the new knowledge, absolutely hyped to learn more about the second circle. He knows his next tournament match is coming up fast. And before that epic showdown, our underdog is confident he can fully master the second circle. It's time for some serious character development. Across the training grounds, a super determined Adela is flexing her noble family's secret technique, unleashing a truly terrifying aura. She's thinking this legendary power is more than enough to clutch the victory. Our protagonist is completely engulfed in a massive pillar of light. His friend watches from the stands, starting to freak out, thinking that OP ability might have just ended the duel right then and there. Even Adela thinks it's a wrap, turning her back on her opponent and declaring the duel over. But in her head, she gotta give him props. Her rival got a massive power-up in a super short time. She starts thinking back on their whole rivalry, thinking the prodigy she once knew was totally washed up. However, she was about to get a reality check. She was absolutely shook as a wild surge of mana echoed through the arena. She whipped her head around her expression, screaming, "What in the Magic Academy is going on?" That, my friends, was the second circle. Our underdog was in the middle of a full-blown awakening, activating his resonance. We're talking blue elemental flames in one hand, red in the other. He was still in this boss fight and about to prove to everyone that his character development was far from over. Clapping both hands together, he started some serious spellcasting. He fused 2 infinite magic circles with his sheer will. They were about to become his new hands and feet, a living extension of his aura. Both Kim and our protagonist's dad were just staring, completely gobsmacked. They had 0 words to describe the legendary power they were witnessing. Even the crowd was losing their minds. And Adela, she was frozen solid, her brain buffering, unable to process this sudden level up. Our boy was popping off with his combat magic, and on top of the glowing grimoire-like circle on his back, 2 extra pairs of magical hands just appeared. Bro was about to drop his ultimate, a full-on flaming volcano incantation. Adela scrambled, trying to throw up a mana barrier before she got cooked, but it was too late. Our protagonist had just materialized a massive artifact that looked suspiciously like a magic machine gun. This was beyond OP. It was at this moment Adela realized she really should have hit the restroom before this epic showdown started, because she knew deep down she had no chance. Still, she braced herself, determined to do what she could to stay in the fight. For the first time in this whole story, her expression completely changed. Adela was genuinely smiling because her true rival, the prodigy, had finally returned to the training grounds. Unfortunately, our protagonist didn't catch her smile. He pulled the trigger without a single shred of mercy. Even the ref was bug-eyed, stunned by that sheer destructive power. In a flash, everything he'd summoned vanished inside the tournament arena. Aayul's dad and Kim were still just speechless. The poor blonde girl from the noble family couldn't even stand. She'd been completely PK'd by our protagonist. But even though he'd secured the W, Aayul nearly collapsed, his mana reserves totally drained from the exertion. Only then did the referee call it, declaring Aayul the winner of the match. His dad immediately turned to dip out of the room again. The secretary was like, "Wait, you're seriously leaving now?" The old man just brushed it off, saying he had other business to handle. With a knowing smirk, Kim totally saw through his act. That man had one major F-rank skill, hiding the fact that he was a proud dad. The moment our boy Aayul stepped out of the arena, he was swarmed by a bunch of elite students. But he couldn't even focus on them right now. His body was running on fumes, completely gassed out. So here's the tech breakdown. The second circle of resonance syncs with the first circle's intent, basically amplifying the magic like a subwoofer. And that lunar magic, it's a busted hybrid. It mashes up the range of light magic with the raw power of darkness. This is done through tiny, precise adjustments using the dark element. This tweak lets him shrink the attack's range and counter Adela's halo with super buffed dark magic, a total breakthrough in combat magic. Since lunar magic is a secret technique basically locked to members of the House of the Moon, it's not something you see every day. But our prodigy just took a quick glance at the spell casting, instantly understood its entire structure, and pulled off some insanely delicate mana manipulation. This was only possible thanks to the circle of resonance. All that grinding he did to purify that artifact totally refined his mana control. That level up was the key to his victory. While he was sitting there rebooting his brain, he noticed other students gathering in another part of the training grounds. And that's when a dude with glasses started walking right toward him. New quest incoming. Aayul finally gets his one-on-one quest dialogue with the big man himself. And my dude is absolutely shook. I mean, who wouldn't be the freaking master of the magic? So they dip out to a more private lobby to have a chat. The master is all like, "My bad for pulling you aside. I know you're probably gassed after that epic showdown." But then he's like, "That duel was straight up fire, my guy. An excellent battle. Aayul's just trying to be humble, you know." "Thanks for the compliment, sir." But the master is done with the small talk. He's observed some things, and now it's time for them. And bam, he just drops the bomb. "Yo, have you had a breakthrough to the 5th circle of mana cultivation yet?" Aayul is straight up stun-locked, just pure silence. Aayul's brain is going a million miles a minute. "Bro, I only used 2nd circle magic." He realizes the Tower Master probably thinks he's using the memorization technique, which is notoriously nerfed, and that's why he's assuming our protagonist. So Aayul's doing the whole awkward shuffle, trying to explain like, "Nah, sir, that's cap. I haven't reached the 5th circle yet." But the master ain't letting it go. His curiosity is maxed out. He's like, "Okay then, how in the world did you pull off that last combat magic incantation? Spill the beans on your build." Aayul's scrambling. He knows if he mentions his OP vision magic, the guy will call major BS. Then he remembers a little something he mentioned before. The master's like, "Oh, you mean that transformation magic you talked about?" He's connecting the dots from a previous conversation. Aayul sees his out and immediately confirms the assumption. He's not about to reveal his real hidden talent, so he just decides to roll with it. Let's be real, if a prodigy actually hit the fifth circle at 18 years old, it would absolutely break the internet. Quinn, that's the master's name, by the way, praises Aayul's skills, but you can tell the math ain't mathing for him. He's still trying to figure out how it connects. The dude keeps grilling him with questions, but Aayul is dodging everything, like a pro, leaving all his doubts just hanging there. So Aayul drops this line, "I perfected the memorization spell," and you can just see the light bulb go off over Quinn's head. The guy is genuinely hyped. Realizing this isn't a bug, it's a feature, a totally remarkable big brain strategy that could change the meta. He keeps a total poker face, reaching his hand out towards our protagonist. And, psych, he's just congratulating him because my boy apparently found an exploit for a known weak. But our protagonist ain't no fool. He catches a glint in the master's eyes, and they've shifted color. They're bright red now. It's like a system scan is running, analyzing his entire character sheet. And those creepy red eyes are locked onto Aayul, who's starting to get super uncomfortable. Mainly because the dude still has his hand on his shoulder, which is mad sus. He keeps that death grip on our protagonist's shoulder until finally he seems to chill out. The scan is complete. He confirmed there are 0 traces of. Looks like Aayul's dad was telling the truth. After all, the kid hasn't made that legendary breakthrough just yet. So long story short, Quinn's like, I get it, and says he'll handle the reporters. But you can see it in his eyes, my guy is still intrigued. With a ton of unanswered questions still floating in the air, Aayul gets up, says his thanks, and basically tells the man to have a safe trip trying to get out of there as fast as possible. He dips out of the room with a respectful bow, but you can tell that little interrogation left him sweating bullets. That was way too close for comfort. He legit never expected the master of the magic tower to whip out his legendary red jade eyes for a personal inspection. Talk about an OP ability. Apparently this is the signature move of the Blue Tower's master. Those eyes can literally penetrate the very essence of mana, making it the most busted ocular detection technique in the game. It's basic. Our protagonist thinks he totally dodged a bullet. Since the Blue Tower master didn't PK him on the spot, he figures his secret is safe. His whole underdog strat, his sandbagging techniques is his greatest asset. It's his ace in the hole, and he can't just go revealing his hidden talent to every boss he meets. Our boy Aayul keeps grinding through the entrance exam tournament, just farming W's like they're XP potions. No cap, none of these other elite students were even a mini boss fight compared to that blonde prodigy. As he's vibing through the Magic Academy halls, someone yells, "Yo, hold up a sec." He whips around, and get this, it's Adela. He's like, "Bro, I thought you were still logging off on the arena floor." But nah, she's back on her feet, insisting she's good. Aayul, who's got 0 time for small talk, just tells her to spit it out. Adela's like, "Okay, so if it's not a bother." She wants him to coach her on combat magic, but she's also considerate, knowing the final boss fight of the tournament hasn't even dropped yet. She offers to do it later so he doesn't drain his mana bar, but our guy doesn't have a stamina limit. He's like, "Nah, let's run it now." He even frames it as a co-op quest, saying it's good for his own cultivation, and tells her to follow him to the waiting room, which is basically the training grounds lobby. She's totally fangirling, admitting her strategy and spellcasting need a major level up, and vows to one day reach his S-rank tier because he's become her new. As our boy walks away, he can totally feel her staring, a gaze packed with admiration and maybe a little bit of a crush. Meanwhile, we cut to a slick all-glass skyscraper downtown. Totally gives off evil corporation headquarters or super elite noble family vibes. Inside a penthouse that screams old money, a girl is watching Aayul's post-match interview on a massive screen, looking absolutely pressed. I thought this dude was permanently nerfed. And yup, There it is, the crest of the Sin family, one of the most powerful noble families in the game. She is not happy about Aayul's sudden character development. His comeback tour is seriously messing with her plans. She was betting on him staying a forgotten F-rank underdog. She turns to her brother all ticked off like, "You're really gonna let this nobody just waltz back into the spotlight? Meet the eldest daughter of the Sin family. Her name is a whole incantation, so we're just gonna call her Violet. And the dude with the smug aura, that's her brother Sing Jen." He casually asks what the game plan is, but Violet is fuming. She absolutely does not want our protagonist getting accepted back into the family. She throws some major shade, reminding him of the drama that went down 1 year ago. "We are not rerunning that questline," she spits, clearly traumatized. But her brother just tells her to chill. "Look," he says, 1 year ago, yeah, the protagonist was a legendary prodigy, no doubt. But now he's F-rank trash who can barely manage second circle spells." He scoffs, asking if she even bothered to watch the matches properly. What's really bugging him isn't Aayul's power level, but the hype train. The public is starting to think our boy might have some hidden talent, and that's bad for business. John leans in, telling her to listen close because he's about to drop his big brain analysis. The opponents he's wiped the floor with so far were just third circle scrubs. He has zero chance of beating a true fourth circle mage in an epic showdown. Besides, he adds, he's got a catastrophic flaw. He can't even use a proper aura. His awakening was a bust. He's hit his level cap. No matter what flashy combat magic he pulls out, his base stats are just garbage compared to a fourth circle mage. His so-called OP abilities are just a party trick. Hearing this breakdown, Violet finally relaxes a bit, imagining our hero hitting a progression wall and staying a low-tier player forever. Still, a little bit of anxiety lingers. But what if he gets some random breakthrough, she asks. What if he becomes a threat to the next head of the family? John just gives a dark smirk. If that happens, he says they'll just have to take care of him. A little PK never hurt anyone, right? There's plenty of time for that. The scene fades back to the arena, now bathed in the orange glow of twilight. The stage is completely destroyed and a kid is passed out on the rubble, totally exhausted. The ref calls it ending the brutal match. And the new champion of the second-year students is Aayul. The crowd absolutely erupts, giving a massive round of applause for the newly crowned prodigy. The crowd was going absolutely wild, screaming that the prodigy had officially returned. Low-key, everyone expected it. I mean, he's from one of those elite noble families. Homeboy didn't even use the AI crutch to secure the victory, which just sent his genius-level rep through the stratosphere. His friend was losing his mind in the crowd, being the ultimate hype man, just screaming about how our protagonist's combat magic was totally on another level. He dashes over to him, saying the entire Magic Academy was buzzing about his insane spellcasting skills. Our boy was finally getting his flowers, but you know how it is, the haters were already... Salty dudes were already in the comments section of Life saying he's probably nothing without some forbidden magic from a Grimoire. Even his teacher was glowing with pride over the results he'd achieved. Aayul's buddy then slides in, asking the teach if he was going to take the elite students out for a victory feast. And you already know that was exactly the plan. The moment they heard celebration, the whole squad got hyped until our protagonist dropped a bomb saying he'd love to go, but he had a super important quest he couldn't skip. And just like that, the vibe was completely dead for his best friend. He was like, "Bro, it's not a party without the main character." But Aayul insisted it was a main storyline event, dipping out in a hurry and apologizing one more time as he raced into the city. He knew he had a promise to keep, and he was on a mission until he finally found his objective. Standing next to a fancy limo, a man in a suit says they've been waiting for him. The youngest son of the legendary Shin family. The patriarch, the big boss himself, was already waiting for him. Our boy was about to be escorted to the main family residence. Night fell, and they finally arrived at his destination. For a quick sec, he just stood there staring at the massive gate like it was the entrance to a final boss dungeon. It had been 1 whole year since he was last here. He got kicked out after rebelling against his dad, all because he was declared an F rank incompatible with the AI. But thanks to his recent breakthrough in the tournament, he'd earned his re-entry pass. Stepping inside, he looked around the room. He realized nothing had changed, but at the same time, everything had. The whole place gave him a major case of nostalgia, looking just like he remembered. He took a few more steps into the ridiculously huge foyer and came face to face with a massive pair of doors. On the other side, his father's office, the final boss. Finally, after all that grinding and cultivation, he had returned. Standing before the door, he knocked gently to announce his arrival. And yep, you guessed it, the head of the family was already inside, waiting for the protagonist to show up. The old man stared intently at the door and gave permission to enter. Our protagonist took a deep breath and finally pushed the door open. Once inside the office, our boy showed his respect and said, "It's been a while, father." The old man just gestured for him to sit down so they could talk. Then he just drops this bomb: "I used to consider you a total failure." For real, what a garbage father. Your spell casting was pathetic. It took you 20 times longer than anyone else, and your mana control was so bad the spells would fizzle out if you lost concentration for a second. You couldn't even multitask. He said his own son was the perfect example of how useless a person could be. No cap, this guy definitely wins the Father of the Year award. Sheesh. And yet, the old man continued, everyone is now recognizing your hidden talent. So, I suggest you use guidance to develop the full extent of your potential. Not that I have high expectations. I see it as a desperate move, frankly. After that absolutely free roast session, our protagonist just calmly replied, "I understand everything." See, the old man actually thought that after that newspaper article clowned him, his son would finally have a reality check after a crushing defeat. The joke's on him, but nah, plot twist. The old man's expectations got absolutely wrecked because our boy had already mastered the magical transformation spell casting, totally winning their little bet. Our protagonist's combat magic performance was throwing off the serious aura of a true mage. And hearing those words of praise, my dude's eyes started sparkling like he just found a legendary artifact. He lays on the thanks thick, because let's be real, this guy lives for the attention. The old man confirms it from this moment on. The noble family will back his cultivation 100%. All our boy has to do is name what he needs for his character development. He could even move back in since he's now in the running as the next successor of this elite family. His main quest, don't mess it up. Our prodigy is grinning from ear to ear because on top of that sweet, sweet validation, snagging that fat inheritance would be super convenient. But hold up, the patriarch had one last warning, like a final boss fight debuff. If he even thinks our boy's progress is stalling, he'll personally shatter his magic circles. Talk about a permaban on your powers. Bro, this man is grinding EXP in the worst dad of the year class. An absentee father would have been a genuine level up. Our MC is feeling the insane pressure from that 8th circle mage's aura. This is his last chance. He has no choice but to accept his dad's ridiculous quest conditions. Kicking back in his chair, the old man asks, "All right, so what's the end game? What's your ultimate goal?" He admits that, yeah, at one point he wanted to be the head of the family, but he fell way behind his siblings who were already grinding that questline for years. But our underdog protagonist claps back, saying that's still his ultimate goal. He's aiming for the top spot, nothing less. He declares he's gonna make every single person in this family acknowledge his awakening. The old man is just like, big words, how you gonna back him up? So he slaps a flyer on the table, revealing his next move. He's entering the tournament, the World Magic Academy competition going down in just 2 months. And he's not just showing up, he's coming home with that gold medal. This tournament is a massive deal only for elite students under 20 years old. It's basically the Magic Olympics, and the competition is stacked with prodigies. We're talking a level of combat magic comparable to the pro leagues. The old man scoffs, saying the country's best record ever was a single silver medal won by the leader of the Blue Tower, no less. And that epic showdown happened years ago. He basically tells our boy his goal is a delusional F-rank pipe dream. My God, this man is the king of healthy motivation for real. But our protagonist's mental game is S-rank. He's totally unfazed. He hits his father back with a condition of his own. He demands that for the next 2 months his dad needs to keep his siblings from trying to PK him, 'cause it'll totally mess with his training arc. The old man is shook. Not only is the kid talking crazy about winning gold, he's now demanding a protection buff on the spot. Normally he'd insta-reject a request like that, but he admits it's actually a solid strategy. Cut to the next morning, and the floor is a war zone of scattered grimoires and spellbooks. Our protagonist had literally passed out right there at his desk. The dude couldn't even make it the 5 feet to his bed after all that intense grinding for a breakthrough. Slowly cracking his eyes open, he realizes he crashed without even noticing. Classic all-nighter L. The second he got back from his family's estate, he started speed-running research on the requirements for the second trial. He cleared the first challenge, sure, but he needs to level up to the 3rd circle. And to do that, he has to beat this next test. Unfortunately, he's completely lost. The only clue in his quest log is the word resonance. He's guessing he has to raise his mana control until it achieves consonance. Total refinement of the 2nd circle's power. At least that's the new plan as he goes back to his cultivation, trying to decode the principles of this whole consonance thing. So the ancient grimoire he's been grinding dropped a major clue. He's got to link the circle of judgment and the circle of resonance, like make them vibe together perfectly. So our boy immediately starts his cultivation, trying to fuse the 2 spell circles. He gets them to connect, but it's janky AF, like a laggy connection in a boss fight. Dude's basically hit a wall in his character development quest. His brain is completely fried trying to debug this incantation. So to avoid a total system crash, he decides to log off the magic grind for a sec, heading to the city center to clear his head and just soak in the vibes, And boom, instant mental clarity buff. He's feeling it now, totally convinced he's on the verge of that epic breakthrough and achieving total resonance with his. But just as he's deep in his cultivation mindset, someone yells, "Watch out!" He whips his head around to see a UFO, unidentified flying object coming in hot. His F-rank reflexes totally fail him, and bam, it smacks him right in the face. A girl runs up all concerned like, "OMG, are you okay?" Our boy, clutching his face, is just like, "Bruh, that actually kinda hurt." He looks up and, wait a damn minute, he knows that aura. It's Adela standing right there in front of him. Well, this is awkward. So they start walking and he's like, "Okay, Spill, why'd you just PK me with a plastic bag?" And she's all bubbly, explaining, "I was just so hyped for my banana milk, I was swinging the bag and I guess I got too into it, 'cause it just slipped and totally yeeted itself right at your face. Whoops." Our guy is just processing this legendary power of clumsiness as she starts bowing and apologizing profusely. But despite the aerial assault, he's actually kind of vibing with it. Turns out he was on a quest for banana milk too. He asks if that's still all she drinks, then whips out his own artifact bag, which is literally Adela's like, "Duh, it's the ultimate mana potion." Then she switches gears, saying, "Oh yeah, the Magic Academy grapevine was buzzing. I heard you went back to your noble family's estate." He confirms it, "Yeah, just got back to the Magic Tower yesterday, NBD. The blonde girl lets out a huge sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness." Then she gets this look in her eye and asks, "So, is the dream still to be?" He's like, "Wait, when did I ever say that?" And she's quick to remind him, pulling up forgotten lore from their childhood days back on the training grounds. She's like, "Dude, we talked about it all the time, but you can see it on his face that quest has been abandoned. He's on a whole new level now." Adela is shook. Her first thought, "No way, did you just give up? Did you finally accept the whole boring noble family duty thing? I mean, with his siblings, the competition to be the family head is basically a high-stakes battle royale. But Aayul's just kinda weirded out by how seriously she's taking this whole thing. He just looks at her and drops the ultimate bombshell, my new main quest. Forget being a family head, I'm gonna become the master of magic. The absolute pinnacle, the S-rank goat standing above all the other magic towers. That's my endgame now. And Adela is just floored. That goal is so OP, it's almost unthinkable. For someone who sees him as her main rival, the difficulty just got cranked up to the PvP challenge has officially been accepted. Meanwhile, back at the main estate of his noble family, the vibe is, let's just say, anxious. Violet is over here literally chewing her nails off, running 1,000 bad-end scenarios in her head. Finally, she snaps, slamming her hands on the table to get her brother's. She's practically yelling, "Aren't you worried at all?" But her brother just shrugs, trying to play it cool. Look, the old man, the head of the family, must have his reason. But you can tell he's just as stressed. He's lost in thought because even he can't wrap his head around those conditions. See, the night before things got real. They got summoned by the big boss himself, the head of their noble family. And this guy who's Such, an exemplary father, already has his 2 chaotic kids figured out completely, so he drops a new non-negotiable quest on them. For the next 2 months, they are forbidden from interfering with our protagonist's character development, a total hands-off debuff. Violet immediately goes nuclear, but her brother holds up a hand telling her to let the man finish. He was trying to figure out the logic behind his dad's sudden 180, wondering what the man's new quest objective even was. The galaxy's best dad basically stated the obvious. Their youngest brother, the one who was MIA, was officially back on the family roster. He explains, "Look, the kid's still grinding a full year behind you two. He gets a 2-month tutorial period to adapt to this elite family," then throws some shade. And for a hot second, the brother went radio silent, his aura practically screaming with repressed rage, before he finally accepted the patriarch's quest, gritting out, "Is there anything else?" The old man just waved them off like, "You must be tired. Go on, get lost. A good son is one I don't have to see." The second they're outside, Violet is fuming. Why did we just roll over and accept that we didn't even question the orders from the head of the family? But her anger was instantly chilled when she felt the sheer pressure coming off her brother. My guy couldn't even begin to hide his killing intent. Yeah, accepting that order was a major debuff to his pride. Meanwhile, their other siblings, Minyuk and Mingji, are basically AFK in this whole family competition. So they didn't even get the summons. But our boy just cannot accept the special treatment and buffs the youngest son just received. He's seething, thinking the hardcore old man he knew, the one who made them grind from F rank with 0 help, would never hand out a favor like that. Every son for himself was his whole brain. That's literally the family motto. So Violet's just completely baffled, trying to compute why the so-called best father in the galaxy was suddenly trying to play the support role for the first time in his entire life. Her mind starts spinning theories. She's wondering if the old man already knows about the kid's hidden talents, but her brother shuts it down. No way. The kid hasn't shown enough character development or OP ability. Still, he had to admit, it's possible the underdog had shown some seriously interesting S-rank potential. Or maybe, he mused, the old man is just interested in whatever mysterious combat magic the kid is using. Or maybe he cut a deal. At that, Violet looks genuinely worried. Her mind raced, imagining what kind of shady deal they could have struck. And low-key, it made sense, because the patriarch's entire personality had just, plus his face had this desperate vibe. She immediately thinks about calling off her lackeys, ending their surveillance quest on the younger brother. But her treacherous brother immediately vetoes that, saying it's a terrible idea because their father has his own shadow guild. He has an intelligence unit that reports directly to him, he warned. If he finds out we're spying, it's an instant game over for us. Turns out this snake had already pulled all his own spies off their brother to avoid aggroing the final boss. Violet just asks, "So what's the new strat then?" A dark look crosses his face as he says, "I'm taking direct action. I can't let him get that kind of level-up advantage. I need to consult with the Black Tower immediately." And with that scene change, another school day is dawning at the prestigious Obelisk Magic Academy. The professor is wrapping up announcing the evaluation results are in. She's beaming as she congratulates her students, revealing their class took the top spot in the entire academy. She then asks our protagonist to stand up and take a bow, letting everyone know that among all the 17-year-olds in the country, he was the certified #1 prodigy. Now that he's hit first place in the class ranking, if he can hold that position for 2 more months, he'll get an invite to compete in the legendary Academic Olympiads tournament. And you already know that just became the new main quest on our protagonist's agenda. Of course, the haters immediately start chirping, saying he's too ambitious and that in 2 months, he'll definitely lose all the rep he grinded so hard for. Even hearing those words, our boy isn't even fazed. He's got the mental fortitude of someone who literally grew up with the galaxy's most toxic final boss for a father, which is exactly why he's radiating pure, unbothered confidence. Meanwhile, his buddy is outside stretching, just glad the lecture is over. My guy hates grinding through the theory lessons. Our boy's like, yo, we've got a practical training quest tomorrow, so you better start grinding 'cause your base stats are still seriously F rank. And his friend No Cap just has to accept the facts. Yeah, he can't even joke about the protagonist being a weak underdog anymore. Aayul's like, all right, bet. I'll start my own cultivation to get stronger. Bro is literally willing to level up just for a chance to PK his own friend. With that massive character development incoming, he suggests they hit the Academy's training grounds after dinner, but my dude Aayul is not feeling that vibe at all. Our MC clocks the hesitation, asking, yo, what's with that face, you lagging? Aayul's like, nah man, my stamina bar is zeroed out, I gotta take a rain check. And the protagonist just deadpans, bro, you could have just said no. You didn't have to invent a whole side quest. His friend finally spills the tea. I just don't like grinding with you, which hits the MC for a sec, until Aayul admits, your training methods are low-key and we see why. The other elite students are just staring completely bewildered as our protagonist is casually doing squats with a ridiculous amount of weight. They're whispering that he's got to have some OP hidden talent or a secret artifact, maybe some shady performance-enhancing potions or something. Even with a whole mountain on his back, our prodigy is repping it out like it's nothing, leaving the entire room of noble family kids completely shook. Some of them even recognize him as the guy who snagged first place in the entrance exam rankings. After finishing his set, he carefully places the weights down. He'd been so focused on grinding his combat magic that he let his physical cultivation slip a bit. He's muttering to himself about being out of practice. After chugging some water, he starts thinking about the notes from that mysterious grimoire. The Infinity Circle is a cultivation technique that links his mana directly to his body, and it synergizes with physical training. When both stats are high, they level up way. That's why he needs to commit to this physical grind too. But man, lifting all that, he's definitely got some legendary power source we don't know about. Inside a high-tech training room, a three-eyed beast that looks like a demonic panther materializes. These virtual monsters are the next stage of our protagonist's training quest. The creatures launch themselves at him all-out aggression mode. They're flashing razor-sharp claws and deadly fangs, but with his heightened senses, our boy dodges the opening salvo like it's slow motion. His aura flares, his eyes seeing every move. He uses their momentum against them, weaving through attacks and landing precise strikes with his martial arts. As the digitized creatures get hit, they start to glitch and vanish into pixels. The protagonist's movements are so fluid, a perfect blend of key manipulation and footwork, that he's straight up confusing there. This creates openings for him to go scorched earth, blasting each one with his signature elemental magic. With one final fiery attack, he takes out 2 more at once. That just leaves one last mob to incinerate with his combat magic. And with that, his training simulation is finally complete. The instructor is about to drop the result. His performance score absolutely flawless, a perfect S rank. Hearing that our protagonist is feeling the glow-up, absolutely stoked. Chilling on a bench, he starts theory crafting his build. Thanks to the infinity circle cultivation technique, his physical abilities have buffed up by about 1.5 times. He knows once he achieves the third circle breakthrough, he'll be even more OP. That's why he's got to keep grinding and refine the infinity circle. Closing his eyes, he enters a meditative state, focusing all his mental energy. This requires his full concentration. He was attempting to perfect the circles he'd already awakened, forcing raw mana to flow through his entire system. He's making tiny, precise adjustments to the rotation of each mana circle, gradually increasing the purity of the power circulating between them. He was so close to synchronizing both circles, a major level up, but he's not quite there yet. This kind of deep cultivation is an extremely exhausting task, draining his bro was grinding so hard he hit 99%, but my guy got stuck on the final loading screen right before the big breakthrough. But even with all those failed attempts, my boy's mental is unshakable. No cap if having the galaxy's #1 dad as his final boss didn't break him, then literally nothing else would. Still, to continue his cultivation, he starts a new training arc with a classic, a morning jog. Our underdog protagonist is just vibing, blasting his favorite playlist to make the cardio grind less of a drag when he starts rounding a corner. Just as he's about to make the turn, a wild hooded figure appears. This dude immediately tries to PK him, launching a sucker punch right at his dome. But our boy's reflexes are on another level, straight up S-rank speed. He matrix dodges the attack like it was in slow motion, showing off that hidden talent. He's immediately like, "Yo, who even are you?" But there was no need for an intro. He instantly clocks the guy's identity. It was Bok Sayu, the very same clown who just tried to gank him. The dude tries to swing again with some basic martial arts, but his attack doesn't even come close. Ripping the mask off his face, Sayu sneers, saying the boy's good at dodging like a rat as he scoops up one of the earbuds that got knocked out. Our protagonist just hits him with a "Bro, why haven't you gone home yet?" And Sayu shoots back that he couldn't go back. He's just taunting our boy with that cold, hard truth. Since he's on academic probation, he's literally banned from leaving the Magic Academy grounds. And you can just see the salt levels rising. Our protagonist lays it out plain and simple. After you used your noble family's influence, all you did was nerf yourself even harder. He basically tells the dude he's cornered with no escape route, and that was the trigger. Sayu starts an incantation, summoning some serious elemental magic. He's completely lost his cool, screaming he's gonna finish off our protagonist, and that's when Aayul realizes how serious the quest just got. This absolute degenerate is about to use combat magic in the middle of the street. He goes full aggro, charging forward with a fiery aura. His main quest, wreck the promising future of a kid he thinks is just some spoiled prodigy. But plot twist, his attacks are laughably slow for our Aayul just sidesteps and snatches him by the shirt collar. The look on Sayu's face is pure shock. He just realized his ultimate attack got completely parried. And it wasn't long before he gets absolutely yeeted to the pavement like a toddler. Our protagonist is just standing over him, delivering the coldest stare down of the century. And while this pathetic creature is having a full-on meltdown on the ground, a light bulb goes off in Aayul's head. This isn't a problem. It's an opportunity for some. The dude is totally subdued, but he's still running his mouth, threatening our protagonist's life. The teen humor here is just off the charts. So he tells the Academy security that just rolled up that they have to detain him since he was attacked with magic, and the whole epic showdown was caught on camera. Our protagonist just shakes his head at the sheer audacity, and the security guy is like, "Go, rest up. This will all be resolved back at the Academy." Meanwhile, we see the loser getting shoved into a car. Aayul just watches him get hauled away. Aayul was just hoping the dude would get permanently banned. Finally, a new day dawns at the Obelisk Magic Academy. A bunch of elite students are crowded around a bulletin board getting the latest tea. Headline box Aayul sanctioned for using offensive magic off campus. But get this, he only lost 10 class ranking points, when in reality, he should have been expelled on the spot. Our protagonist pretty much expected this outcome since the dude's noble family is crazy rich and makes huge donations to the academy. You might think he's getting punished, but his only consequence was a phone call from someone who was clearly furious about his actions. And just like that, the tough guy act vanishes as the clown starts groveling and apologizing to his father. His dad, who had already warned him to keep a low profile until graduation, starts grilling him, asking if that one simple quest was really too difficult to handle. His fam is on the line and the quest objective is clear. His graduation is absolutely mandatory for them to level up and snag that noble title. So my guy has no choice but to cooperate, ending the call with, "But let's be real, homeboy is drowning in stress." He's still salty about taking that humiliating L from the protagonist, and the hate is festering. He can't keep that bad energy bottled up anymore. Bit by bit, that feeling is mutating. It's turning into a seriously weird obsession, with this spoiled brat believing our protagonist is the final boss responsible for all his problems. As he's literally grinding his phone into plastic dust under his shoe, he keeps chanting like it's a dark incantation, it's his fault. And right on cue, a professor approaches him. The dude totally clocks the powerful, vengeful aura rolling off the kid, sensing he holds a major grudge against our MC. The spoiled kid gets defensive, snapping, "What are you even doing here? I decide who I like or dislike, it's my own character development." The instructor just gives a knowing smile, agreeing everyone has the right to choose their allies and enemies in life. But then he gets closer to the brat. He leans in and asks if he's not craving a little revenge against the protagonist. The kid's first reaction is pure shock, but the old man presses on like a shady NPC offering a dark quest. Isn't that the epic showdown you've been wishing for? Meanwhile, our protagonist is back on his grind, being a diligent student. He'd been thinking about calling out the Magic Academy's whole stance on the incident he just survived. But it turns out he ended up getting some sweet loot from it anyway. And just then, an email notification pings on his device. It's a message from his dad. The negotiations with the Bake family quest complete, for all the drama they caused. They secured 3% of the mining rights the Bake family owns over a legendary tier monostone mine. The head of the family wants to know if our protagonist turns out to secure a noble title the Beck family also needs to maintain a good reputation with other powerful noble families. And making that concession was the only smart play. After all, they tried to PK the most important person in this entire story, our protagonist. This just proves how insanely desperate that family is to get that noble title and climb the social ladder. That title is what separates the commoners from the elite students. Say Ick ended up getting straight up expelled from his family for the stunt he pulled. Thinking that questline was finally resolved, our protagonist decides it's time to head to the training grounds and refine his techniques some more. Time to level up. The next day, life at the Magic Academy goes on. Aayul thinks that the instructor's control over the students has definitely gotten stricter because of the whole thing. And speaking of instructors, one of them comes to talk to him directly. You guessed it, it's the same dude who's been buddy-buddy with the spoiled kid. He approaches our protagonist with a super friendly act, but his eyes are giving off a totally treacherous vibe. Our boy, completely clueless, doesn't suspect a thing. The instructor opens with, "I've noticed it seems like you don't really like me." Our protagonist is so surprised he almost blurts out, "Well, you're right, I really don't." Talk about a funny moment waiting to happen. The instructor smoothly says it's understandable, claiming he was just being hard on him with sincere advice, and asks him not to misunderstand. Total gaslighting. This is so out of character that Aayul starts wondering what kind of hidden quest he's just stumbled into. The instructor then extends his hand. He asks for a fresh start. Still a little awkward, Aayul is about to accept, but right before his fingers make contact, he feels something absolutely terrible. An ice-cold, uncomfortable sensation shoots through his entire body. His hidden talent for sensing danger is screaming. All this happens while the instructor is still smiling, congratulating our protagonist on his amazing performance in the tournament. Aayul senses the ambient mana, and it seems, but something is very, very wrong. Now he can finally see what's surrounding the instructor, a sinister, corrupted aura. This guy is radiating boss fight energy. Not knowing the exact signature, his gut screamed it was some kind of dark mana. And the Black Tower, bro, that place is basically a legendary tier villain's lair in this world. Unlike the legit magic towers, this one's totally off the grid, playing by its own twisted rules, a completely different skill tree. It's a whole guild of rogue mages pledging allegiance to some dark lord. Our boy never in a million years thought his instructor was secretly affiliated with them. Bet there are other spies from that faction crawling all over the Magic Academy, but that's a side quest for later, not his main focus right now. Now, first things first, he needs to break down this spell's formula, a full-on debuff analysis to prep for the next boss fight. Thrown into this situation, he instantly activates his OP analysis ability, scanning the whole phenomenon. And get this, the mana signature felt kinda familiar, like he's seen this incantation before. And boom, it clicks, it's a mind control spell. But here's the kicker, our prodigy's mind has a permanent S-rank immunity buff against any kind of mental. So yeah, this lame-o mind control jutsu has zero chance of working on him. No cap, his hidden talent is the ultimate cheat code. He's about to cheese this whole challenge easy. The NPCs around him are totally clueless, which gets his gears turning for the next big brain play. His new quest, he's gonna fake being under the spell's effect, go full-on undercover to squeeze every drop of intel he can about the Black Tower. Our guy opens his eyes, rocking a total NPC dead inside look. The instructor, bless his villainous heart, totally thinks his spellcasting was a critical hit. Instructor's voice. This F-rank, nobody is useless now, but he'll make an excellent pawn for the cause. He gets all up in Aayul's personal space, whispering the new mission objectives right into his ear. The quest is to carry this mystery artifact at all times, no questions asked. Aayul playing the perfect puppet is like, bet, mission accepted. But wait, the instructor has a bonus objective. He's trying to get the T on our boy's unique OP abilities. Aayul immediately fakes a system crash, clutching his head like he's lagging out. Aayul's voice, can't compute, data not found. The instructor just assumes it's some mental firewall protecting a hidden talent. He's like, don't fry your circuits, and tells him to reboot to normal mode. See, this type of combat magic is wild. It hacks the target's emotional state to get full admin control over them. It's a signature technique straight from the Black Tower's Grimoire. And when a high-level mage casts it, it can literally brick the target's mind, which is why it's a forbidden spell. Trying to data mine memories from someone with high willpower. That's a one-way ticket to getting. The fact the instructor dropped the question so fast tells our protagonist that his real mission objective must be something way different. Still, you could tell the dude was salty. He really wanted to get his hands on that inside info, those sweet, sweet cheat codes. But he couldn't risk the main quest failing. He mutters that once this is all over, he's gonna permanently nerf the kid's vision magic. And with that, he does a little finger snap thingy. Our boy Aayul puts on a show, acting like he just woke up from a daze. The instructor immediately starts the gaslighting. Instructor's voice. Hey, you okay? You were acting super weird during our chat just now. He chalks it up to exhaustion from too much grinding at the training grounds. Aayul is like, yup, that's it, and dips out of there ASAP. The instructor tells him to go get some rest, then straight up vanishes into the crowd of elite students like a ghost. But our underdog protagonist is more fired up than ever. This is a major turning point in his character development. While the rest of his class heads to the cafeteria, Aayul finds a quiet bench in the Magic Academy's garden, the perfect spot to inspect the mysterious quest item he just got. He carefully examines the tiny chip. It looked like an illegal artifact, the kind you'd find on the magical black market. The plot thickens. Someone is definitely running a smear campaign trying to frame our boy for using some kind of illegal magic. The main quest is clearly to tank his public rep, but that instructor has zero real motive to want to see him fail. I mean, their relationship isn't besties level, but this is extra. Someone must have put a bounty on him through the black. Even with this new intel, he's still lagging, trying to process the whole situation. His first thought is, maybe it was that one rival kid's doing. Now that spoiled brat is already so washed up, it's probably not him. It could be one of his brothers from their noble family pulling the strings. They're probably trying to play or kill him out of the race for the family succession. But Mingji isn't even in that tournament, so he lacks any real motivation. And Nu totally wants to be the head of the family, but he's never seemed like the type to pull a cheap shot like this. That just leaves those two degenerate brothers who are probably teaming up to sabotage our protagonist before he can level up any further. Our boy's first instinct was to just grab that instructor and have a gentle interrogation session to get some answers. But that would pull way too much aggro from the Black Tower, and that's a boss fight he is not ready to trigger right now. Faced with all these potential plot lines, he knows he needs to focus on his defense build. To get more info for this quest, he zips over to the Blue Tower of Earth Magic, heading straight to the Guild Master's office. He gets let in right away, no waiting. The Tower Master Kim gives him a look that's one part, what brings a prodigy like you here, and one part, is this kid gonna be a problem? A mix of interest and pure caution. Our MC noticed that Master Kim's aura seemed way colder than usual. Still, this was his only chance to ask for a high-level assist. Kim basically tells him to spit it out and not waste his time, and our protagonist knew he had to seize this dialogue opportunity. And just like the rumors said, Kim is deep in the grind on some major research, which probably explains why he's got that do not disturb energy. So our boy straight up asks him about it, and Kim admits that, yeah, he's stuck studying some weird stone, trying to figure out if it has any mana, or if it's just a common tier item and it's eating up way more of his time than he'd budgeted. The second our protagonist sees the artifact, he recognizes it instantly. This is a legendary quest drop, and he has to capitalize on it big time. Once they're settled, Kim hits him with the, "I'm busy, so get to the point," clearly antsy to get back to his cultivation or research. You could tell he was super curious why this rising star needed an in-person meeting instead of just sending a magical message, especially seeing our boy looking a little frantic. Our protagonist starts to sweat, worried Kim might just totally ignore him. So before dropping the main quest info, he dangles some bait saying, "Hey, about that artifact you're researching, that peculiar stone." The elemental crystal. Boom. Kim is visibly shook to hear those words, demanding to know how he knew a name that was basically top-secret info. From this point on, every word was a high-stakes dialogue choice. Kim was absolutely furious, thinking there was a spy in the tower. Our boy is like, "Whoa, chill, it's not like that." And then he opens his inventory, I mean his backpack. He lays it out plain and simple. "The reason I know what it is because I have one too." What a flex. This left Kim completely staggered because the artifact our protagonist just whipped out was already perfectly purified an S-rank item at max level. Kim couldn't even pretend to be cool. He had to know. "Don't lie to me. Did you purify this?" Our protagonist just confirms it flat out. "Yep, I did." The leader of the Blue Tower looked like he'd just seen a ghost. The mana in the room went haywire. Even for a certified prodigy, what he just claimed should have been impossible. The best S-rank artisans in the entire world couldn't manage a breakthrough like that. Even the freaking master of the Blue Tower, a legend in his own right, is admitting he couldn't craft an artifact of this level. And now some student from the Magic Academy is standing right in front of him, dead ass, claiming he's the one who made it. Kim, needing to know more, is like, "I'd bet you brought this legendary artifact with you, right?" Aayul just nods cool as a cucumber, saying he brought it because, only a top-tier magic tower would have anything remotely on this level. Kim is practically buzzing, desperate to know the lore behind how this kid got his hands on a god-tier item. But our boy Aayul plays it coy, hitting him with the classic, "It was a luck." Instantly, the Tower Master's whole aura changes, and he slides up to Aayul with a way more friendly vibe. He's like, "You must have some rank luck, kid," admitting that every mage has their secrets. It's part of their character development. So he promises not to push for more info, but he is absolutely dying to get a closer look at this artifact, to really examine its mana signature. Our protagonist is like, "Go for it," and lets him. Kim studies it, absolutely floored, saying it's the only one of its kind he's ever seen that holds the power of all 4 elements. Handing the glowing stone back, he gets down to business, asking Aayul what the main quest is here. Why bring it to him? Our protagonist lays out his plan. He wants to use this stone as a core to craft a whole new artifact. The Tower Master is totally intrigued by this side quest. He's like, "Spill, what are we talking? New robes, accessories, maybe a new weapon for some combat magic." For Aayul, the goal is simple, anything that will level up the efficiency of his elemental magic. Kim gets it immediately and starts theory crafting. He's thinking out loud, "To forge an item this OP, we'd need the highest quality materials. The price tag on that is gonna be astronomical." So he asks if the kid can even afford the crafting fee. Then remembers, oh yeah, Aayul's from one of those super rich, noble families who could probably cover the bill without even blinking. But our protagonist shuts that down fast. "Absolutely not," he says. Aayul wants this entire project kept on the down low, a complete secret from his family, and basically everyone else in the kingdom. He's moving like a Kim is confused, asking how he's going to pay for this epic-level crafting quest without his family's bank account. Aayul just smirks, saying the ultimate flex, he's going to craft another one of those legendary stones, a full-blown demonstration of his hidden talent right in front of the Tower Master. Kim is shook. He's like, "Are you for real? You're going to teach me the secret incantation, the whole method to create this rare artifact? Because if that's the deal, it's way more than interesting. It's a game changer. He might even throw in some bonus loot, considering how insane that payment is." That's the opening Aayul was waiting for. He asks if he can add another objective to the quest. Now totally on board, Kim is all ears, ready to hear him out. Aayul pulls out a small object, sliding it over to the Tower Master, who instantly recognizes the chip as some shady, illegal tech. He immediately demands to know how a student got his hands on it. Aayul pauses for dramatic effect, then reveals a mage from the Black Tower. An enemy agent who infiltrated the Magic Academy gave it to him. And now that these spies are on the field, he's come to the Blue Tower to ask for backup. Later that night, under a full moon, our protagonist finally gets a ride home. He tells the driver to get back safe. But without even a real goodbye, the secretary just says they'll be seeing each other again real soon. The foreshadowing is real. As the car speeds off, Aayul just watches it disappear. What an absolutely wild day of grinding. He finally crashes onto his bed, completely drained. His luck stat was maxed out today. He never guessed Kim was already investigating the same kind of artifact. Because of that massive W, he can keep his OP abilities a secret from his dad while he crafts this new gear. The original plan was to secure the B family's mining rights, but for now that side quest will have to wait a little longer. Character development is a process after all. My man's stats are in the red, basically 1 HP away from passing out. Meanwhile, over in the Blue Tower, Chim is big-braining it because he knows the security at Obelisk Magic Academy is supposed to be S rank. And yet some dark mages still manage to complete an infiltration quest right under their noses. The only proof he's got is a busted artifact chip and the testimony of one student. We're talking a massive accusation here, a whole conspiracy plot. But there's just not enough evidence to confirm the theory. Normally, he wouldn't risk it all on the word of some random F rank, but this is our MC we're talking about. Chim can sense that hidden talent, so he's rolling the dice and betting it all on our boy. While he's on the phone, a voice asks if he made it there safely. He confirms he's in position and tells them to proceed with the next phase of the quest. Our protagonist, meanwhile, keeps grinding on his own path. The voice on the other end is confident. Don't sweat it. As long as your info is legit, the magic tower doesn't miss. Inside the elevator, things are getting real. Aayul wraps it up, saying he's putting his full trust in them and will hit them up soon. Our boy enters the boss room, the dining room, and announces he's arrived. And look who it is. All his siblings from their super loving, noble family. First up is Mingji, who's all smiles and sunshine. It's been so long. He fires back, "You haven't changed a bit, sis." And she just eats it up, taking it as a compliment, LOL. She's like, little bro's been grinding. You're gonna be taller than Enoch soon. And speaking of Enoch, this dude chimes in all nice and whatever. "Hey, don't jinx my height stats like that," he jokes, then turns to our MC. "Welcome back." He adds that it's like hard to be 100% stoked, but welcome anyway. Our boy just thanks him, thinking, yep, that's my brother all right. Always dropping truth bombs with zero filter. And right on cue, Mingji jumps in to play referee, nagging him for his bad manners. Enoch is just clueless, like, what did I do wrong? LMAO. Okay, only 2 players left to make their move. The duo with hearts just brimming with love, you know. It's John and Valletta, the main schemers of this noble family. John's like, "Wow, you're looking less like a kid. It's like your character development is finally kicking in." Valletta chimes in, "Yeah, it's been ages," both of them rocking these super fake smiles. Our boy's inner monologue is just screaming, "Yep, they're totally plotting to gank me," which means the final boss of this quest has gotta be in this very room. The eldest brother just tells him to sit and eat. He's all, "So spill. What low-level quest made our baby brother call this big meeting? I'm sure it's nothing important. That's some passive-aggressive combat magic right there." But our underdog protagonist plays it cool. "Nah, just wanted to see you guys, that's all." Valletta is shook, like, that's it, that's the whole reason. But Aayul was ready for this. He counters, "Well, if I didn't set this up, one of you would have, eventually." Oof, critical hit. Valletta's rage meter just maxed out. She is absolutely fuming. She totally loses it and screams, "All right, you little brat, what's your real angle here?" He hits her with the, "Who, me?" and Valletta just snaps, "Stop playing dumb. We all know you're grinding for that head of the family title, and don't even try to say you're not interested. 'Cause not a single person in this room would believe that lie." And here we go again. Valletta is getting seriously tilted, and our protagonist just masterfully parries. "Well, no point in saying it then if you're not gonna believe me anyway, right?" As she was getting even more tilted, Gian told him to just chill for a sec. Because like words are cheap, bro, actions are what prove you've got that main character energy. So big bro John slides in all fake casual, asking Aayul about his transformation magic, basically saying, "You gonna share that OP ability with the noble family or what?" But our protagonist ain't no fool. He immediately clocks the greedy aura just pouring off his older brother. The guy's intentions were screaming, "Gimme." Sharing that skill would be like rage quitting the succession quest to become the family head, and our underdog is grinding way too hard to give up now. So he flips the script, hitting him with the ultimate sob story. "Look, this hidden talent is my only hope. I can't level up my mana through normal cultivation. This is my last chance to not be an F rank forever." This epic performance totally debuffs his kind-hearted sister, who's completely moved, while Gian is left speechless, probably thinking, is this dude for real? The other 2 siblings looked totally lost, like they disconnected from the server after hearing those words. Mingji was all in, looking super affectionate. She was even wiping the fake tears off our boy's face, completely sold on his whole act. Meanwhile, the clueless brother suggests they pause the family tournament for a sec and just vibe. Mingji is totally down, since she wants to hear more about Aayul's supposed tragic back. It wasn't long before some fancy desserts hit the table, And just like that, everyone's chilling the atmosphere, totally relaxed for a group of rival elite students. They're all just sitting at the same table, but as time ticks by, Aayul knows the clock is counting down to the main event. Our protagonist realizes the opening cinematic is over, and it's time to trigger the next phase of his quest. Right on cue, his phone starts vibrating. And bam! A server-wide announcement hits. A massive news bomb drops, and everyone whips out their phones to read the patch notes. Mingji is completely clueless, like, what's going on, while the other brother exclaims that it's gotta be something urgent. Even Violet looks shook, not expecting a plot, but the fury on John's face was a dead giveaway. You could practically see the smoke coming out of his ears. He clearly hated what he was reading. The message was a bombshell. One of the Magic Academy instructors was a secret agent for the Black Tower and had just been arrested. Instantly. After reading the news flash, everyone tries to play it cool, going back to their nothing is wrong default settings. But our protagonist locked onto his target. He saw his older brother's mask crack, showing pure discomfort. Aayul was thinking, gotcha, I've found the raid. Watching him closer, the gears in his head were spinning. Could his own brother be the mastermind behind this entire messed-up plan to PK him? The suspicion level was critical. Later that night, John is on the phone, totally paranoid, whispering, he was right all along. That little punk was onto us. Phone in hand, he's doom-scrolling through the details of the criminal instructor's arrest, the evidence of his own failure staring him in the face. After the dust settled, Chin hit up our boy, his mind blown. He had to know. Bro, how did you call it? How did you deduce the instructor would tamper with the... Aayul just played it cool, saying it was a pretty simple logical deduction, really. I just analyzed the intel I gathered, he explained. The guy had already infiltrated the Magic Academy. He was definitely going to act from the inside. When you factor in the mind control spellcasting and the schedule for that week's tournament, there was only one real window of opportunity: Friday. The day of the survival exam, he continued. The perfect moment to cause chaos during the assessment, and to do that, messing with the training materials would be step one. His move had to happen before the official inspection of the artifacts. That left only one possible day for him to plant the bug: Thursday, the day right before the exam. So, Aayul revealed the Blue Tower was already camping the storage room where the materials were kept. At the exact same time, I gathered all my siblings to see who would. As a direct result of his flawless strategy, the dirty instructor was caught red-handed. Mission successful. And with that epic showdown, Aayul became even more convinced that his older brother was tangled up in this whole mess. He had executed his counterplan to absolute perfection. My guy was on a stealth quest, grabbing all the intel without blowing his cover. A completely flawless run. The only L he took was not being able to pin the whole scheme on the dude's shady brother. Kim's like, yo, I was supposed to be the one helping you this time, but you totally carried me instead. The Blue Tower's reputation just got a massive buff because of you. He promises he won't forget this favor, a quest, reward our underdog MC who's still grinding, could never turn down. Kim respects the sincerity and dips, promising to handle the cleanup, while our MC just tells him to stay frosty and watch his back. The literal second the call ends, boom! A massive explosion rips through the street right where our protagonist is standing. The shockwave yeets him across the pavement. As he tries to get up, he's totally dazed. Like, what kind of AoE attack was that? Through all the smoke, a voice keeps chanting his name. It's that spoiled brat from the noble family who's clearly rage quit his sanity and is now here to PK our boy. Seeing this dude has gone full berserker mode and is radiating a psycho aura, our protagonist starts sweating bullets. It's not even a second later that the brat unleashes a full-on aggro attack with everything he's got. This guy has absolutely zero left to lose. Yul sees the combat magic coming in hot way too fast. He needs to pop a defensive skill like yesterday. His opening move is to expand his resonance to the absolute max. That's just enough mana for a quick cast water shield. A classic elemental magic counter for fireballs. But he realizes instantly that this spell casting is way too powerful. The DPS is off the charts. It was only a matter of time before his defense gets completely shredded. His entire focus is now on pumping mana to restore the shield he created, just trying to buy enough time to counterattack. He reinforces it just enough so the hit won't be a one-shot KO. Still, when the two spells collide in an epic showdown, a massive explosion erupts. Our protagonist's body gets absolutely ragdolled, slamming hard into a nearby lamppost. He looks down at his hands, and they're seriously burned. He couldn't fully evade the area of effect damage. Meanwhile, the spoiled brat is on a major power trip, fully confident in his temporary S-rank power and ready to land the finishing blow. He sneers, "You're nothing but a defective piece of trash. You're gonna get exactly what you deserve groveling on the ground." But this whole pop-up boss fight felt extremely sus to Aayul. As he analyzes his enemy, he notices something is seriously wrong with the kid's body. His gaze is just gone completely feral. His eyes are glowing blood red, and a nasty red flush is creeping across his skin, his aura pulsing with rage. Aayul immediately recognizes the symptoms. It's an adverse reaction. He definitely popped some sketchy artifact or drug that induces a mana overdose, forcibly accelerating his mana flow. It's so intense, it's rupturing his blood vessels, making him look all bloody and completely unhinged. And the most important thing is, it puts him in a berserker state where he'll fight to the death. Aayul's like, "Dude, are you insane?" But with a look that only a madman could give, he just replies, "I feel perfectly fine." Doing a quick scan of his opponent, Aayul clocks that he's a third circle mage who's just burning through his entire mana pool non-stop. Finally, the spoiled brat lunges and gets his hands on our protagonist. Aayul struggles, yelling, "You're crazy." But the brat just leans in with a psycho grin. "I'm perfectly normal, more normal than I've ever been in my entire life. Because now I'm going to send you to your grave." He starts an incantation for a point-blank fire spell, Flame Infection. After the spell hits home, thick black smoke and soot pour into the air. The spoiled brat just stares down at the scorched ground, looking totally satisfied. Staring down at our protagonist's wrecked body, he was actually shook that his victim wasn't out for the count. But that surprise just flipped into pure rage. I mean, how dare this underdog block his spellcasting not once, but twice? He absolutely could not accept that some defective F-rank trash had that kind of hidden talent and started screaming, demanding to know how he had such OP abilities before. Then after that total meltdown, his whole vibe shifted. He gets all calm and says, stuff like this just happens, I guess. Talk about a mood swing. Aayul's battle IQ immediately flags this. That kind of sudden personality switch is a dead giveaway for someone using that busted, uncontrollable enhancement drug. Still, the math wasn't mathing. A bunch of things in this whole boss fight felt totally off. The first red flag was the insane level of power this spoiled brat was throwing around. No matter how much of that sketchy drug he popped, his mana output shouldn't have spiked that hard. Aayul figured he needed to stop tanking hits and start grinding for more intel. Noticing he was being watched, the brat snapped, "The heck are you looking at?" But Aayul didn't even give him an answer. Instead, our protagonist summoned a massive dome of elemental wind, spamming a bunch of attacks at the rich kid, who instantly went back to being triggered. He's yelling that the combat magic is just as useless as its caster. Aayul thinks to himself that maybe he should have been a little more low-key with his wind magic. But still, he couldn't have asked for a better opening to close the distance. He was already right up on the brat, weapon in hand, ready for some close-quarters action. It all happened in a flash. His opponent had zero time to react. The protagonist's attack was already in motion, a guaranteed critical hit. The poor, spoiled brat could only look on in shock. There was basically nothing he could do at this range to counter that martial arts move. Our protagonist was sure it was a clean hit, a perfect PK. There was no way he could have dodged that. But nope, The brat pulls a desperate move, unleashing fire magic at point blank. This could have a disastrous outcome for the whole epic showdown, and the maniac starts screaming with glee, totally unhinged. "Just die already," he shrieks. That spell was called Fire Shotgun, a super powerful incantation for close-range combat, but its biggest debuff was its short range, only about 23 feet. All Aayul had to do was back up. And yet the spoiled brat managed to fire off several blasts with some serious. Our protagonist, with his insane agility stat, dodged every single one. He wondered if this dude really hated him enough to use a defective artifact just for this fight. But then he rethinks it. Nah, this item isn't defective at all. It had buffed this kid's aura and power level way beyond his rank. Aayul smirks. Figured as much. The brat is so juiced on mana he doesn't even remember what just happened, looking totally confused by those words. The rich kid shouts that he would never use a defective item to face off against F-rank trash, and that Aayul should stop talking nonsense and just hurry up and die. He unleashes another barrage of attacks toward Aayul, but those wind spells hit nothing but air, our boy already repositioned. Aayul starts giving a full-on lecture. That chip enhances physical strength and alters the range and power of your magic. The spoiled brat from the noble family. Aayul continued his explanation. He'd been grinding his cultivation, studying the structure of magic circles, mana flow, and the transformation of spell formulas. And thanks to all that training, he's become super sensitive to those kinds of changes in an opponent's aura. In this very fight, he was getting an even better read on the artifact's functions. His opponent, however, was still just fuming. He could not care less about Aayul's TED Talk and just wanted to see him wiped off the class ranking. Our protagonist deadpans. "So, I take it that's not a..." He was basically just deciding whether to finish this quest now or farm a little more EXP later. See, for the last few days, our protagonist had been deep in his own character development, studying a grimoire from some dude named Hyder. The biggest problem he was facing was, rapidly swapping between different elemental magic circles puts a crazy debuff on your body and your mana pool. And the main penalty is a gnarly cooldown timer. For mages who've had a breakthrough to the second circle and mastered resonance, that OP ability only lasts for a max of 3 minutes. After that, your circles are bricked for the next 12 hours, so my guy has to be big brain about this. The noble brat, hearing this, gets all smug, thinking Aayul is shook. He's like, it's only a 3-minute power-up. But our underdog knows that's more than enough time to absolutely wreck this guy. He slams his hands on the training ground, starting his incantation for some nasty earth magic. Huge fissures erupt across the ground, racing straight for the punk. He tries to juke to dodge the incoming attack, but bam, he gets tagged in the leg by a spike out of nowhere. He instantly clocks it as a third circle spell, and his brain just short-circuits. How is this Our boy Aayul is kind of vibing with the question, thinking, should I give him the full rundown on my cultivation journey? Nah. As the brat launches another desperate attack, Aayul just sighs. Yeah, I figured as much. Your spell casting is as weak as your trash talk, my guy. A fireball barrels towards him, and he just casually throws up another water shield to block it. But this time it's a whole different ball game. The result is night and day from the start of this boss fight, but the brat is too dense to even notice. He's still stuck in the past, thinking Aayul's defense is flimsy, convinced this attack is gonna melt him down to the bone. Bro, it did not take long for the cold, hard truth to slap him across the face. His once mighty fireball, his signature move, got completely stonewalled by that shield. It did 0 damage. Aayul's just like, dude, you should really learn the game's mechanic. The mana I'm using now is on a whole other level. From here on out, your basic spells ain't even gonna scratch my aura. With all his attacks getting completely nullified, the brat goes full-on rage mode. He is absolutely tilted. He gives up on spellcasting and starts charging in for some close-quarters combat. As he rushes our MC, he screams that he's finally figured it out. You're juicing. There's no way you got this strong without some kind of artifact or illegal potion. You're definitely using something to get that kind of power. Aayul just closes his eyes, completely unbothered, like he's meditating. Our MC opens his eyes and says, "It's over. And don't regret this because you 100% brought this on yourself." And the moment he unleashes his dark magic, as the noble kid gets swallowed by pure shadow, his mind is racing, trying to figure out what this new OP ability is. Aayul's voice echoes out, "Things might have ended differently if you hadn't come at me with actual intent to unalive. But you went for the PK, didn't you?" Trapped in total darkness, completely blind, the dude just starts freaking out and screaming. He's yelling that Aayul is a coward for hiding in the shadows. Bro, my guy wasn't hiding. He was charging up his ultimate. Aayul was weaving together earth and wind magic, a sick elemental combo. He summons chains that erupt and completely immobilize the raging noble's body. His legs are rooted to the floor, completely stuck. Yeah, it was way too late to be begging for mercy now. But Aayul promises he'll try to send him to the respawn screen as fast as possible. The idiot still refuses to believe it, still thinking he can break free from the chains and blaming our protagonist for his entire miserable existence. But Aayul just drops a truth bomb saying, "Nah, fam, I'm not the one to blame here. It's always easier for weak people to blame others for their own skill issues." Then he hits the brat with a final quest ion. "Hey, you know why people don't use illegal artifacts besides the fact that they mess up your body?" The moment Aayul reached for the artifact on this clown, the dude's body started convulsing, hit with a deep system-shocking wave of pain. He just casually channeled a little bit of his mana into the chip's frequency and was like, "So is that pain hitting different kinda unbearable maybe?" The agony was so off the charts that the boy's whole system crashed. He lost all composure and started full-on begging our protagonist to stop the pain debuff. See, a body and mind already pushed to their absolute limits can get totally wrecked by the slightest external interference. And at last, our protagonist got to thank this fool for his service. Thanks to the absolute clown moves he just pulled, Aayul was now set to receive some insane loot from this dude's noble family benefits he couldn't even begin to imagine. Who knows, maybe even a fat 40% of the rights to their entire magic stone mining operation. We're talking serious bank. "Time to log off," he said, thanking the idiot one last time for the generous gifts he'd basically just dropped. What a G. Then he placed his hand on the boy's chip again, but this time he wasn't holding back. He unleashed a massive wave of mana, causing a complete and total system shutdown. The epic showdown between them had finally reached its conclusion. The spoiled brat from the elite class just collapsed onto the ground, completely motionless. GG. Our protagonist just casually crouched down to pick up a phone, tapped in a few numbers and made a call like he was ordering takeout after a boss fight. He'd called the best dad in the galaxy, TM, who immediately picked up like, "Yo, son, why are you hitting my line so late? You finish your side quest or something." Aayul was like, "Cut the act, old man. I know you were spectating the whole thing. It's kinda sus that not a single student or cop showed up after all that combat magic was popping." The best dad in the world, Tem, immediately tried to play dumb, throwing out some serious NPC dialogue. He was all, "I'm sure the students were evacuated. You can't just assume I have OP abilities that can block the police." But Aayul wasn't buying it, shooting back, "Plenty of people can do that. But very few would stick around to watch the entire boss fight until the end. If my brothers had been here, they would have tried to PK me from behind, no cap. But thanks to that little non-intervention agreement you cooked up, they're still completely in the dark. Big brain moves only." The best dad in the world, TM, had to agree with that logic. While still on the phone, Aayul noticed someone approaching. A dude in boots was getting real close. The guy dropped to one knee before our protagonist and reported, "Mission complete. We've apprehended Seon." And right on cue, some mysterious hooded figures emerged from the shadows. As Aayul started walking away, his dad asked over the phone, "So if you knew I was watching, why didn't you ask for help?" "Because I wanted to show off my new third circle magic." Aayul said, flexing that main character confidence. His father was totally skeptical. No way you had that kind of breakthrough in such a short time. You're hiding your real stats, kid. And Aayul just shot back, bet, except that was a total lie. In reality, he'd just used the resonance effect from his second circle spells to make it look like a legendary power-up. So he fessed up, admitting his power level wasn't quite there yet, and said if his dad actually thought he could use third circle combat magic, he wouldn't have been able to stop his brothers from interfering. Plus, he revealed Yan was using sound-blocking magic and illusion magic the whole time to basically create the best dad on the planet was like not half bad, clearly impressed by the 200 IQ play. He told Aayul he was sending a car to scoop him up so he could go home and bank that XP. Their call ended with the quick, "See you soon," leaving things on a high note for our boy's character development. The old man stared at his phone, a subtle smirk spreading across his face, until he just burst out laughing, absolutely floored by the confidence glow. Looking over at the bodyguard, Aayul said, "Yo, Yun, it's been a minute since I've seen you on the field." And the man just reached up, placed his hand on the mask he was wearing, and in a dramatic reveal pulled it away to show his true identity. He's like, "Bet it's been a minute, gimme a sec." He slides over to the young master and straight up says, "Yo, those are not just surface-level debuffs, my guy. You're actually..." The guy was like, "Look, I just did a quick health potion patch-up. Your noble family's personal healer can handle the rest." Aayul, ever the polite underdog, just gave him a nod of thanks for the assist. As he dipped to his car, he told Aayul's bodyguard, "He's your problem now." His mask was already back on, flipping the switch back to full-on stealth mode. He guaranteed this whole epic showdown stays on the down low, no tea gets spilled. Meanwhile, inside one of the main buildings of this noble family, someone is absolutely seething. It's the eldest son, Jian, and my dude is fuming. His whole master plan just got wrecked, and he's having a total meltdown trying to figure out how it all went so wrong. A shadowy figure, just chilling on the sofa, asks, "Finally done with your little temper tantrum. I was about to start charging you by the hour, bro." John snaps back, "You're from the Black Tower, right?" The mysterious man just remarks that their target must have had some seriously bad RNG. He totally didn't expect some prodigy from the Blue Tower to crash their party and derail the entire quest. This just gets Jian even more tilted, because he was promised the Black Tower had. So he's like, "Then why are you still camping in my house? Get out." The hooded dude actually lets out a little laugh. "My bad, I just find failure hilarious." Then he gets serious, promising a full refund since the mission failed, and assuring Jian. He adds that since Jian is such a VIP client, he shouldn't sweat any leaks, because the instructor they captured, let's just say his character file, is getting permanently deleted before sunrise. But Jian's like, "Whatever, I don't care about." He's way more pressed about the spoiled brat who handed that artifact, the chip, to Aayul. What happened to him? The assassin just casually drops, "Oh, don't worry about him. He got perma-banned from the server of life. Suffered total brain death." Jian is shook, demanding a full debrief like right now. Apparently the kid went rogue and tried to PK Aayul all on his own, but the sketchy artifact he was using had some gnarly side effects. And now he's basically just a meat popsicle. Jian could not care less about that wannabe from some other noble family. He cuts straight to the point, "And my brother," the hooded man replies, "took a little scratch damage, but he already peaced out." But the way he says it so casual and unbothered, it totally sets Jian off. The hooded man insists, "Hey, I'm just reporting the facts, my guy." And that's when the reality hits Jian like a ton of bricks. His supposedly weak F-rank brother just won a boss fight against a dude who was jacked up on a powerful one-of-a-kind artifact. The dark mage just confirms it with a nod. "Yep, your underdog brother pulled off a major breakthrough." Although the mage adds, the playback is a little fuzzy. At first I wasn't sure what the kid's whole quest objective was when he cornered Aayul. But he does know that some mystery player named Yan showed up and threw down a high-level barrier, completely sealing off the training grounds. That's why the Dark Mage couldn't spectate the full epic showdown. John's mind starts racing. Did the shadows help his brother level up? He grills the Dark Mage. How long has he had a tail on him? But the man just confirms he only spotted Jan after he split from Aayul's party, and after that the intel trail went completely cold. And that's when the dread sets in. Jian knows exactly who Jan is, the leader of the family's shadow unit, the S-rank elite assassins, who answer directly to his father. Yin showing up is a massive red flag. Jian realizes he needs to switch to full-on stealth mode and cover his tracks before his dad finds out about his little side quest. He asks what the Dark Mage is going to do about the defective chip that Aayul now possesses, a potentially game-breaking artifact. And the Dark Mage is like, already handled. He explains the chip had a self-destruct incantation built in. By now, it's probably just a pile of mana dust. Seeing John's brain buffering from all the info, the Dark Mage asks mockingly, "Any other questions from the gallery before I dip?" John just shakes his head, totally defeated. "All right then," the mage says, "I gotta bounce. Got some living files to burn." And with a flair for the dramatic, he just yeets himself out the window. He bids a casual farewell, leaving Jian alone stewing in his own rage and paranoia. Jian's new main quest: avoid Jan at all costs and wipe any evidence of his scheme from the server logs. He's gotta hurry before this whole situation leads to an irreversible game over. And so after that absolutely fateful day, a few more days drift by. Our boy was still grinding deep in his cultivation arc with this mysterious grimoire. He was logging so many hours studying incantations that he had to keep taking stretch breaks just to stop his body from. He then gets some tea from the master of the Blue Tower, who tells him that the shady instructor, the one who was basically a criminal, got permanently logged off during his prisoner transfer. The news had our MC pausing for a sec. He called it, but he didn't think it would happen that fast. Since there was no other drama, it looked like Jan totally squashed the beef with the Bratz noble family. Talk about character development. And right as he's processing all that, my guy's phone starts buzzing. He gets an update. They've officially secured 43% of the mining rights, and his dad is actually super grateful for his help. Our underdog protagonist never thought he'd get a genuine thank you from the final boss of dads. Dude must have been for real grateful. Peeking out his window, he's just glad the side quests are all wrapped up. Now there's only one main quest left on his log. It's time to prep for the Magic Academy Olympiads dropping in just 53 days. This tournament is going to be his entire focus. He glances at his phone. No cap, I can't believe the best dad in the galaxy just data dumped the entire tournament guide on me all at once. But seeing all the details on the Olympiads, he's hyped. Everything's lining up perfectly, and this is where he's gonna pour all his stats now. But while he's distracted, a sick-looking magic circle flares to life on his body, a clear sign that the 12-hour debuff from his last power-up has finally expired. He clenches his fists, feeling that legendary power, all that raw mana surging back through his system. He's back online. New objective unlocked, reach the third circle. To do that, he's got to dive back into that OP grimoire and start some serious cultivation. He's ready. He flips right to the page for the second trial, and bam, the book's aura sucks him right back into its world. For a second, he's hit with a total flashbang. It's a little hard to get his bearings in this new zone. The whole space is a blinding white void, and our guy thinks he got isekai'd again, until he feels a powerful presence materializing right behind him. A woman congratulates him for clearing the first trial and making it to the second. She looks like a carbon copy of the first guide, introducing herself as Beta, the admin of this pocket dimension. He's thinking back on her words, wondering if the trials will be similar. The first quest was basically a high-level crafting mission where he had to refine that artifact crystal. Beta explains that the second trial is a pure skill check, designed to evaluate if the successor can freely manipulate mana within a magic circle. More instructions will drop as soon as the test begins, and the loot for passing He unlocks the grimoire's secrets from page 32 all the way to 81. Faced with that massive knowledge drop, he's genuinely mind-blown. He never dreamed he'd get access to almost 50 pages of pure, unfiltered S-rank knowledge. This is a huge level up. He even has a funny moment thinking, yo, maybe there's a chapter on how to become a loan shark in here. But for real, this just proves that achieving the third circle is a complete breakthrough on a whole. Beta announces the trial begins now, and then just glitches out of existence right in front of him. No countdown or nothing. Suddenly the master's voice, the creator of the grimoire, echoes through the void, ready to give his disciple the quest briefing for this epic showdown. The challenge magic circles will appear one by one, and our boy has to successfully activate every single one of them. This prodigy doesn't waste a single moment. He extends a hand, already recalling the incantation, ready to start the spell casting. He begins channeling his mana, pushing his aura to resonate with the complex patterns of the circle. Once his energy is completely harmonized with the spell, it'll activate on its own. He watches it light up and is kinda surprised by the power he just unleashed. But here's the catch. The time limit to activate each circle is only 3 seconds. This ain't no tutorial. If he went over that time limit, it was a total game over, forcing him to start the whole frustrating quest from scratch. Aayul's first thought was to just cheese it and memorize the pattern, but his master immediately shut that down, revealing the order of the magic circles was randomized every single time. Honestly, Aayul was kinda expecting a curveball like that. This breakthrough wasn't gonna be some easy level up. But hey, if the cultivation journey was easy, everyone would be S-rank, right? So our underdog locked in, fully determined to clear this trial. All the while, the clock on the outside world kept ticking away, business as usual. Our protagonist stared at the cover of the ancient grimoire, feeling completely mana-drained after that first attempt. We're talking 8 straight hours of grinding with 0 breaks. The only progress he made was harmonizing a measly 10 circles. But the good news, he was slowly starting to get the mechanics of the spell casting. Still, he desperately needed a walkthrough or some tips, so he decided to dive back into the grimoire's text. Until bingo, he found a super interesting note. Turns out this wasn't a standalone title. The author had written a whole series. If he had questions, this was his next quest objective. Those words left our protagonist shook. He knew he'd have to track down these other artifacts, but he had no idea what their names were, let alone what kind of legendary power they held. He decided he needed to touch some grass, so he planned to hit the city for a walk, figuring a change of scenery might help him debug his brain. And once again, in a twist of fate that's getting less and less coincidental, he runs into the same person right after leaving his dorm. Of course, it was Adela on her daily quest to secure her favorite banana milk. Some funny moments are just written in the stars. So there they were, the future power couple just vibing on a park bench. They both had to admit they'd been bumping into each other a lot lately, almost like it was a scripted event. Aayul, with 0 filter, pointed out that the girl looked like she just pulled an all-nighter grinding. Annoyed by the call-out, she was not about to let that slide. She clapped back, hitting him with the right back at ya. She then mentioned she'd been reading a super interesting article and asked our boy if he wanted a peek. The title was a real banger, The Viability of Spatial Transfer Magic. We're talking high-level elemental magic theory here. Our protagonist thought the title sounded a little clickbaity, but even though he agreed, Adela was totally geeking out, hyped to read the whole thing again. Once she cracked open the book, the boy started scanning the introduction. He was totally locked in while his classmate was just chugging banana milk like it was a mana potion. Seriously, the girl had a whole inventory of that stuff in her bag because of her, unique tastes. After he finished reading, he had to give props where they were due. He told her the theory crafting was actually solid. They both agreed, though, that the book just ended. No proper conclusion, leaving them on a total cliffhanger. But there was also some intel in there that set off alarm bells in Aayul's head. The article was a deep dive based on lost grimoires left behind by the legendary Real Bittner, which had been analyzed by the author. That name instantly sent our boy's anxiety through the roof. He needed more info ASAP. He already suspected a link, cause while the spell casting structure was different, much of the core content mirrored Bittner's basic theories on mana. So he immediately asked his classmate for the author's gamer tag, their actual name. She tells him the name is Goen Hun. The second he heard that, Aayul bolted back to his room and fired up his computer to do some serious digging. He quickly found out that this Goen Hun guy was a total ghost, a rogue magic researcher with no affiliation, unknown gender, and unknown age. This was the one and only article they had ever published. Aayul figured they probably got flamed online and just rage quit. Our protagonist started to feel his frustration meter max out, thinking maybe this was the paywall for a Magic Academy student who hadn't fully awakened his hidden talent yet. But then he remembered he wasn't some random F-rank scrub. He was well connected. With a new plan forming, he whipped out his phone, ready to call in a favor. Without skipping a beat, he hits up the master of the Blue Magic Tower. Back at the tower's HQ, the big boss himself picks up his communication artifact. Dude's absolutely running on fumes, pulling an all-nighter, grinding out some serious research. But Aayul drops a message that the young prodigy has something that could lead to a massive and let's be real, he knows our boy's track record is basically dropping legendary quests and nothing less. So Kim's brain goes into overdrive, expecting some S-rank mission, until our protagonist just asks, "Yo, can you help me find someone?" Talk about a plot twist. Meanwhile, back at this Magic Academy, the daily grind is in full swing. Our protagonist has already ported over to the training grounds, ready to level up his combat magic. His friend, the poor guy, drew the short straw and is playing the role of a living, breathing training dummy. It's about to be a tough and painful quest for him. Aayul starts spamming these elemental magic attacks, and his friend is getting absolutely overwhelmed by the spell-casting, screaming, "Bro, you're hacking. This is cheap." Aayul just deadpans. "Nah, it's just a first circle spell. This incantation should be a cakewalk for you, no cap." But his friend is absolutely fuming at that comment, like it's so unfair. He tries to juke and dodge a few attacks, only to realize his evasion stat is way too low when a Windbird spell clocks him right in the face. Oof, total funny moment right there. But yo, our protagonist is hyped. His friend actually managed to throw up a last-second block, showing some real potential for a breakthrough. That character development makes him genuinely stoked, but his friend is just like, "Dude, I literally saw my life flash before my eyes." And since the magic practice is over, he challenges our protagonist to throw down with some good old martial arts. Aayul's response, "Bet, let's run it." But then he throws some serious shade, questioning if his friend can even touch him in a fist fight. His buddy, though, is fired up and ready to prove him wrong. He's channeling his inner Kai manipulation, ready to land a hit on our protagonist's face, but gets completely blindsided when Aayul just snatches his shirt. Before he can even process what's happening, my guy gets a one-way ticket to Slamtown population him. A brutal instant PK. It was so savage that the other elite students in the training grounds actually stopped to stare, completely shook. Aayul just casually flexes his raw power. Our protagonist then looks down at his friend and asks what he thinks, cause for him, this kind of intense cultivation is way more interesting. See, in a brawl, you can't rely on OP variable magic. It's all down to the raw power of your second or third circle aura. His friend doesn't know whether to be insulted or impressed. He admits Aayul's skills are straight up broken, and his combat prowess is definitely S-rank material. Still, he's not letting it go, calling him a cheap, dirty fighter for that one-shot move. Aayul, while patching up his friend's back, just roasts him. "If you're gonna complain, maybe try biting your own back." Classic teen humor. As they're packing up to leave the training grounds, the friend asks what Aayul's next big quest is, since he knows the main goal is to win the tournament. Aayul is genuinely stunned, like, "How in the world did you get that intel? You've been reading my Grimoire or something." His friend puffs out his chest, all proud. Dude, you can't hide your glow-up from me. That's why I've been grinding so hard too. He lays out the stats. During the crystal mana barrier test, your average Magic Academy student can block like 27 hits. But our boy, this absolute prodigy with a hidden talent, blocked a whopping 74. Between the entrance exam and daily training, he's been acing every single stat check. If he's really trying to challenge the upperclassmen, this is the only way. But even with his current OP abilities, it's gonna be a true boss fight to win the whole tournament. And seeing the serious look on Aayul's face, his friend knows he's right. He drops the final bomb, the top seed this year. The final boss of this arc is a magic user who's already reached the legendary 5th. Aayul's brain just went supernova. Sun-chan was spitting facts the whole time. My guy can totally pull off third circle magic with resonance. But yo, to even get a ticket to the Olympiads, the ultimate magic tournament, he's gotta level up to the 4th circle. Quest objective: find Goan Jun. So our underdog hero Dip, he pulls up the location Kim sent him, staring at his phone like, bro, is this for real? The whole place looks kinda sus, not exactly the lair of a legendary power user. Just then, Kim slides in looking all apologetic. My bad for the wait, fam. Didn't think this side quest to find one dude would take a whole week of grinding. But I clutched it and found Sanjun's address. Aayul's jaw hits the floor when he sees it. It's that dusty old bookstore he used to visit all the time. He never in a million years dreamed that this S-rank prodigy of an author was right under his nose. Back in his F-rank days, when he had 0 mana books were his only method, his mind starts racing. Wait, could I have found the mysterious grimoire in this exact spot? He pushes open the creaky door and announces his arrival. Inside, an old man is tidying up. He immediately recognizes Aayul with a warm smile. Well, look who it is. It's been a minute, son. Everything good I heard through the grapevine. You had your awakening. You're actually spellcasting like the elite students now, huh? He also notes, and you're looking a lot healthier, kid. You've got that proper mana aura now. Aayul's like, it's all thanks to you, sir. But the old man just waves it off. Nah, I didn't. I just sold you some old books. But Aayul fires back. Those books were everything. They were the key to my first big breakthrough. My entire character development arc started right here. The old man is visibly flattered by the high praise. So what mission brings you to my humble shop today? Aayul decides to skip the dialogue options and get straight to the point. Is Sanjun your son? The question hangs in the air and the old man's friendly vibe instantly shifts. He gets serious. How do you know that name? Our protagonist explains, I read his article online and I have so many questions I need to ask him. Once I found out he was nearby, I just had to come. Sorry if I'm being nosy, but this is like main quest level important for me. I really need to meet him. The old man gets a faraway look, remembering the article, and sighs. All right, I'll help you meet him. Aayul is so pumped, he gives a full 90-degree bow. But the old man stops him, his voice dropping low. But I'm warning you, even if you do meet, there's no guarantee you'll get any answers. Aayul is instantly confused. What do you mean by that? The friendly NPC vibe is officially gone. The old man then opens a hidden door and motions for him to follow. Sanjun is in here. They walk down a quiet hall, the tension thicker than a high-level defensive spell. They stop at another door, and the old man just nods. Go on in. This is Sanjun's room. Aayul's heart is pounding, totally geeked to meet this legend. He takes a breath, pushes the door open, and his brain just blue screens. The shock was not what he sees isn't some OP mage chilling in a study. It's a man completely bedridden, hooked up to life support with IVs snaking into his arm. You can tell he's been stuck in this state for a long, long time. Sunken eyes, super long hair. Basically, he's been AFK from life itself with no sign of ever logging back on. The man lying before him was the bookseller's son, Sanjun. The two sit in a heavy silence by the bed as our hero processes this insane plot twist. Finally, he works up the courage to ask, what happened to him? The bookseller's, his voice is filled with sorrow. My son broke a great taboo in the world of magic. This is the price. Aayul immediately leans in. What was it? The old man drops the bombshell. He tried to circulate mana inside his own brain. And boom, Aayul's whole world glitches out because that's not just some forbidden incantation he's heard about. That is literally the exact same thing. That was his first major level up. The first step that put him on the path with his mysterious grimoire. But seeing the guy who failed the same quest right in front, he has to know. Why would he even try something so dangerous? The old man's gaze on his son is filled with an immense heartbreaking understanding. The old man drops a bomb saying it was a necessary risk. And finally a dad in this story. He explains his son was on a massive quest to establish a flawless thesis. But my guy hit a major roadblock, and his last resort was a super risky technique, trying to circulate mana directly in his brain. Bro was trying a forbidden cultivation method for real. The dad is just filled with regret, admitting he should have stopped that dangerous spell casting no matter the cost. 'Cause now his son, a potential prodigy, is just Our protagonist's mind is racing, wondering just how close this dude got to a legendary breakthrough with his techniques, but the bookseller just apologizes, saying he can no longer. But then he hits Aayul with this, "My son would have been hyped to meet you." Talk about some heavy character development feels. Our boy Aayul immediately feels bad, apologizing for making him relive all that trauma, like he accidentally triggered a painful cutscene the old man didn't need to see again. But the old man just puts a hand on his shoulder, all like, "Nah, it's cool," because he can see that this young dude, our underdog, isn't just grinding hard. He has a legit deep appreciation for these ancient grimoires. No cap, this is the most wholesome father figure we've seen. Forget the OP abilities for a sec. This is the real MVP. He remembers watching our protagonist meticulously review each of the works, and it was giving major flashbacks to his own son's passion, which honestly made him smile. As they keep chopping it up, the twilight starts painting the sky with some seriously aesthetic colors. Before Aayul dips out, he shoots his shot. Can he get access to the grimoires the son used for his research? I mean, they're just gonna collect dust and lose their mana on the shelf, right? The old man is like, bet. He agrees it's way better for those books to find someone who's actually interested. Honestly, I'm already rooting for this family to get their happy ending. But first, the dad has 2 side quests for our protagonist. Quest 1, if he ever writes about that subject, he's gotta give his son a shout-out, cite him as a source. Aayul's like, 100% I got you. Quest accepted. And now for the second request, and this one's a biggie. He makes Aayul promise under no circumstances should this promising young man try that same crazy incantation of circulating mana in his own brain. Our poor protagonist is like, yeah, hard pass on that. With the promises made and quests accepted, he leads the boy to the jackpot, his son's private library of research books. He basically tells him to go wild loot any artifact or tome he needs. It doesn't take long for one specific volume to catch our protagonist's eye. And get this, the book knew it was its time to shine, 'cause it literally yeets itself off the bookshelf and lands on the floor right in front of him. Aayul does a quick scan of the cover and realizes it's giving Major Hedred's book vibes. The second he picks it up, he whips around with a question for the bookseller, and the old man recognizes it instantly. That was his son's go-to grimoire, his main hand artifact. He tells the boy to read it, since the answer to his curiosity is definitely locked away in those pages. The moment Aayul flips it open, bam! He immediately recognizes the chaotic F-rank handwriting. No doubt about it, this belonged to his master. He asks the bookseller if he can borrow this. The old man is super chill, basically saying, "Dude, take it, and grab any other book you think you'll need for your cultivation journey." Aayul is overflowing with gratitude for the massive buff to his research. He seizes the moment to ask if there are other books written with the same weird incantation stuff, but the old man draws a blank. So Aayul tries a different angle, asking if there are any books with a similar cover. But again, no dice. Aayul's mind starts spinning, trying to figure out the lore behind how the sun even got this rare artifact. He dips his head, thanking the bookseller for the massive assist. Now he's got a brand new main quest: unravel the mystery of how Hedrick's personal grimoire ended up in his possession. Our boy finally makes it back to his Magic Academy dorm, but even after grinding through all the books Sanjun used in his research, after all that grinding through the library, he only found one grimoire that had the same vibe as the artifact he already owned. The RNG wasn't exactly legendary, but hey, a small loot drop. But the second he placed the two books together, they went full-on anime power-up mode, starting a crazy synergistic reaction. Our boy was totally shook, trying to process what was happening as the grimoire started glowing like a legendary item, and then get this, literal roses started blooming out of the pages. Then his master's voice echoes out of nowhere like a quest giver in a cutscene, explaining he left the book for his successor. Before our protagonist could even... The grimoire's name was Mimiri, and it looked like our dude just got a brand new main quest. The mission: enjoy the blessings of knowledge. Basically, grind his INT stat to the max. And just like that, he gets isekai'd into another dimension. He spawns into a strange new room flat on the floor. Pushing himself up, he's just like, where's the new map? Suddenly, he feels a presence right behind him, like someone failed a stealth check, and a gentle touch lands on his shoulder. He whips around, ready for a boss fight, to see who's there. It was a young woman, and she straight up says, "Welcome to the Grimoire of Mimiri." He's just staring at this mysterious new NPC, completely bewildered. Our protagonist hits her with the classic, who are you? And she just flashes a smile, telling him her name is Mimi. She explains she's the system administrator of this whole pocket dimension, a place called the Will of Mimir, and she's super hyped to finally meet the successor. He's looking around this new zone, trying to figure out what the Will of Mimir even is, and the girl just casually replies that it's the name of the library. Turns out, the legendary Bittner himself built this whole private training ground to help his successors level up. So yeah, the entire library is basically a VIP lounge exclusive to the chosen ones. No F-rank scrubs allowed. Our protagonist is like, bruh, this place is way too small to be a library. Mimi hits him with a reality check, explaining that the zone's scale. She basically scans his stats and says, judging by its current size, you haven't cleared the second trial yet, have you? Which our protagonist sheepish. Then, in a moment of pure teen humor, Mimi gets a little awkward and asks if they can, drop the formalities and just chill. Our MC is a bit taken aback by the question, but she points out that they're going to be seeing a lot of each other from now on. So it'd be way better if we just vibe, right? He agrees, and you can just see the relief on her face. She's super grateful. She starts gassing him up, saying he must be a real prodigy since he's already reached the second circle of mana cultivation and found her so fast. But our boy, in true underdog fashion, has no idea how that could be considered a hidden talent. Mimi just gives him a knowing little smirk. She then drops a bombshell: he's on the fast track to a major breakthrough capable of grinding his cultivation all the way to the 5th circle without any major setbacks. That info leaves our protagonist absolutely stunned, his brain literally lagging. While he's rebooting, Mimi starts casually spellcasting, levitating into the air to snag a book from a high shelf. The book zips right into her hands with a flick of her wrist. She floats back down and hands the grimoire over to the boy. She tells him to read it, promising he'll understand everything soon. He cracks it open and sees it's all about resonance theory. But we're talking way more detail. This place is like the expansion pack holding all the S-rank info that was too OP to fit in the original codex. The boy asks the logical question, so why isn't all this info in a single book? And Mimi is like, excellent question. She explains that the trial quests and the successor verification system were causing a massive data overload, in the original artifact, so it could only hold the fundamental info. This basically created the need for supplementary material like DLC for his legendary power. Aayul connects the dots, asking if his master was the one who gathered all this detailed intel into the book. And yup, that's exactly what happened. This place was basically a god-tier library, a pocket dimension full of ancient grimoires and forbidden knowledge. Aayul instantly knew this wasn't just some dusty archive, and Mimir just dropped a casual, "You nailed it, prodigy." She then hit him with the pop quiz. "So you figured out the breakthrough to the fifth circle yet?" He shot back with total confidence. "Absolutely. With this grimoire you dropped, that second test is gonna be a cakewalk, bro." The second he opened those pages, it was a full-on isekai experience. His consciousness got sucked into a dimension of pure While grinding through this mental quest, his progress bar was shooting for the moon. He hit a massive 79 circles synchronized. On his very first run, let's put that in perspective. It used to take him a grueling 8 hours just to sync 10 circles. But after finding this legendary grimoire, his spell-casting efficiency went through the roof. This wasn't some cheap cheat code. This was pure, focused grinding, and he was feeling it. He was absolutely sure he was about to hit a breakthrough and sync 100 circle. It was so close he could taste it, maybe even happening later that day, or by sunrise. Finding Mimir's book was an S-rank blessing, a legendary artifact. And speaking of boss fights, the timing couldn't be better with the big magic tournament, the Olympics, right around the corner. We cut to our boy back at his noble family's main estate. A servant is leading him to his father's office, and Aayul's mind is racing. What's this side quest about? Is this a reward for absolutely dunking on that? I mean, let's be real, that little PK incident brought some major clout and benefits to his family's name. Dude had a whole cultivation session, planned a solid block of grinding time. This pop-up meeting was kinda messing with his training schedule, but family quests take priority, I guess. He finally steps into the office and, Dad of the Year over here, doesn't waste any time. "Sit, let's get straight to business." Unlike last time, his father started by downplaying his achievement. "Your contribution wasn't a total carry this time, son. It was barely half the result, so your share of the mining rights is only 26%. But he had to admit, you still brought some massive profits to the family. So you've earned a proper reward. What do you want? Name your price." Aayul didn't even blink. He knew exactly what he wanted. "There is one thing. I want the ancient artifact, the one you've got locked in the deepest." His dad just scoffs. "You actually believe those fantasy stories about legendary power, son? They're just dusty antiques." But Aayul stood his ground. "I don't see it that way. I couldn't care less about its market value. I believe that even myths have a kernel of truth." His dad literally face-palmed, probably thinking his son was way too deep into the lore and needed to touch some grass in the training ground. But with a heavy sigh, he relented. "Fine, it's your choice. I'll respect it. Just know you only get to pick one item." That was all our protagonist needed to hear. He was totally hyped. The old man pressed, "All right then, which dusty old relic is it?" Aayul had a very specific S-rank artifact in mind. There was a certain cape perfectly preserved and stored away. It was the legendary Biner's actual cape stashed in their vault. So our prodigy and his dad made their way to the family's treasure room where all the ancient artifacts were. The old man muttered, "I hope you don't regret this," while Aayul was practically vibrating with excitement to get his hands on this thing. His dad was still stuck on his son. He just saw his son as this naive kid, not the OP prodigy he was becoming. He needs to focus more on his combat magic training, his dad thought, not chasing legends. Meanwhile, the limo was speeding Aayul back. But here's the wild part. Most of the relics his noble family owned were 100% authentic. Aayul's mind was racing. Could this really be my master's cape? Getting mining rights was nothing F-rank loot compared to an artifact with potential legendary power. If it was and all that was left was to authenticate it. The second he popped open the high-tech container, the air itself seemed to shift. Aayul's jaw was on the floor. bro was staring at fibers woven from pure, unadulterated mana. See, mana fibers are like endgame crafting material. You gotta use some serious spell casting to turn raw mana stones into this S-rank fabric. There are less than 30 master craftsmen on the entire planet who can even work with this stuff, and my guy's holding an entire cloak made of it. That's a legendary. Aayul started bugging out like, how is this ancient tech so much more OP than anything modern? This old school gear has better stats. He'd never seen an artifact this lit. Our boy was straight up geeking out in his room, totally losing his mind over this insane loot drop. So he starts inspecting his new relic, turning it over and over. And what does he find? A signature written in the worst chicken scratch he's ever seen. Yep, it's gotta be his master's. Only that legendary prodigy had handwriting that bad. He lays the cloak out ready to decode its secrets. And right away, he spots something weird. The structure is completely inverted. The inside and outside are flipped, which is probably why the material is such a nightmare to craft with. Normally, with these kinds of artifacts, you build the layers with totally different functions, right? The inside is for maxing out your mana flow like a personal power grid. The outside is all about that sweet, sweet damage reduction and blocking enemies. But this cloak, it's completely backward. Aayul knows his master wasn't some F-rank noob. A prodigy like him would never make such a huge mistake. So big brain moment, he thinks, aha, it's meant to be worn inside out. He immediately throws the relic on backward. He was probably picturing some epic power-up sequence, but nah. He flips it and absolutely nothing changes. The stats, the feel, nada. Aayul finally gets it. This wasn't a bug, it was a feature. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out the quest objective for this thing. Suddenly it all clicked. No wonder his dad just left this confusing artifact to collect dust in the warehouse. Still, there was one person who might have the walkthrough. Our boy makes a beeline for Mimir's library, the ultimate source of all lore. He rolls up with a whole list of questions, and Mimir is low-key surprised to see the new kid on the block already starting major quests. Her eyes immediately lock onto the cloak. She recognizes the legendary artifact instantly, and her internal monologue is just screaming. She's thinking, this kid's RNG is absolutely busted. But Aayul is just standing there like, yo, can you tell me the stats on this thing? As Mimir takes the cloak, running her hands over the mana-infused fabric, Aayul hits her with the big question. And suddenly you can see the light bulb go off over. She looks him up and down and goes, you're still on the second magic circle, right? Aayul is shook. She can just see his power level. He nervously nods, and she's like, that explains it. You haven't had your big breakthrough yet. But still, Aayul is persistent. He needs to know how to equip this thing properly, but in response, Mimir just gives him a sympathetic look and apologizes. She basically tells him, sorry, your level is too low to access this information. Our protagonist is stunned as she hands the mysterious cloak back. She starts muttering that kind of combat magic. It has a really special enchantment. Then immediately stops herself, realizing she's dropping major spoilers. Aayul's like, what enchantment, spill it? But she clams up, saying she can't even speak the incantation's name, and tells him to just forget about it. But she totally ignores her own advice. Leaning in, she whispers that the cloak is infused with an enchantment called true magic. Aayul is hanging on every word, his eyes wide. She explains this power is on a completely different level from the normal elemental magic he's been grinding. That's why it gets the legendary name True Magic. Aayul's world shatters for a sec. Wait, so all the spell casting I've been doing, was it all fake? Mimir hits him with a, that's not an entirely wrong way to look at it. But she cuts him off, saying she can't drop any more lore until he gets a serious level up in his cultivation. Aayul instantly clocked that there had to be some kind of restriction, like a level lock on this thing, and yep, his intuition was spot on. Turns out that cloak was a legit artifact, a piece of high-tier loot specifically designed to support true magic. He got the vibe that he wouldn't be getting any more spoilers on this artifact, and Mimir was low-key relieved that our boy understood the assignment quickly. He just wanted to know the level requirement, what rank he needed to hit, to learn more about the cloak's OP abilities. The girl straight up told him he had to reach the 5th circle. And boom! A spark of pure hype ignites our protagonist's soul when she explains that the Bittner magic style, the truly legendary power, only starts at back to the training grounds. Our protagonist was once again grinding to pass the second test. This time he's in the zone, already blazing past the 98 circle mark, and finally he completes the quest that was laid out for him. Knowing he just scored a massive W, he started soaking in the sweet, sweet taste of his own triumph. What a breakthrough! His master's voice chimes in, congratulating him on the level up. He gives him props, admitting that overcoming that second challenge was a legit boss fight for his man. But the grind never stops. Now he was going to teach him how to construct the 3rd circle, the next stage of his cultivation, using the Bittner technique. We're talking the Circle of Infinity and the Interference technique. With that questline now open, things were getting serious. He slapped his grimoire shut, having finally cleared that second challenge. Our protagonist was looking like a kid who just unboxed a legendary skin, absolutely buzzing. My guy still doesn't even know the full stats on the cloak, and he's already rocking it inside his room. Honestly, I can't even judge him. Total main character energy. 100% I would do the exact same thing. It's time for him to start building that interference circle. Let's be real, if it weren't for the cloak's insane it would have taken him an eternity to complete that challenge. Just the night before, he'd been in a bind. He had hit up Mimir for more guidance for a walkthrough, but she reminded him that the full potential, the bank of legendary power, is locked until he hits the 5th magic circle. And apparently our boy just needs to be patient until his next major level up. So he decided he would just stash the artifact in his inventory until he could take full advantage of it. But Mimir immediately went full-on raid leader on him like, bro, are you serious? You don't just shelve an S-rank artifact like it's some common drop. And our protagonist shot back with some serious teen humor, basically saying, but I don't even know how to use it. There's no tutorial. So she yoinks the cloak from his hands and starts dropping the lore. This artifact prevents mana from leaking out, keeping it super compressed inside his body. This process pushes the user into a state of mana saturation. The moment he heard that, he was all ears. This sounded like a seriously OP passive buff. With saturated mana, the circles for spell casting can form way faster than normal, which skyrockets the flow of mana to his brain. This allows him to recover from The same buff applies to the physical fatigue he builds up while grinding martial arts. He put 2 and 2 together, thinking this item means he'll need way less sleep. Oh, you sweet summer child. He would need to sleep much less, but the girl could see he hadn't fully grasped the reality of this OP ability. Because with that cloak, he would never need to sleep again. No cap. That effect was so game-breaking that our boy was in total disbelief, staring at this absolute blessing and she's like, just wear it for 5 hours a day to stay in peak physical condition, adding that this was just a tiny side effect of the cloak. That wasn't even its true legendary power. After getting a preview of what this artifact was capable of, he was all in. Aayul was now more eager than ever to grind his way to the 5th magic circle. She then reminded him that this power only works for the chosen successor. For anyone else, it's straight up poisonous. Message received. Now Aayul was beyond hyped for the upcoming trials and tribulations, because this cloak was a certified cheat code that would make things way easier. 2 days had passed since that info dump, and he kept on grinding deep in meditation with his new S-tier gear. Our boy's character development was speeding up like he was on a serious XP grind. He could feel that breakthrough into interference magic just around. So what does he do? He dives headfirst into some ancient grimoires, grinding out the theory. Apparently, reaching the third circle of magic lets you straight up mess with another person, but the catch is you have to be perfectly in sync with their mana. The instruction manual was kind of vague, like, just feel the vibes, bro. And the whole idea of hijacking someone else's spell casting, that's some next level OP ability right there, and low-key, it sounded epic. He never saw it coming. He thought the second entrance exam trial was just another quest, not a tutorial level for learning this legendary power. To level up to the third circle, he had to get on the same wavelength as the ambient mana, resonate with it, vibe with it, become one with the flow. If he could pull that off, the third circle would materialize. My dude was pumped, filled with a new resolve, thinking, bet, this is the run, this is the breakthrough. The mission was to sync the external mana floating around with the mana core already poppin' inside his own body. A delicate balance. It was like he was architecting a whole new internal mana circuit. He started the incantation and the mana began to vibe with him, slowly gathering around. The surrounding mana started getting absorbed, and get this, our MC could literally hear it whisper, like, yo, this is fun, let's play. The whole vibe was so warm and welcoming, the mana was like, nah, I'm good here, and decided to stick around. This feeling was a total game changer. Our protagonist knew no cap he was halfway to achieving his goal. All he had to do now was keep the connection stable. As the mana did its thing, the particles started linking up, forming a perfect circle. This was the critical moment. He had to go full-on focus mode, cause one slip-up and the mana wouldn't properly fuse with his system, breaking the whole spell casting. He had to finesse the power output with surgical precision, throttling it down just right so the circle could stabilize. And he had to do it on the down low so the playful mana didn't get... After an all-night cultivation session, the sun started to rise. Even with his artifact, that special cloak giving him a buff, my guy was absolutely drained, his mana reserves on empty. But the grind paid off big time. He had officially unlocked the first circle of deliberation, the second circle of resonance, and now, clenching his fists, he was ready for the big reveal. The moment he'd been working for. The third circle of infinity interference. Our underdog protagonist was absolutely beaming. He couldn't hide the massive W he just scored. Now the next quest is to get even stronger ASAP. The new goal, grinding all the way up to the legendary 5th magic circle. Chilling in the forest near the Magic Academy, he caught a breather under a tree, mentally prepping for the next big test, a full-on tournament arc set in the nearby mountains. This next exam is a 32-hour survival game, and every student gets a special artifact to start with, Battle Royale style. The main objective is simple: survive. Stay in the game as long as possible while the combat zone shrinks over time. Classic. He just racked up some class ranking points, so it's time to get back in the action. Students gotta fend off monsters and other players, trying to PK them all while farm. Suddenly a bird that was vibing on his lap just yeeted itself into the air, sensing danger. And right on cue, another student pops out of nowhere, launching a surprise attack on our MC. But our boy's reflexes are cracked. He managed to react instantly and effortlessly dodged that weak sauce attack. He landed like a pro, cool as a cucumber, sizing up the rando who tried to gank him. The attacker, probably some elite student, taunts him like, "Nice dodge, but you just walked right into my trap, genius." Our MC is like, bet, deciding it's time for a little martial arts test drive. But the NPC summons a combat magic barrier, all confident. The dude scoffs, saying there's no way he can break it with just his fists. But our protagonist is thinking, perfect, a chance to test out a new skill. But my guy just activated his new interference OP ability, and bam, that magical shield started to spiderweb completely. This left that poor extra looking genuinely terrified. Without that protective bubble separating him from the protagonist's aura, there was no chance he was getting out of this with his dignity intact, cause our boy was using elemental magic to summon earth spikes right under him. The rando was whining about how it had to be him, while our protag was thinking, dude, You shouldn't feel proud that scrubs like you are trying to PK me. Besides, a real pro doesn't need to shout their incantation for every single attack. So cringe. Anyway, this interference power is actually broken. He effortlessly nerfed a second circle spell, making it so weak he could shatter it with a basic first circle spell casting. And with that brief, epic showdown, the extra was officially eliminated from the entrance exam. Homie got way too careless. That L was totally predictable. For winning the duel, our protagonist snagged another 10 points for the class ranking. He was feeling pretty hyped about his start to the test. While trekking through the forest, he realized he's totally getting the hang of his hidden talent, the interference, and soon he'll be able to level it up to work against third circle spells. But while lost in his cultivation thoughts, his gamer senses started tingling. A slight movement put him on high alert. This time, our protagonist wasn't going to wait to get ambushed. He yeeted a massive fireball of pure combat magic towards the sound, and what he saw was kinda wild. He was completely surrounded by a pack of dangerous wolves. Looks like the sound from his last fight attracted a whole mob of creatures. If he was just some ordinary F-rank student, he'd be complaining about these back-to-back fights. But since our boy's quest is to absolutely dominate this tournament, he welcomed this amazing opportunity to grind EXP. One of the wolves sensed this was going to be a tough boss fight and started to howl. That was the signal for the whole pack to charge, and our protagonist is just standing there grinning, ready to wipe them all out. Meanwhile, back at the command center, the supervisors are watching everything on their monitors. A few names from the Magic Academy are already catching the professor's eyes. You got our protagonist, Adela, and a few other side characters, whose names I'm not even gonna bother remembering. They're all popping off. If they keep up this pace, they'll break into the top 10 easy. But one of the professors mentions that's a seriously difficult achievement. But the professor with the glasses is like, facts. And nobody dares to argue with her when she talks about Sinul. She says, commonly known as our protagonist, he is an absolute prodigy, and then throws a look at instructor Chango, basically asking if he has any doubts. Chango, watching our guy's flawless performance in the forest, just nods in agreement. The man's got no choice but to admit it. The other professors are hyped too, talking about how he's been in first place in every single training session on the training grounds. On top of that, he's already miles ahead of every other student taking this test. It's not even a competition. The dude's battle IQ is insane. He even understands the wolves' behavior, waiting for the whole pack to gather before attacking to maximize his point gain. The professors started dreaming big, wondering if he could actually win the All-Academy tournament. Meanwhile, after all that non-stop grinding, our protag's mana was running low. He still managed to farm another 60 points before he felt the ground beneath his feet start to shake violently. At first, he thought it was an earthquake, but then he realized the ground itself was literally moving. It finally clicked what was happening here. Erupting from the earth was a massive body as huge as an elephant. And this creature had freaking emeralds studded all over its back. It was an emerald turtle. No way who'd expect such a rare field boss to spawn in this area. After a clutch dodge roll, our protagonist finally squares up with the beast. Bro, this is his first time ever aggroing this type of mob in person. And you know what that means? It's time to pop all his cooldowns and show off the results of his non-stop grinding. Meanwhile, back in this main building of the Magic Academy, the professors are literally spectating the match, popcorn out and everything. They already got the memo. The year's top prodigy, the main character of their class ranking, just ran into the Emerald Turtle boss. See, part of this whole entrance exam quest is for the students to learn when to dip and when to team up. And this turtle, it's a rare spawn, a legit. So no matter how much of a prodigy he is, they're betting our boy can't solo this thing. The turtle is a straight-up tank with insane defense stats. It's basically the hard counter for any spellcasting class in this world. And my dude is fully committed to turning our protagonist into a lunchtime snack. It launches a whole-ass destructive haymaker at him, but our boy, he just sidesteps it with zero effort. Easy peasy. He's thinking, if I PK this thing, I'm guaranteed to top the class ranking, right? But his train of thought gets derailed cause plot twist, this tank has a high agility stat too. Stuck in midair, he's gotta pop a defensive barrier like right now to shield himself from the incoming damage. And in a total 500 IQ play, he uses that mana shield as a freaking platform, double jumping off it to dodge the turtle's tail swipe. Talk about a hidden talent for combat, man. The professors are hyped like, did you see that using a shield as a platform is an S-rank move? But they know it's not going to be enough to act. So our boy doesn't waste a second unleashing some serious elemental magic and blasting it with a face full of fire. As the flames rage, he can't see the damage numbers. He's waiting, praying this did something, only to realize all he managed to do was activate the turtle's rage mode. Whoops. Even he wasn't expecting that outcome, and for the first time he starts getting that I'm in danger feeling. This is a certified funny moment, but not for him. As he's booking it, it hits him this is a legit formidable challenge. He's pretty sure not even a fifth circle mage could solo this raid boss. And since it's basically a walking battery storing massive amounts of mana in its shell, this turtle is stupidly fast. But that's when our prodigy's big brain kicks in and he spots something wild. No cap. There's a human inside of it. New quest objective unlocked. This changes the whole strat. First move, he starts channeling key manipulation into his legs, basically casting a self-buff for a massive speed boost, letting him weave through attacks with insane agility. He's basically kiting the boss now, forcing it to change direction. And yeah, he's also noticing this turtle wrecks the training grounds environment with, if even one of those attacks connects, it's game over for his entrance exam. But he can't just keep running forever. His stamina bar isn't infinite. Nah, if he wants that S rank, he's gotta fight. So once again, he throws up a mana barrier bracing to tank the hit. And he feels it again, the raw, legendary power behind this monster is absolutely nuts. His shield is already cracking. He can't block for long. So he starts using resonance. It's turned into a straight-up beam struggle, a test of pure aura and mana output. But he's rooted to the spot until his legs recover from that last speed buff. This is it. The opening our boy was waiting for. Time to switch it up and combo into some elemental magic, this time with wind. The wind spell lets him close the distance on the poor creature. And suddenly a memory flashes. He read about this thing in an ancient grimoire when he was a kid. Its own OP abilities are its downfall. The attacks overload its joints, giving it a temporary mobility debuff. That's his window. This is the breakthrough he needs. Knowing he has to go for the kill, he starts an incantation for a massive ice spear to finish this boss fight. And seeing this underdog's sheer audacity, the spectating professors are shook. This so-called arrogant prodigy didn't run. He's going for the epic showdown. As he launches the spear, striking the turtle, he finally whips out the interference skill he'd been grinding, and this combat magic hits so hard, the turtle starts spewing blood. Yo, that attack was absolutely devastating. And with one epic finishing move, that turtle gets sent straight to the Shadow Realm. GG. Our prodigy can't even believe he actually clutched up the win, bagging a fat 1,000 points for it. No cap, that's a massive score for an underdog pushing his class ranking up. But the entrance exam grind doesn't stop. Meanwhile, back at our hero's family estate, someone else is spectating the whole show. It's Aeon's side of the stream. The patriarch of this noble family just witnessed that whole epic showdown and is absolutely beaming with pride for his youngest son's character development. I mean, yeah, the turtle was weak to his elemental magic, but how in the world did his kid pull off that level of spellcasting with only 3 magic circles? The math ain't mathin'. Even Aeon is totally stumped. They watch as our boy loots the boss mob, grabbing some turtle meat since he's got to survive a few more days on these training grounds. But the dad of the year just smirks, basically saying he didn't raise his son to be some F-rank scrub, and they watch him dip with a huge chunk of turtle meat. This whole thing makes Aeon super curious, so he's got a question for the family head. He wants to know how the kid got so bold, especially since he knows Jan and Violet are toxic players who are always looking to gank him. The old man spills the tea, explaining it's all part of the master plan. Back when my boy's magic was still nerfed before his awakening, he got booted from the succession race. So yeah, his status in the family was rock bottom, a total joke. But now, the whole game has changed. He's not even sure how it happened, but his son unlocked some serious hidden talent. And his progress ain't just remarkable. It's a straight-up, undeniable S-rank glow-up. The kid even asked for a protection buff for the months leading up to the big tournament, so he could keep grinding and level up his cultivation without any issues and maybe pull off something legendary. Hearing all this, Aeon is just flabbergasted. The boy is on a quest to get worldwide recognition, trying to boost his influence within the family. And after those 2 months of protection, he's confident he'll be so OP that the aggro from his older siblings won't even be a debuff anymore. He's truly had a breakthrough. Night finally falls on the forest, but our protagonist is ready to whip up an abundant turtle feast. Now, one of the rules of this test is that there's a ceasefire on all confrontations between 11 at night and 1 in the morning. He gets that it's for the safety of the low-level students, but it's a major obstacle to grinding his combat magic skills. Some Magic Academy rules are way too strict. This one needs a patch like yesterday. At least they were allowed to bring in some magical artifacts. So our guy can just use his cloak to recover from his fatigue. Now he can finally enjoy his victory meal in peace. Once he's done, he feels his mana and stamina bars totally top. But right after, he hears some rustling in the bushes behind him. Turns out it's his friend Sun Chan and his rival Adela. They just plop down by his campfire, and our guy immediately hits them with the "Ayo, why are you two teamed up kinda sus?" They're quick to deny it, saying they were actually in the middle of a duel, but the no PK timer went off. Sun Chan even throws himself under the bus like, "Bro, she was totally wiping the floor with me." So after their fight got paused, our protagonist pieces it together. They just followed the godly smell of the barbecue he was cooking. His friend confirms it, saying the smell was too good to ignore, and asks. Our protagonist is protective of his loot, stressing that it's his, but these two hit him with the puppy dog eyes, begging him to be generous. Man, what can you do in that situation? He had way more than enough food for one person. It was way better to share the spoils with them than to let perfectly good food go to waste. While they enjoyed the turtle meat, they were thanking him up and down for the gesture. And no joke, both of them were eating like it was the last meal they'd ever have a certified funny moment. Our boy was absolutely vibing, getting hyped up over some grub he cooked with a little elemental magic. Adela slides in asking, "Yo, is that bear meat? You know, from that high-level mob that spawns in this forest and is supposedly S-tier delicious." But our protagonist just hits her with a cool, "Nope." Adela, using her big brain, knew that only 2 monsters in this whole training ground are even edible. The other one's the emerald turtle. The rest are just walking poison debuffs. So Adela is shook, realizing he might have actually soloed an emerald turtle, one of the toughest field bosses in the exam. And you bet that's exactly what this prodigy did. He just casually points, saying he took down the creature west of their position. His friend is also mind-blown, since he's only ever seen that creature in the Academy's Grimoire, and he's desperate to know the strategy our MC used to beat the boss. But nah, my dude completely zoned out of the explanation, 100% focused on grinding that delicious turtle steak. A truly funny moment. Adela was still reeling from the shock. She'd never even heard of a mage below A rank, let alone a student taking down that kind of monster. And right after she says that, our protagonist decides it's time for a little flex, starting an incantation and summoning a massive fire tornado right where they were standing. Adela's jaw hits the floor. She realizes he's already mastered 3rd circle spellcasting, and then poof, The flames just vanish before her eyes, but her brain short-circuits even more. That was transformation magic, a legendary power straight out of the sixth circle. That's legit S-rank spellcasting, which should be impossible for an academy student. But our MC is just standing there unbothered, though now he's a little embarrassed by the god team. They both swear to keep his OP abilities a secret, a real party pact. But they had to know how he beat the turtle. Aayul says he just pierced its shell, which made zero sense to them since that thing's defense is famously maxed out. But since the whole entrance exam is being recorded by the Magic Academy, the guy could just check the VOD once they get out of this quest zone. Even our protagonist was hyped to watch the replay of his own epic showdown, saying he'd be the first one in line to see it. That comment made his new friends pause for a sec. But Aayul just confirms their duel, promising they'd have a fair fight at dawn. His friends basically admit they're gonna get smoked, and Adela wishes him good luck, teasing that she's also got a hidden talent she's waiting to show off. The second day of this brutal tournament is going hard, and the playable area is shrinking fast, battle royale style. The proctors watching the feed know only 4 elite students are left, and are betting on who's gonna be the last one standing. Just then a blast of combat magic comes screaming toward He glances back at where the shot came from, then skillfully deflects it with some slick elemental wind magic, like it was nothing. He looks up, his senses totally dialed in. He's already pinpointed exactly where that gank attempt came from. The attacker flies in yelling that our MC's prodigy phase is over. This red-haired extra drops down on our boy and wastes zero time launching a furious combo from above. This dude's movements are lightning fast, proving his agility stats are off the charts. But even with all those skills, he completely whiffs every single one of his attacks. Aayul has to create some distance, feeling a bit of pressure from the sudden, well-coordinated assault. The red-haired tryhard finally shows his face, smirking that our protagonist was super unlucky to run into him. This is Sanchok, a battle mage who mixes martial arts with his magic for some intense close-quarters combat. But Aayul just claps back, "Nah, you're mistaken. You're the one who's actually very unlucky." See, this Sanchok dude built his class ranking in the academy by mercilessly player-killing his opponents. His body fortification magic is no joke. The dude's aura and Kai manipulation are seriously impressive. Among his peers, he's basically the top-tier physical brawler. As a specialist in body cultivation and reinforcement, he's not an opponent you can just brush off. But unfortunately for him, he ran face-first into the brick wall that is our protagonist, and the battle instantly turned into a pure contest of martial arts and raw power. Our boy was like, "Oh, bet," and decided to match his energy, reinforcing his own body with mana for some close-quarters combat. This got our dear extra absolutely hyped. I mean, CQC was his entire area of expertise. Meanwhile, the professors were spectating the whole confrontation like it was the finals of a major tournament. One of them even guessed this type of brawl would favor the extra's natural abilities, since he's one of the elite students in this kind of combat magic and has clearly been grinding for years. But they can't just forget about the whole turtle beatdown from the other day. Our protagonist is also a beast, effortlessly dodging the barrage of attacks, like he's got his agility stat maxed out. He flips on his demon's eyes, which are basically a budget Sharingan to get a better read on the fight, and boom, he finally identifies his opponent's key manipulation. He sees the aura pooling in his fists, but then it zips down to his knee, telegraphing that a massive kick is about to be executed. As expected, any strike powered up with that much mana is gonna hit like a truck. Our protagonist decides to parry by throwing up a barrier to push him back. Even the extra was shook that his kick completely shattered the barrier in one go. He'd never seen spellcasting used like that, and started wondering if the legendary prodigy was actually back for real. Nah, couldn't be. That's gotta be just a rumor. The more they fought, the more intrigued he became with our protagonist, and he was absolutely determined to defend his pride and class ranking. This dude genuinely believed he would never lose a hand-to-hand boss fight. But while he was posturing, our protag spotted a massive opening he could exploit. His fist, now completely coated in a thick aura of mana, launches a heavy blow at his opponent, who somehow manages to block it with his bare arms. That was not the expected outcome. Even the professors were floored by the clutch block the extra just pulled off. He immediately counters with a high kick aimed right at our protagonist's head, forcing a last-second dodge to avoid getting knocked out cold. His battle sense is seriously impressive, but our MC's reflexes are just built different, straight up unlimited. If he had just whipped out some elemental magic like a quick fire spell, that would have been an instant GG, all thanks to the massive damage his opponent, with his arms scorched, he would have been completely nerfed and unable to fight at a high level. Our protagonist realized the strategic advantage was his faking out his enemy with a quick move ready to land another critical strike. Bracing for the impact, the poor student adopts his defensive stance. But this was something our clever protagonist was already expecting playing 4D chess. He wasn't going for the simple frontal assault, though. He executed a feint and then landed a nasty sidekick that caught the defense completely by surprise. Only then did the extra realize he had fallen for the bait. He hadn't even noticed when our protagonist had channeled mana to strengthen his legs for the attack. The pain exploding in his abdomen is legit. Feels like his ribs just got shattered. But he's a true fighter, and that level of pain isn't nearly enough to make him give up or compromise his iron will. He keeps on the attack because that's just how his heart is built. This supporting character is honestly incredible. Let's hope his character development keeps him in the story. Our protagonist warned him that if he kept relying on brute strength, his body would hit its limit and break. But like a true fighter, he completely ignored the advice, charging forward with furious intent. His blows are an unstoppable flurry, but his agility stat just isn't high enough to tag our protagonist, who once again sees a perfect window of opportunity to counter him. The moment the fighter landed from his last attack, he was caught by a surprise blow, eating a brutal right uppercut straight to the chin. Boom! The dude gets absolutely yeeted by the force of that combat magic. Our protagonist shakes out his hand, trying to get rid of the sting as he watches his opponent get logged out. For a split second, the guy pulled a clutch move, focusing his mana into his chin to try and nerf the incoming damage. Even with that quick thinking, he's basically AFK on the ground. No cap, even our protagonist had to give him props. That dude's martial arts skills were legit. His offense and defense were both seriously specced out. He was definitely not some low-level mob. The rest of the day in the training grounds passes without any more big boss fights. And finally, night falls on the entrance exam. Now only 3 survivors remain in this battle royale. Well, actually, make that 2. It's down to our protagonist, the Underdog, and his high-key, intense rival. Meanwhile, back at our hero's noble family estate, a whole council of haters is gathered. It's his siblings, and they are literally preying on his downfall, mad that his character development is being live-streamed. They can't stand that his sudden awakening is being broadcast for the whole nation to see. Violet is especially heated, pissed that they can't just PK him during the tournament. She's fuming that the little F-ranker is starting to get out of their control. If he keeps leveling up at this rate, he'll actually become a candidate for the family succession, and that is just completely unacceptable. John is dead silent through her whole rant. His silence just makes Violet even more tilted, because she knows her brother somehow soloed an emerald turtle, a high-tier beast. That kind of feat should be impossible for someone they thought had 0 hidden talent. Plus, the clip's already gone viral, and the patriarch has definitely seen the highlight reel. Just like the rest of the salty elite students from their family, Violet is completely losing her composure. Her brother John clocks it immediately. He tells her to chill, but that's like pouring gasoline on a fire. She completely loses it, her aura flaring with rage. Little by little, she spirals deeper into salty despair, and John's patience bar finally hits 0. He drops a cold, it won't happen again. And bam, the vibe shifts. Violet is suddenly terrified, apologizing for going off the rails and begging not to be punished. Jen gets this thoughtful look, pretending to consider it. He starts patting the woman's head, but it's got major sus villain energy, totally insincere. I mean, we all know this guy isn't trustworthy. He's all like, punish you, don't be silly, we're siblings. But his eyes are screaming, I'm plotting. Still shook, she thanks her brother. Meanwhile, Jian's inner monologue is going, damn, our little protagonist is way more cunning than I gave him credit for. He's taking advantage of every single quest opportunity. If he keeps making breakthroughs like this, I'll have to step in and give him a charming intervention. Back in the forest where the entrance exam is going down, the epic showdown is raging. Adela is unleashing her full kit of combat magic spells. She's thinking, you're not catching me off guard this time. She's clearly been studying his V-odds, analyzing all of our protagonist's previous fights. This time she can't use the sun for a tactical flashbang, since they're fighting under the pale moonlight, giving this boss fight a whole new aesthetic. So she's convinced he's got no opening for a counterattack, and immediately starts her spellcasting, firing off another powerful blast of element. And yup, Aayul has to go full focus mode, dodging a literal hailstorm of her moon bullet attacks. One of the projectiles grazes his arm, drawing first blood. This is a totally different beast from their first fight. She's spamming her abilities way more. There's no way he can just matrix dodge all of this. It's basically impossible. Adela has already done her homework, noting his long-range counterattacks are his weakness. She is absolutely determined to claim this W. That's his fatal flaw, she shouts. She declares she'll crush his skills and all his hard work, then chants an incantation that creates a massive explosion right on our protagonist's last known position. Aayul manages a clutch dodge, avoiding the main blast, but his stamina is already in the red. He's looking stressed and exhausted from desperately trying to evade her relentless assault. Aayul had to pop a defensive spell, throwing up a mana barrier real quick, realizing he was getting absolutely steamrolled by her brute force. He's trying to decode her strategy, like what's the secret to her build. But Adela is vibing with supreme confidence. No cap, she knows this is her win condition. Bro, that level of spell casting, just spamming attacks like that, is not something any F-rank scrub can do, but it's totally expected from a prodigy of her noble family. And that's when our protagonist finally clocks something wild about Adela. The girl had achieved a massive breakthrough and reached the fourth circle of magic. Playing it slick, Aayul starts materializing a sneaky little ice needle behind his back. Seeing this, Adela powers down her attacks. She's like, heh, you caught on fast. Aayul heard her, but my boy is playing 5D chess, using the dust cloud as cover for his own hidden attack. Get this, it's only been 4 days since her massive level up to the fourth circle, and trust me, that's not the only buff she got. She takes a deep breath, focusing her mana like she's charging her ultimate. Up in the sky, a blindingly epic glow starts to form. Aayul's sneak attack was flying true, but Adela was completely unbothered, basically, saying she wasn't about to fall for such a noob-level trick. With a casual flick of her wrist, she just completely nerfs his surprise attack. Then she opens her eyes, and they've had a full-on awakening. Each eye now has a glowing cross-shaped mark. Talk about a legendary power-up. Aayul instantly recognizes this OP ability, the Heart's Eye technique stacked with the power of the fourth circle. This is gonna be a boss fight for sure. It's a secret technique it's something the Tower Master Aayul himself also managed to master, but his is a different skill tree, a different build entirely. His is a mystic eye that's all about detection. Adela, though, is mixing insane power and range with crazy versatility. This whole combo makes her an S-rank level threat. Even our protagonist has to admit she's a straight-up monster in human form. Adela announces she's going all out, using every artifact and incantation in her arsenal. She's not dumb enough to hold back in a tournament-level showdown, against an opponent like Aayul. As she starts blasting him again, she calls him out, asking when he's gonna finally use the legendary power that bodied the Emerald Turtle. Our boy just watches her combat magic fly at him, patient as ever. He just says the time to reveal his own hidden talent is coming real soon, and then plot twist, the color of his eyes changes too. Aayul's mystic eyes were now fully activated. He can literally see the code of her magic, perfectly understanding the attributes and fundamentals of her spell. Using a technique called interference, he basically hacks her mana and completely repels the projectiles that were about to PK him. Adela is totally shook, watching her own attacks change trajectory the second she launched them. She's got no clue what just happened. Aayul doesn't spill the tea, but instead he wants to know what she saw, since her eyes are also supposed to see hidden details. Meanwhile, back at the main estate of our protagonist's noble family, a whole commotion is breaking out. The best father in the galaxy is geeking out over the other dad's reaction, because he's also dying to know what kind of OP ability can. That kind of feat should be straight up impossible, and the guy losing his mind is none other than Daval Yui Sanchiel. You know, Adela's father, and according to the shippers, he's also our protagonist's future father-in-law. The best father in the galaxy admits he's clueless too, so his son's future father-in-law asks if Aayul seriously kept him in the dark about, but the old man swears he hasn't heard a single thing about it. Sanchiel thinks it's mad sus that the kid is hiding such OP abilities, and Aayul's dad just sighs that in the last year his son's character development went into over. Sanchiel had to admit Aayul's character development was off the charts after that year-long training arc away from home. The old man was like, facts, and they both agreed that a dude's gotta leave the nest to truly level up his stats. He confessed that during the last class ranking evaluation at the Magic Academy, he totally thought our boy just got a lucky roll. He feels kinda bad saying it in front of Aayul's dad, but he was convinced Aayul was just a one-hit wonder who'd flash some hidden talent before crack. Bro, for real, Aayul's own father thought the same thing, especially since his son has a permanent debuff he can't sync with AI assistance. Sanchiel pointed out that when Aayul beat his daughter, it wasn't a matter of raw power or OP abilities. Nah, it was pure big brain strategy that won him that fight. But soon he'll face an official evaluation, and once his limits are on blast for everyone to see, he's gonna get nerfed hard. And right now, Adela has the perfect chance to be the one to PK him. Sanchiel hyped her up, saying she's a true prodigy. But hold up, there's a plot twist. Sanchiel admitted he seriously underestimated our underdog protagonist's abilities, cause Aayul is pushing his daughter to her abs. He then dropped a bombshell, saying he had something to confess to Aayul's father. He revealed that he's eternally grateful to Aayul. See, his daughter had lost her main quest in life, her motivation completely zeroed out. Her eyes were just empty, but now, after facing Aayul, they're shining with an intense aura like never before. It was a total breakthrough. That's why he's actually stoked Aayul is back in the game. This rivalry basically respawned his daughter's drive to get stronger. While this heart-to-heart was happening, the epic showdown was still raging on in the training grounds. The father of the year totally vibed with Sanchiel's words. He acknowledged that this rivalry was something to be thankful for. Finally, the last boss fight of the event reached its climax. The event organizers finally called it, telling the last two survivors to end the fight. Our boy Aayul is standing in a cloud of dust trying to spot the girl. The look in his eyes screams shook, because they're both somehow still standing. Adela is just locking eyes with him, her mana practically sizzling. Even though he was running on fumes, Aayul started coping. If he just had a little more time on the clock, he would have totally clinched the W. Adela just scoffed at that, basically saying, "In your dreams, buddy," since she was clearly in the better position to finish him off. They stared each other down one last time, the tension thick enough to cut with a sword, until a professor teleported into the forest, yelling that they both needed to stop. The next day, it was back to the usual school life grind. Adela was still dead set on the fact she had the advantage during their duel. Aayul, however, refused to accept that arguing that's not how he saw it at all. The girl was like, "I saw your whole strategy. Your incantations were predictable. I just needed 5 more minutes to clap you." Aayul shot back, "In that same amount of time, you would have completely burned through your mana reserves, which would have made you lose anyway." All while Sun-chan just watches them silent and suffering. He finally snapped, saying if they were gonna keep arguing, they should take it to another room, because he was trying to find some peace in his. That just made both of them turn on him, screaming at him to shut up. A classic teen humor moment. With a sad little voice, he said he just wanted to watch the VODs of the test with them and didn't want them to fight anymore. My guy even prepared drinks and snacks for the watch party. He even bought the legendary banana milk, but his friends just kept bickering. After he mentioned the food, though, they instantly chilled out. Aayul even whined that it was impossible to see the screen with Sun-chan sitting right in front of it. Now they could finally watch the whole tournament from the beginning, but they were absolutely floored to see the recording was 14 hours long. And bro, they went hard on that study sesh. By the end of it, Sun-chan was completely zonked out, crashed on the floor. Dude's mana was at 0, already lost in the dream dimension. Seeing this, Adela starts cracking up. This sudden funny moment gets our protagonist all curious. As she drapes a blanket over their supposedly KO'd friend, she's like, "That was actually mad fun." After a 14-hour grind session of pure combat analysis wild, she legit thought our boy would tap out halfway through. Aayul's like, "No cap, I had the same read on you," admitting he thought she'd be the one to quit the quest. But nope, they both cleared the challenge and made it to the end. Only Sun-chan got wiped. Adela then drops a, "You've got a great friend there," and Aayul just nods in agreement. He totally agrees Sunung-chan is a real one. Then out of nowhere, Adela hits him with a sudden apology. Aayul is completely thrown, like, wait for what? And she explains that for an entire year, she was basically ghosting him, keeping her distance on purpose. Now she realizes that was a major a total misplay on her part. Some real character but Aayul, ever the underdog with a heart of gold, tells her not to sweat it. He admits he was the one who curved her signals back then. He's the one who wanted to keep that distance, so she really shouldn't worry about it. All while trying to sidestep the supposedly sleeping dude on the floor. And boom! Just like that, Sun-chan's eyes pop wide open from his deep sleep, and he asks, "Wait for real?" Aayul just deadpans. "Bro, I knew you were faking it. You've been awake for minutes. I could feel your aura." Then he drops the bomb, "I'm not the same dude I was a year ago. I've had an awakening, a new power." Those words hit his friends like a ton of bricks. Aayul keeps cooking, saying he's got a solid party now and it's time for a little show and tell, the big reveal. He starts weaving his hands, pulling mana from the air, until a glowing sphere of pure energy forms. His friends are absolutely shook, whispering, "No way, that's spellcasting. It's impossible," because our boy just materialized the legendary secret combat magic of Adela's noble family, the freaking moon bullet. Aayul's like, "Yeah, your eyes aren't bugging out. This isn't a copy. This is a spell I created." Sun-chan's brain is going into overdrive. "Wait, your alteration magic can target the actual incantation, the formula of a spell, and yup, that's exactly what his OP ability does. On top of having mystic eyes that let him literally see the code of a spell, Adela finally gets it. This hidden talent is how he cracked her family's secret technique. That's a spell straight out of her family's private grimoire, never taught to outsiders. The one he's holding built from scratch, based purely on analyzing her fights. This dude literally had to grind watching her use it over and over in the training grounds to perfect the technique himself. And then it all clicks for her, the epic showdown with the Emerald Turtle. "You used alteration magic," she confirms. "He straight up weakened the durability of the boss monster's shell, which is basically just a giant chunk of crystallized mana. A massive debuff." Sun-chan is losing his mind, totally hyped that his friend is such a monster. Aayul just smirks. So, do I still need to explain how I PK'd your bullets? He lays down the rules of his ability. The main condition for interference is to deeply understand the target technique. That's why he couldn't do it at first. He hadn't leveled up his... He's actually impressed, giving her props for figuring it out so fast during their last boss fight. Because she basically spammed her moon bullets, our protagonist got all the data he needed, letting him download the entire technique into his brain. Adela now sees her fatal mistake. Not varying her combat magic during the battle was a total skill issue, giving him the perfect opening for a massive breakthrough. So she asks the million-dollar question, does that OP ability have any weaknesses? Aayul admits that analyzing and altering mana is super demanding, a huge drain on his own reserves. But Aayul explains his OP ability has a major debuff. The spell's gotta be practically in his face, and in the heat of a real boss fight, time is everything, so he can only slightly nudge its trajectory. Adela, ever the strategist, immediately asks the million-dollar question, can he pull a full Uno reverse card and send an incantation right back to its caster? Aayul's like, nah, that patch isn't live yet, the cast time is too slow. She gets it sighing, cause that's a bummer. If a full-on reflection were possible, the results would be absolutely cracked. Still, this version of his combat magic is seriously impressive. Sun Chan, meanwhile, is waving his hands desperately. Bro is begging for attention, telling his friend to sit down and listen up for real. He's freaking out like, dude, why are you leaking your S-rank hidden talent to us? Both Aayul and Adela are just floored that my guy's brain is still buffering. They're already playing 4D chess, thinking about the Magic Academy's epic tournament. It finally clicks for Sun Chan what these two prodigies are cooking up. Our protagonist needs to squad up for a new quest, and he's drafting them for his team. For a hot second, Sun Chan looks low-key moved by the invitation, but then the panic sets in and he's got to pump the brakes. He's all, I vibe with the plan, but let's be real, my stats are trash. I don't have enough skill to participate in a high-level tournament like that. He points out that the academy is crawling with elite students and talents from powerful noble families. But our main character just shrugs it off like, bet. Aayul basically says he'll carry him if he has to, which just makes Sun Chan's anxiety level up to max. This is peak teen humor right here. Even with its limitations, Adela totally gets that this technique is Aayul's ace in the hole. It's his greatest asset. She's already theory crafting their strategy. They could use it to defend their magic stone while launching attacks. It would be a game changer in a siege battle. No cap, in that kind of epic showdown, his technique is going to go from F rank to S rank in usefulness. His whole skill set was practically designed for this. Peeping his confident aura, she asks if he's hiding any other OP abilities. Aayul just hits her with that classic protagonist smirk. You already know he does. Oh, he's got tricks for days. Later that night, after a solid grinding session with his textbooks, it's time to log back into the Grimoire's dimension. He heads straight for that library of infinite knowledge, ready for some serious cultivation. Mimir sees her successor has arrived, and they give a quick nod. She teases him, you're late. What, did you not completely smoke the class ranking this time? But he's just chill, saying he'll get first place anyway. The EXP from that Emerald Turtle boss fight was a massive boost to his score. He asks if she remembers his main quest to win the gold medal in a certain competition. Mimir recalls, the Academy Olympics. So that's what he brings her up to speed, letting her know he's already told his friends about the tournament and even showed them his interference skill. Mimir's like, hold up, I thought the plan was to keep that legendary power under wraps until you hit a breakthrough and perfected it. You revealed your secret strat way too fast. But Aayul is confident, fam. He knows he made the right call at the right time. This actually stuns Mimir, realizing he's already completely mastered the interference technique. The character development is insane. She's genuinely impressed, calling him an incredible prodigy. This smoothly transitions to his next topic. He needs some books on the realm of destruction. It's time to level up and perfect his third magic circle. After his intense training montage inside the Grimoire, he gets an incoming call from the master of the Blue Tower himself. You know he's answering that on the first ring. Kim's on the line, gassing him up. I saw the clip of your test, defeating an emerald turtle. That's insane. Our boy, ever the humble underdog, just says it was luck. But the Blue Tower's leader is even more impressed with how he went toe-to-toe with Adela, considering she's already unlocked her fourth circle. That's a huge level gap. Besides wanting to know how he managed to pierce that tanky shell, he was also dying to know how he completely reversed the trajectory of the girl's attacks. His first thought was some kind of distortion magic, a classic spellcasting move, but he knew deep down the mana signature was all wrong for that. Al had to hit him with the classic apology, basically saying, "Sorry, my guy, but the secrets to my OP abilities are still under wraps." Kim, being a total G, was like, "My bad, I got way too hyped," admitting the kid didn't need to spill his secrets, since every mage has a right to keep their grimoire private. Still, he couldn't help but fanboy a little, saying our boy's techniques are absolutely cracked, and that one day he's gonna figure out the sauce behind his combat magic. Then he dropped the main quest update, calling him over to chat about that elemental crystal they'd discussed before. Our boy was immediately on edge, like, is this a buff or a debuff? But Kim just smirked, saying the news could only be one kind. And of course, he dropped the W. It was all good news. Everything was completely prepped and ready to go. Our underdog protagonist got a little stressed, wondering if he was causing a huge hassle, and telling them there was no need to rush the grind for him. Kim just waved it off, assuring him everything was Gucci, and that all the artisans at the tower were absolute S-rank legends. He even added that they were more stoked than anyone to work with such a legendary tier raw material. Our protag could only hope that main character energy was contagious. Kim told him not to even sweat about the artifact, which made our boy feel super grateful. He was just about to end the call. But Kim was like, "Hold up, I've got another quest for you." Kim instantly thought it was about the whole mess with the infiltrated instructor. But he knew that whole situation would depend on how the big boss, the Tower Master, decided to interpret that whole fiasco. Kim's interest was officially piqued, wondering what kind of offer this young prodigy was about to drop. Aayul laid it on him. It's about this year's Olympics tournament. He laid out his grand plan. He wanted the master artisans of the Magic Tower to be the official engineers for the national team. Talk about a power move. After the call, Mimir was absolutely bugging out when she heard he was set to face Fifth Circle users, which was the insane condition the Blue Tower Master had set. And for a hot second, our boy was having a "did I just throw" moment, wondering if he actually made the right call. Kim had asked him straight up, "You really want to use my S-rank artisans like they're just some regular tech support?" And his first gut reaction was a hard no. Our boy totally got it, admitting his request was pretty unreasonable, but Kim just kept going. "That would be my initial answer. However, if you can actually throw down with a Fifth Circle user and come out on top, well, my answer might just change." Our protagonist was left completely shook by this epic showdown. In this huge tournament, he's literally going up against elite students who've already achieved their Fifth Circle breakthrough. But Kim clearly sees the legendary power hidden in our boy. He explained that assigning his artisans to this competition would cost a ridiculous amount of money, a massive investment. And it's hard to commit that kind of capital for honor alone. So our boy has to provide solid proof that he's got what it takes to snag that gold medal. Mimir is trying to wrap her head around it, asking, "So what's the game plan? Because no matter how I look at it, there's no way you can PK a Fifth Circle user with your current stats." To top it all off, Aayul only has a 10-day deadline to get ready for this boss fight. The grind is about to be real. Mimir is skeptical, asking if he seriously thinks he can cook up a whole new set of countermeasures in such a short time. You might have a sliver of a chance if you pull it off. But perfecting a new technique in just 10 days of training is next to impossible. Is getting the Blue Tower's support really worth this? All was dead serious. Yes, he laid it out plain and simple. They're the only ones in the entire country who can customize artifacts and get them officially approved for the Olympics. That's precisely why I need the Blue Tower. Mimir finally understood the scope of it all. Their crafting skill was just that game-breakingly OP. So Aayul drops a major intel bomb. Artifacts from the Blue Tower have a whole 10% performance buff over gear from other artisans, and she immediately gets it. That small stat difference in an artifact is literally the line between victory and getting totally wiped. They desperately need that OP support. My guy doubles down, stressing they need the Blue Tower artisans, but Mimir's getting antsy like, yo, when are we starting the third page of this quest? The clock is ticking. But nah, our boy is in his grinding phase. He wants to binge read every single grimoire she prepped before he even thinks about starting the next try. And this gets the girl super hyped, loving his dedication. She's all like, okay, bet when you get to the third challenge, you better hit me with a thank you, 'cause you're about to pop off. This makes Aayul suspicious, asking if she knows someone on the inside. But she hits him with the classic, that's a secret, spoilers would just ruin the fun, duh. Meanwhile, in a completely different server, a meeting of the protagonist's noble family is going down, and everyone's in high spirits, chugging the finest free wine. A bunch of clout chasers are gassing up Jian, crowning him the next family head, and he's just soaking it in, saying his success is all thanks to his dedicated fans. They keep yapping about how the future will be so bright with this certified hater in charge. That is until one dude who didn't get the memo brings up how the youngest son, our underdog, is actually climbing the class rankings. Bro Jan is instantly fuming, but the clueless guy just keeps listing our MC's achievements. He's talking about how our boy soloed an emerald turtle like a boss fight proof. He's an absolute prodigy, not to mention he went toe-to-toe with a fourth circle combat magic user. He even managed to tank the secret attacks from his own family's playbook. We're talking about their unique lunar-based elemental magic. Just surviving that is a legendary feat. It's so wild you'd think he was using some kind of cheat engine. After that, the whole room just starts buzzing with gossip. They all start talking about our protagonist's insane character development, hyped to see his performance in the upcoming tournament. Even the patriarch, the big boss himself, is taking an interest in our boy's level-up journey. This just makes Jian's jealousy meter redline. At this rate, he could lose his top-tier status in the family, and the whole vibe just got super awkward for him. He starts having flashbacks to when our protagonist was just a kid, and everyone was obsessed with his hidden talent. He really thought he'd permanently nerfed his brother, but now the dude is making an epic comeback, rocketing from F rank to S rank in everyone's eyes. The NPCs in the room suddenly notice Jian has rage quit, leaving nothing but a shattered wine glass on the floor. He bounced in a hurry, thinking this whole situation is a certified disaster. The sheer hatred he's feeling for our protagonist is just off the charts at this point. He reaches the absolutely unhinged conclusion that his brother needs to be permanently logged out. Man, this is one messed up family. You can totally blame the dad for this terrible parenting quest, offering 0 love and 100% pressure. But our MC is completely oblivious to his brother's plot to PK him. He's just focused on his cultivation, grinding through every single grimoire in that room. He finally feels prepped for a breakthrough. Mimir asks if he's done with his reading marathon, and he gives her a simple yep. He confirms that he's gone through all the available books. She's impressed, like, you read everything about destruction magic. Did you level up your knowledge or what? And in a classic funny moment, Aayul just deadpans, nah, didn't understand a single thing. Mimir was like, so did you at least download the basic concept? But my boy's brain was straight up lagging, totally failing to grasp the architecture of this OP ability. She just side-eyed him and said, look, it's totally normal. You haven't had your big awakening on this yet, chill. It's like trying to teach a baby mage spellcasting by showing them a full-blown incantation. The quest requirements just weren't met. He still couldn't compute the absolute power of destruction. But then Aayul, with zero filter, hits her with, "Yeah, your drawing skills are F rank, but your explanation S rank." I totally got the concept from that. This left Mimir totally shook, looking all offended, like her art was a legendary artifact. But to understand the conditions for this breakthrough, he's got to clear the third challenge. Mimir claimed the cheat codes were waiting for him on that page of the Grimoire, but my boy, ever curious, asks, "So this person I'm supposed to thank, are they gonna be my new master to help my cultivation?" And she's just like, "If you're that thirsty for spoilers, then you better hurry up and meet them since you're done grinding through those tomes." But something felt off, so he was like, "Hold up. Is there some kind of system restriction blocking you from spilling the tea on this third trial?" She replies, "Nah, not a restriction. It's a promise, an unbreakable vow." And after that cryptic interaction, he logged out of their little pocket dimension. Our underdog protagonist was now totally obsessed with this mysterious promise keeping her quiet about the next big quest. So he whips out the main grimoire, that ancient codex pulsing with raw mana in his hands. He was ready to start the trial, basically the entrance exam for his next level up. He slammed his hand on the page, got sucked into a portal, and was immediately met with a face. This was not the vibe of his past experiences, leaving our boy completely and utterly gobsmacked. He had to shield his eyes from a flashbang of light, and when he could finally see, he realized he was in an absolutely immense forest, a legit high-level training ground. And we're not talking some casual park. These trees were legit skyscrapers, so tall they looked like they were trying to punch a hole in the sky. He was expecting another trippy dimension with a guide NPC, but nah. No guide, no master's voice. The game was on hard mode now. So he starts exploring the map, wondering if this was even the right quest. After he parkours his way up a massive rock to get the lay of the land, he realized the sheer scale of this place was ridiculous. The combat magic his master could wield was just beyond imagination, a legendary power for sure. No matter how far he walked, this place felt like an endless open world. As he finally approached a small lake to refill his stamina, he was still trying to figure out the win condition for this trial, when a massive light source flared up from the treetops and the ground started shaking like a boss fight was about to drop. His first thought was earthquake, a total noob move, but he immediately knew he was dead wrong. Something was watching him. A powerful aura washed over him, and all his danger senses were screaming, "Red alert!" He was in the PK zone now. A creature that made the emerald turtle look like a starter pet was staring right at him. This made zero sense. Our boy was absolutely terrified by the S-rank beast he was seeing. He was so close he could smell it, but he felt like the monster's aggro range hadn't picked him up yet. And then it let out a roar that hit him like a shockwave spell. The sheer force of the sound yeeted our boy straight into the lake. As he sputtered to the surface, he finally got a clear look at what it was. Its eyes were reptilian slits. Its body was covered in scales harder than any armor, and its claws and fangs looked like legendary-grade blades. He had zero doubt this thing was an unclassified world-ending threat. It was a freaking earth dragon, a master of elemental magic. He thought they were just myths told to kids from noble families. He started to wonder, is the trial to defeat this thing? But the more he looked at it, the more he realized that was an impossible feat for his current level. This wasn't a challenge, it was a death sentence. Our boy was paralyzed by fear, about to have a major character. The sheer aura from this raid boss was making the mana in the air glitch out. This thing was on a whole other tier, no cap. My man was already running the numbers, and spoiler, they were not good. His hands were shaking, hit with a primal fear debuff. It was straight up visceral, and the creature now had him locked in its sights. Aayul's speed stat was way too low to even think about dipping. And the biggest issue, his body just froze, a full-on system crash. If this beast decided to PK him right then and there, it would be game over, period. But for some reason, the Earth Dragon wasn't initiating the boss fight. It wasn't even closing the distance. Aayul started thinking there was some invisible barrier when a voice cuts through the tension like, "Now this is truly impressive." Our boy frantically scans the area, desperate for a support character to join the party. He spots this woman literally walking on water, and she's thinking, wow, even staring down a creature that could one-shot him, this kid's will hasn't broken. Even in the face of this epic showdown, he's keeping his cool. Oh, you sweet summer child. She has zero clue about the near wardrobe malfunction our underdog protagonist just had. She's like, "I was testing you. The paralysis effect should..." Aayul is still bugging out, trying to figure out who this OP new player is. Her name, Elena Gren. Turns out she's a legendary mage, the S-rank guardian of the forest. And get this, an old friend of our boy's master. The lore deepens, but the plot twists keep dropping because he realizes she ain't even human. She's a dryad. She asks if he's good, but my boy's voice chat is still offline. He's rebooting from the pure terror. She turns to the monster, her voice super chill, noting that even with its instincts screaming, it didn't dare enter her domain. She actually respects that. She says she'll forgive it for wrecking her garden, but now she's got a new quest for it. "Return to the forest where you belong," she says, calling the beast a fallen noble. Then she casually blows on a small artifact in her hands. A wave of green, pure elemental magic zips through the forest. Aayul is just spectating this masterclass in spellcasting. He realizes the entire forest is vibing to her commands. Bruh, this woman isn't just powerful. She's the server admin for this whole zone. And if the creature doesn't get the message, it's getting sent to the void, the place where forgotten mobs go to get deleted. She just death stares the monster, and suddenly it starts writhing, taking massive damage out of nowhere. Aayul's jaw is on the floor as these huge gashes just appear on the earth dragon. The combat magic was so fast and silent. He knew something invisible just ripped through its defenses, and he's trying to figure out what kind of OP ability or hidden talent she just used. The wounds were deep, but the creature's regen was insane, patching them up fast. Still, it didn't move. She's just like, "That was a warning shot, you should leave." And you can bet that creature logged right off. Aayul saw that S-rank regeneration firsthand, yet this woman scared off a mythological boss with just a look. He had to know who this wielder of legendary... She strolls over to him all casual and asks if he's okay. He manages to squeak out a yes. "Thanks to you," he adds. She can tell the kid is still shook, though, and asks the successor to come with her. She leads him on a little side quest through the woods until they pull up to this sick house built inside a massive tree. She offers him some special tea, an herbal blend his master used to love, telling him it'll help him chill out. Aayul is deeply grateful, taking a sip, ready for the next stage of his character. Yo, that herb tea hits different. Just one sip, and our boy's mind goes from chaos mode to total zen. Low key, that's an S-rank level brew, so obviously he starts chugging the whole cup. The mysterious woman is all smiles, totally vibing that he's enjoying her special concoction. She leans in. "So you like the taste?" And our boy, feeling that mana-infused calm straight up, says it's the best tea he's ever had in his entire life. No cap. She's digging the 5-star review and then checks in, asking if he's feeling less freaked out now. He gets all embarrassed, apologizing for almost having a full-blown panic attack, but she's super chill about it, like, "Nah, don't even sweat it, it's all good." She even adds, "Bro, the fact you didn't just soil your pants in front of that raid boss is a legendary achievement on its own." And it finally clicks for him that was a legit earth dragon. The sheer pressure, that overwhelming aura, it completely paralyzed him. A total status of... She explains that even though that dragon is the king of the forest, the top dog, it knows better than to step into her territory. But this time, the temptation was just too much. Aayul's confused, like, what opportunity? And she drops the bomb. The mana he's packing is ridiculously... It basically makes him a walking, talking 5-star gourmet meal for magical beasts. She's sure the dragon thought he looked tastier than a legendary artifact drop, and that hunger completely overrode its fear of her. total aggro. Then she just casually asks, "So, any other questions, prodigy?" Aayul, his mind completely blown by this pocket dimension, has to ask, "Are we literally inside this grimoire for real?" The world feels way too real. The immersion is insane. He was grinding through that forest for several minutes, and it felt solid, not like some cheap illusion spell. This ain't like the other pages. This is a whole new level. She's about to drop the lore on him, revealing the third challenge spans from page 214 to 232. Her words just leave our boy even more shook. He's gotta know, wait, so was that earth dragon just a magical construct created by spellcasting? But she hits him with the cryptic answer, it's not real, but it's not a fake creature either. Aayul is like, bruh, make it make sense. So she explains that this entire place, this whole private training ground, was created from memories of the past. The world inside this legendary book is a perfect replica of a forest that actually existed. To put it in gamer terms for him, she says this world is like a saved game file, a perfect copy. So it's not the original server, but it's not just a simple illusion either. Aayul can't help but be impressed. The sheer scale of this grimoire's power is mind-boggling. An entire world, all its data recorded in the pages of one book. He just can't wrap his head around how it's possible, and she admits she doesn't know all the technical details. Only her master and his successor can fully understand this level of magic. And who's the successor in this situation? Our protagonist. She tells him that once he reaches his master's level of cultivation, he'll finally get the full picture. But Aayul is still stuck on the why. Why build this whole custom server? What's the main quest here? The woman reveals it was all designed as a custom training ground for him to comprehend a certain very specific magic. Aayul is getting more curious by the second, wondering what OP ability he's about to unlock. The woman sees the hype in his eyes and pauses, giving him a long, knowing look to build, then she drops it. He needs to perfect the third circle to learn a type of combat magic that's absolutely essential for destruction. The ultimate goal of this training arc, eyes that see through the very essence of magic, the divine eyes. These golden peepers can see through any spell, any barrier, anything. And to prove it's not just talk, she flexes on him, activating them herself. Aayul instantly recognizes it. This is the Mystic Eyes version of his master's style. But the woman admits she doesn't have much experience with them yet. His master, on the other hand, has completely perfected the technique. The only ones who can fully master this legendary power are the master himself and his successor. Yenor basically assigned her a new main quest, get him leveled up, since her entire existence is programmed for this exact purpose. Meanwhile, back in the city, things are popping off. Our boy's dad, the patriarch, is making some big boss moves. He hits up one of his guys for a status report, and Aeon is on it already, locked and loaded with the intel. The first up, a vibe check on Mingji and Mook, who, spoiler alert, could not care less about what the young master is grinding on. But the real plot twist is that Violet is also straight up AFK, showing zero signs of making any moves, which is low-key sus. This means the Patriarch's orders are actually working, a total W. And even though Violet's playing the nice sister role, Dad's not buying her act for a second. He knows she's just being careful because she's aware she's under surveillance, classic drama from the noble families. But the Father of the Year knows the real main character here and cuts straight to the chase, asking specifically about Jan. The report says John's been laying low, and while that's a bit sus, not even the party he threw gave off any red flags or shady vibes. So now the Patriarch is fully downloaded on the current situation. He's thinking his kids finally learned to separate family beef from official business, and tells his subordinate to keep running protection on our protagonist until the deadline hits. And you know this dude is gonna go all out, promising to give it his 110%. He pops a quick incantation to throw up a soundproof barrier because the tea he's about to spill is classified. We're talking a mole inside the family who's been messaging the Black Tower. They've already put 32 people under the microscope, including the old guard elders and the high-ranking execs. The patriarch is leaning in, totally engrossed, as Aeon drops the conclusion of his investigation. Officially, they're all clean. But the big boss's internal sus meter is screaming. Of all the people they investigated, he knows there's a weak link. Turns out 5 of them have super sketchy backstories, and Aeon admits if they had applied more pressure, they probably could have nabbed a culprit. The patriarch now has the list of names, and he's basically like, "I bet I'll handle this boss fight myself." Meanwhile, our protagonist is still deep in his personal training grounds, the so-called Forest of Lies that's turning out to be 100% legit. The memory woman is all in on her quest to teach him this legendary technique. They're jumping straight into the grinding session so he can master his OP. And our boy is ready for it, telling her to crank the difficulty to nightmare mode. She's absolutely thrilled by this prodigy's can-do attitude. He's got the same energy as the legendary masters of old. She places her hands over his eyes, tells him to close them, and the cultivation officially begins. She starts to slowly channel her mana into him, giving him a live-action tutorial on how the Divine Eye's legendary power actually functions. She explains that this skill is level-gated until you achieve a breakthrough to the 4th circle of magic and requires some rare grimoires. John's brain starts working. He's positive he never saw a single mention of this technique. Turns out the knowledge was literally sealed, an unlockable skill waiting for him to level up. So he hits her with a question, "Are you talking about the legendary artifact, the Book of Mimir?" The woman is absolutely shook by this. She's like, "How do you know about that?" And our protagonist, cool as ever, says he's got a message for her straight from Mimir. The message was that he was crushing it and that the 2 of them had a promise. Hearing this, the woman goes dead silent for a beat, then apologizes to the successor. John immediately felt her mana control flicker, and for a second he's thinking, "Oof, did I overshare? Did I say something I wasn't supposed to?" But she gets her composure back real quick. She apologizes for the moment, but admits she's actually relieved he's in the loop. They'll unpack that whole side quest later. Right now, it's all about character development and getting back to grinding his Divine Eye training for that sweet, sweet level up. The whole reason our boy's power is hard-capped at the 4th circle is no big secret. It's because he's on the 3rd trial, and Elena is basically the quest giver assigned to walk him. See, there's a limit to how much data one of these magical grimoires can store, and she cops to the fact that the master is a gigabrain who knows how to make people level up their true potential. Our boy already got the TLDR about the knowledge limit a book can hold, all thanks to a tip from Mimir. The trial pages and the whole successor verification quest demand an insane amount of mana, way more than a single grimoire can handle. The rest of the deets are split up into other volumes. Elena keeps pumping her mana into our guy's system, a continuous buff. She's like, "All right, everything's prepped for your awakening. Open your eyes, Aayul." Her mana synced up with his infinite circle so perfectly, he couldn't even tell where his aura ended and hers began. It was a flawless connection. And that's when he starts to feel something new in his eyes, like a skill is about to unlock. Elena knew it might feel a little sus at first, because she'd just completely blocked his optic nerves, hitting him with a temporary blindness debuff. But she warns him it's way too early to be shook. This Divine Eye is an OP ability, a whole new sense beyond the basic 5, and to fully unlock it to get that breakthrough, all other senses gotta be turned off. The ability to feel, to smell, even to taste, they'd all start to fade out like a bad signal. Then even his hearing cuts out. Aayul was completely isolated, his avatar just lying on the floor, disconnected from the server. Elena pretty much invites him to log into the world of the dead. She just waits patiently, watching his body, letting the cultivation process begin. He was dropped into a zone where his senses were totally nerfed, unable to perceive a single thing. He couldn't even tell if he was standing up or laying down. He'd lost all sensation, completely walled off from the outside world. He wasn't even sure if his body was still functioning. It was like he wasn't even alive. A seriously terrifying feeling. This wasn't just your regular darkness either. It was like being yeeted into absolute total solitude. No cap if hell is a real place, this has got to be the vibe. But our boy knew he had to lock in. This was all just part of the training, a hardcore grinding session. And this divine eye was a sense beyond senses, giving him a chance to see through the void itself. So he started to concentrate, trying to visualize mana. He had to pour all his focus into that one quest, and time just kept on ticking by as he tried to refine his new OP ability. Watching the results, Elena starts getting seriously surprised. Ain't no way a normal person stays that calm with all their senses completely sealed off. Just 1 minute is usually enough to make people start flirting with full-blown madness. By the second minute, they're fried. They're already thinking about rage-quitting life, and after 3 minutes, the damage can be permanent. She, better than anyone, knows how terrifying this sensory deprivation tank can be. She only planned on giving the kid a little preview of how unsettling this part of the quest was. The plan was for him to adapt to it, slowly taking baby steps through that feeling of complete isolation. A slow and steady cultivation. But this absolute prodigy, her successor, was completely unfazed, even after 3 minutes. That's when she felt it. The entire forest began resonating with his mana. She realized it was safe to continue the training, so that's exactly what she did for the next few minutes, cranking up the difficulty. And she realized this kid was truly built different. 20 minutes had passed with him in that state, and his breathing was still calm, his mana circles perfectly stable. That was the successor chosen by Idrit. It finally clicked for her. The master already knew he had the stats for this boss fight. This was his hidden talent. He then asked if she could hear his voice, which left the woman completely and utterly gobsmacked. Bro just activated voice chat while being completely offline. He begged her to lift the sensory block, and Elena was like, bet. The second she did, Aayul shot up, gasping for air, so relieved he could actually feel himself breathing again. As he stretched out his body, trying to shake off the ghost sensations, Elena slid in with a, "Yo, you good?" But you could tell she was dying to know the deets. She was basically asking how in the world he managed to beat that mental boss fight, which had to be a straight-up terrifying experience for him. And for real, just thinking about it gave him the chills. But he had put his faith in the process, figuring this whole training arc was designed to be safe, even if it felt like pure chaos. So he went full Zen mode, emptying his mind and entering a trance-like state, laser-focused on the main quest to finally see mana with his own eyes. Elena was shook, saying, "There's no way you conquered that level of fear just by meditating," and our boy had to agree. He admitted he almost rage quit halfway through the challenge. His body was lagging, refusing to obey his mind's commands. The darkness was an endless void, a solo play. Just as despair was about to shatter his concentration, he latched onto a single powerful thought, like a lifeline. He remembered that his life now is infinitely better than it was just 1 year ago, back when he found out he had zero talent for modern spellcasting, when his dreams got absolutely... He got blacklisted by his own noble family, treated like an F-rank outcast by his own dad. My dude was already living in his own personal hell level. So yeah, this insane training ground exercise was a major step up from the rock-bottom despair he'd already clawed his way out of. Just then, the moon, it lit up the entire forest like a spotlight. Stepping out into the clearing, Elena checked in, feeling a bit better now. And he was like, yeah, way better. He finally understood that blocking his senses was a required grind, a necessary path to level up and achieve a breakthrough. Elena was getting low-key freaked out by this prodigy's insane resilience, but he just assured her he was totally vibing now. That whole mind-bending experience was already in the past. All he felt was immense gratitude for finally discovering his own unique skill tree, his own hidden talent. Seeing this massive character development, Elena couldn't stop the waterworks. It reminded her so much of the master. And wait, hold up. The master was a woman. Who would have seen that plot twist coming? The memories just made her more emotional. Aayul, noticing the tears, turned and gave Elena a heartfelt, "Thank you for everything." For a second, she was totally confused. But then he dropped the bomb. Even in that pitch-black void, he could see her mana, a super gentle and warm aura. That's what kept him from going off the deep end. Her energy was like a passive healing buff that gave him the motivation to keep grinding. She was so touched by the compliment it threw her back to some words her master once said. And, psych, it seems the master wasn't a woman after all. Yep, the master is in fact a dude. She just never thought she'd hear such kind words again. With the training session over, they sat down for a post-cultivation cup of tea. Aayul filled her in, saying he's been world-hopping between this place and the realm inside the Grimoire, the Book of Mimir. Elena was just glad to hear that Mimir was doing okay. Hearing that news was a huge relief, but Aayul clarified he was just the delivery guy for a message mentioning how happy Mimir was to send it. Elena was like, "Wait, if you found her, you must have heard the legends about her in the forest, right?" But Aayul just hit her with a hard, "Nope." He explained that the two of them made a pact, a sacred promise, so he was sworn to secrecy. Elena immediately got it. Mimir still remembered her. But then came the gut punch. Mimir is no longer in a position to keep her end of the promise, which left our protagonist with a giant question mark floating over his head. The woman apologized for killing the mood and making things awkward. Aayul, being the chill underdog, he has told her it was all good, so she kept dropping the lore. She figured if he knows about this top-secret promise, it means Mimir must have taken a serious interest in him. She's 100% sure that's the tea, and immediately starts shipping them in her head, wondering if a little romance side quest is brewing. Aayul just confirmed their relationship was solid, but now he was seriously curious about what this epic promise even was. Elena could see the gears turn, but she hits him with the, "This is a tier 1 secret, my guy." She's like, not even the master is clued in on this lore. But Ole's curiosity is going off the charts. He's got a gut feeling their backstory is an epic one, maybe from a past life or something. Elena's genuinely shocked. Mimir hasn't spilled the tea yet, saying she can't answer that question, and that it's not her place to reveal the contents of that particular grimoire. Faced with a magical NDA, our protagonist just has to take the L, acknowledging you can't just break a mana-bound oath. Elena gives him a massive thank you for being so chill about it. Once he's back outside the training grounds, Aayul announces he's dipping out, declaring he'll be in her care, and Elena's like, "Bet I've got my own grinding to do to level up." But hold up, he's got one last side quest. He hits her with the, "So, what's the deal with you and Mimir? What's your relationship status?" The woman's just like, "We're just friends, bro." She explains that she, Mimir, and Rai are basically an elite squad student constellations tasked with protecting but they're still deeply connected. With that quest complete, our protagonist logs into the other grimoire, bursting in like, "Honey, I'm home." Mimir is just deadpan. "You finished that training montage way too fast." Our boy's all like, "Yeah, well, I've got Magic Academy classes tomorrow, can't be late." So she's instantly sus, asking if he actually got some proper cultivation in. And our protagonist flexes hard. He's like, "You bet I did," revealing he's already mastered the Divine Eyes, a total OP ability, and casually mentions her mana, which totally gets on her nerves. That's when it clicks for him. "Oh, you must have completed your own training arc too." Mimir is genuinely shook that he's not a complete wreck after such a hardcore training regimen, but Aayul is just geeking out, fascinated by all the new stuff his awakened eyes can see. He's completely mesmerized by her aura, saying her mana is super serene, even though it's giving off total Ice Queen vibes. And she's just like, "Yeah, no cap, I am a cold person." So they go for a tea break, and she's still trying to process how the successor is totally fine even after having his senses completely debuffed. She's like, "Did Elena go easy on you? She's got a soft heart." She even speculates that maybe the elemental magic of the forest gave him a buff, which our boy doesn't get at all. And she asks if he skipped out on the mana circulation therapy to fix himself. But he's like, nah, didn't need it. I didn't get any trauma debuffs. And suddenly this whole character build becomes way more intriguing to her. She's calling Cap. It's impossible not to develop some serious mental trauma after a boss fight like that. He must have used some kind of cheat code. Mimir demands he spill the tea on whatever hidden talent or secret plan he put into practice, so he reveals what his life was like just 1 year ago. And fam, she is absolutely floored. The character development is hitting hard, and she is pissed at his noble family. And like, who wouldn't be 1 year ago? This dude was a wandering underdog, a so-called prodigy with zero purpose, crushed by everyone's expectations. That insane pressure is actually what helped him tank that hell of loneliness during the training. It was his own personal cultivation technique for mental fortitude. Mimir always sensed a dark aura around the successor, a hidden side to him. Hearing this, she finally gets it, probably because she's from a similar toxic environment. Aayul is honestly stunned that she's showing so much empathy toward him. The more he levels up his understanding of these women, the more they seem to get him in return. It makes our boy a little blushy for a sec. So Mimir, being Mimir, immediately pivots to change the subject. She's like, so can you actually complete this quest on time? Are you gonna meet the deadline? And Aayul's confidence stat just maxed out. He's like, bet. He realized he's a very lucky person, and there's nothing that can stop his F rank to S rank glow up. His study grimoires are stacked on his desk, ready for the next grinding session, and our boy is deep in thought, replaying Elena's cryptic words in his head. So leveling up his divine eyes is like unlocking a whole new skill tree. The first circle, stage 1, lets him see the raw color of someone's mana. Stage 2 reveals its fragmented structure, and by the third, bro sees the literal source code of magic. To fully master this OP ability, he needs to be able to toggle his mana vision. He's got to make this insane hidden talent feel as natural as breathing. But our boy's having a moment of doubt, like, am I even built for this awakening? Just then, ping, a quest notification pops into his head. It's a message from the Blue Tower. They've officially picked the boss fight for his next test, a 5th circle mage. The guy's name is Bob, and he's 29 years old. Our prodigy gets hit with some serious deja vu, swearing he's seen this dude somewhere before. The next morning at the Obelisk Magic Academy, the training grounds are already buzzing with elite students starting their daily grinding. Sunan-chan is just vibing on the sidelines, watching his friends spar and thinking, are they even human anymore? Because Adela is unleashing a flurry of attacks with dexterity. She's spamming combat magic like a madwoman at Aayul, who's just chilling patiently, waiting for her to close in, while casually casting layered shields to completely block the damage. Adela hears about the message from the Blue Tower and is absolutely floored that they sent a full-blown strategic plan with it. For real, that's what went down. He didn't just get the opponent's name dropped on him. He got a complete walkthrough on how to win. Adela is hype, like, this is a massive opportunity, we have to use this. She was about to give a whole speech, but she lost focus for a split second, a fatal mistake. Aayul's elemental magic zipped right past her defenses, a blast of wind that nearly clapped her. Angel, she was more impressed than anything. Aayul calmly strolls over, not even breaking a sweat. Offering her a hand, he goes low-key. I have no idea what the tower's game plan is. What's your take on this whole situation? She's like, bet, let me see that file. After a quick scan, she confirms it. Yep, your assessment is on point, no cap. This isn't just a guide, this is a cheat code for the next boss fight. Of course, Sunan-chan gets a bad case of FOMO and immediately demands to see it too. Adela adds that the analysis is S tier. Maybe this is the Blue Tower Master's way of showing he's got your back, you know, giving you a buff. He's basically telling you to keep up the cultivation and level up your skills. Our boy Aayul, on the other hand, sees it differently. He just thinks it's a straight-up advantage. And Sunan-chan, our hype man, is just like, dude, who cares why AW is a W? And he's not wrong. It was a huge win. But the grinding never stops, which gets a dramatic sigh from Sunan-chan, who was hoping for a longer rest. Bro, can we get a longer break? I haven't even caught my breath. You'll ever the training captain just hits him with, sounds like you need to improve your stamina stat. This leaves his friend absolutely fuming. And while he's running his penalty laps, a massive kaboom erupts right behind him. Sunan-chan whips around yelling, yo, chill, we're inside an enclosed space. You're gonna wreck the whole training grounds. This squad's teen humor is on another level. The day finally wraps and the students shamble back to their dorms. Adela stumbles into her room completely exhausted and out of mana. She face plants onto her bed, ready to log off for the night. She knows she should change, but the effort is just too much. Her exhaustion is so critical that it'll have to wait. Then the thought hits her like a truck. Yule's moon bullet spellcasting is already faster and packs more punch. The girl just lays there trying to process what's happening to her character development. Even though I'm trying this hard, the gap between our power levels is getting ridiculous. This can't keep going on like this. She realizes she needs a major breakthrough, and fast. She's gonna grind even harder, dedicating everything she has because there is no way she's gonna lose to her rival. Yeah, sleep is for the weak. It was no time to rest. It was time to level up. She hits the showers for a quick reset, deciding to review the recording of her training session from earlier. Meanwhile, our boy Jules has logged back into the Grimoire's secret. He's just vibing, strolling through the forest with his eyes shut, not even realizing that the whole block your senses to see mana training phase is already over. He finds Elena with zero difficulty, and she's immediately shook, realizing he can now see mana as clear as day. Talk about a massive level up. Bro still gets a slight headache debuff if he keeps the ability active for too long, but the point is this hidden talent is now fully unlocked and on demand. Now they can finally start the next quest in his training arc. Elena announces she's gonna use her own OP ability, her divine eyes, to get a look at his magic circle. As she scans it, she'll be looking at the very essence of his magic, scouting out the weak points, the spaces where it can be broken. The new mission for Jules is to see those same spaces. Elena explains that every single spellcasting technique has these built-in vulnerabilities. He has to master using them to literally delete the magic and shatter a magic circle. This legendary power is called disassembly, a surefire way to completely neutralize. By grinding his mystic gaze to its absolute max, he'll be able to straight up nullify spells. And she tells our boy to give it a shot right now. She's got a feeling this prodigy is about to speedrun this lesson, so she conjures a magic circle right in front of him, and he starts analyzing it like his life depends on it. And that's when he finally notices something he'd been completely sleeping on before. Her mana. It has this incredibly warm and gentle aura, but he still can't spot the weak points in the circle, so he starts focusing all his stats on just that one goal. He knew he had to break down the circle's entire structure. Pushing his mystic eyes to the next level, he follows her instructions to the letter. No magic formula, no incantation is absolutely perfect. That's a direct quote from Mimir's Grimoire, a total cheat code. Knowing that every spell has to have an empty space, he sees through the magic's essence, and hearing the hum of the mana helps him pinpoint the technique's glitches. And boom, it looks like the successor is having a breakthrough. Elena is getting more and more hyped watching his insane character development. Yule takes a deep breath and attempts magic disassembly for the very first time. Back at the Magic Academy class has just ended for the elite students, and they've just received the official announcement about the upcoming Olympiad. It's tournament time, baby. And what a coincidence, our protagonist's dad, the head of his noble family and the leader of the Blue Tower, were both at that same meeting. And of course, the two of them meet up outside. Kim is surprised, not expecting the patriarch to show up in person to a meeting like this, and the patriarch fires back, not expecting to see him either. He throws some shade, saying Kim has no business being there, but Kim just coolly replies he's just participating as a sponsor, which totally piques the patriarch's interest. That's when Kim drops the other shoe, revealing he's scouting for opportunities. The patriarch instantly gets it. The Blue Tower must be planning to send its artisans to the competition. We're still just considering the possibility, Kim says, playing it close to the chest. That's why I'm scouting. But the patriarch is already calling cap, since the Blue Tower is definitely not in a position to be sending their top craftsmen to a big league tournament. But Kim claps back, saying things are going way better than he thinks, and this year's Olympics are totally worth the investment. This just makes the patriarch even more sus, until the Blue Tower's leader reveals his ace in the hole, with On leading the charge. The Korean team could actually clutch a gold medal. After hearing that the patriarch is visibly staggered, that's a bold claim. Kim smirks, assuming the patriarch also has some pretty high expectations for his own kid, tapping his chin like he's already won. And that's when it dawns on him. The patriarch realizes his own son, our underdog MC, must have made some kind of proposal to this man. Kim can't even hide his grin. The patriarch demands to know what he promised, and the Blue Tower's leader just pauses for dramatic effect. He reveals that the boy promised he would win the gold medal straight up. He asked for the tower's best artisans to be his personal engineers, then flips the question, asking what the head of the family was like. Yo, my son literally promised a W, and I need you to run protection for him until he gets it. He even admits his kids had a major character development arc this past year, saying he's got a whole new self-confident aura now. Kim, being the sharp guy he is, shot back, and you just accepted his quest with no strings attached, for real. The patriarch just smirks. Oh, I've got my own terms, but let's be real, do you, the leader of the Magic Tower, actually believe the word? Kim clocked it immediately. This dude and his son are cut from the same cloth. He's like, bet, I already set my own condition too. As long as your boy can clear my quest, he'll get the engineers. You could practically see the patriarch's interest peak, leaning in like, oh, and what's this little entrance exam you've cooked up? The condition Aayul has to win a duel against a fifth circle mage. An epic showdown. And let me tell you this, Dad of the Year absolutely loved this idea. His logic was straight up chaotic. If his son wins, that's a massive level up. If he loses, he gets wrecked, which is also a valuable lesson. A real win-win for Dad. Both outcomes were hilarious to him, so they sealed the deal with the patriarch, deciding he's totally gonna spectate this boss fight. Meanwhile, our boy Aayul is still grinding in the forest, pushing his cultivation to the absolute limit. These training sessions are no joke. They're draining his mana completely. Elena pops in with some more tea, commenting, "You're really pushing yourself." Finally, the grind session ends. Aayul tells her, "No cap, I couldn't have done any of this without you." He totally cleared this training ground stage because of her. She got a little worried, thinking maybe she was pushing the prodigy too hard. But Aayul's like, nah, it's this artifact, the Master's Cloak. It's giving me an insane endurance buff. Still, she offered him the tea to help with the fatigue debuff. She even jokes he's so different from the old master, who hated any kind of physical grind. Apparently, the old master would just use OP combat magic to solve everything and would whine about having to even walk. Total glass cannon build. Aayul got it though. With that kind of legendary power and mastery of spell casting, why would you ever need to do a push-up? As they chilled, Elena had something heavy to drop on him. She's super grateful he's the successor and that he's been trying so hard. But then she hits him with it. Your training here is over. This whole experience of teaching him was a blast for her, and she's filled with immense gratitude. She knew from the moment she started waiting for the successor that their time together was basically a limited time event. Aayul got hit with a confusion status effect, catching the farewell vibes. Once her role as his trainer was complete, the page of destruction, her entire instance would just poof. She and the entire forest would vanish. This was the pact she made with the master, the final line in her grimoire. The truth hit Aayul like a truck, and my dude immediately started to panic. But Elena just calmly told him not to be sad. Everything has an end, and it's just our time to say goodbye. Aayul felt his throat tighten. There was still so much he wanted to say, so much he hadn't told her. His insane progress, leveling up from F-rank nobody to a genuine threat, wouldn't have been possible without her coaching. She smiled, saying she was just grateful he was the one. Her only regret was not being able to see his character development reach its S-rank peak. As her form started to fade like a dissipating incantation, she gave him one last piece of advice. Don't falter. Face every boss fight, every tournament, and never ever give up. Aayul could no longer feel her hands. Her last request was for him to take care of Mimir, saying the little one gets lonely easily. Aayul choked out a promise that he would. This was a true goodbye, a pain that hit different, a debuff of sorrow that was going to be hard to cleanse. Her very last words were congratulations, because in that final moment he achieved a massive breakthrough, reaching the third circle of mana, and then she was gone. Her page in that special grimoire was now blank. He was instantly teleported back to his room, and the first thing he did was frantically check if the page was still there. But even with the farewell, he's got major props for Elena no cap. The memory of grinding in that forest is a core part of his character development, and he'll never forget it. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy's training grounds, the whole squad was already not much time left on the clock before this epic showdown was about to pop off. Sunchan, who was also posted up, couldn't hide how stressed he was, and the Patriarch straight up asks the Blue Tower leader what he thinks his son's win rate is. And while those two big shots are chopping it up, Sunchan's just having an internal crisis like, how did I get stuck between these two titans? He's wishing Adela was here for backup, but she was already ringside ready to provide that top-tier moral support. The two old heads were deep in discussion about the upcoming boss fight, and the Magic Tower leader finally circles back to the Patriarch's question about the odds. To him, the probability of our boy winning is a measly 10%, because he knows the insane skill level of the guy he picked for this tournament. That number was way different from what which totally got Kim's attention. The father of the year deadass believed his son's chance of victory was in the negatives, and he had to scrape together every last bit of optimism just to get to that number. After hearing that, Chin turns to Sunung-chan and asks for his honest opinion on what's about to go down. He tells the kid to put his friendship with the protagonist on the back burner and look at it objectively to really see what his gut was telling him. Sunchan glances at his friend, really mulling it over, and lands on the conclusion that the probability of victory is a solid 50-50. Chin thinks that's some serious hopium and basically asks what stats he's looking at to come up with that number. Sunchan admits there's no specific data, but he's sure that if his boy goes all out, those are the real odds. Why? Because his friend's leveling speed has been off the charts and he's never once shown his true. Suddenly, Kim is laser focused on the claim that our boy has been holding back his legendary power this entire time. The announcer's voice booms out that the protective magic wards have been double-checked, and now the official match is about to begin. Any second now they were going to throw down. The man chosen as his opponent just stood there exuding a super calm aura. Adela finds a prime seat to watch the fight, spotting Sunchan, who looks like his soul is about to leave his body from pure anxiety. The opponents are sizing each other up, a silent battle of wills before the official tells them to get in position. The man casually says he never expected to face and our protagonist hits him back with a classic, "Please go easy on me." And with that, the epic showdown was officially on. The opponent, in a massive power move, gives our protagonist the first turn, who kindly accepts the offer with a bet. In one hand, he starts prepping his wind elemental magic, and in the other, a blazing fireball. He is 100% determined to dump his entire mana pool into this opening attack. The man is legit impressed, realizing this is the legendary dual spellcasting the rumors were talking about. Truly fascinating. Our protagonist warns him that he's being way too relaxed, but the guy just smirks, assuring him that this is a situation where he has the stats to afford it. Our hero appreciates the confidence and is low-key curious to see how long that smug aura will last, unleashing a volley of combat magic right at him. The dude just waits patiently for the hit and even says it's genuinely impressive. All the spells looked the same at first, but some were faster and others curved with confusing trajectories, making them an absolute nightmare to dodge. He knows that if a true fifth circle spell came at him like this, the result could be a catastrophic one-shot. But he stays chilling, executing his defensive incantation. Then, realizing a basic shield won't cut it, he creates a massive mana barrier that completely stonewalls every single attack. Once all the smoke from the spell casting cleared inside the training grounds, our protagonist realized that fifth circle defense was on a whole other level, straight up tanking his. But every OP ability has an exploit, right? The barrier's biggest weakness is that it also isolates the caster, meaning there's nothing to stop our boy from just closing the gap. This left a massive opening for a rushdown, and the elite student finally caught on that this was the real quest all along. He's all like, cute, but it's not going to change the outcome, while our underdog protagonist is thinking, bet. He finally gets his hands on the barrier and starts pumping his own unique mana into it, using an interference spell to start cracking the absolute defense. His opponent is totally gobsmacked. Not even Aayul's friends saw this hidden talent coming. The sheer aura he's projecting is making the cracks spiderweb across the shield. Up in the stands, both Chin and the patriarch of the noble family are glued to the action, watching this epic showdown unfold. Aayul nails the breakthrough he was looking for, smirking as he says it's already too late. He'd calculated the exact timing needed for the deconstruction incantation. Then he hits the turbo button, shifting the trajectory of his elemental magic, his flames and wind twisting together. It creates a massive firestorm inside the bubble, and with a final crack, the magic shield explodes, sending shards flying across the entire arena. Adela's jaw is on the floor. Sunshan is completely stunned. That so-called absolute barrier and S-rank tier defense just got completely deleted. Aayul lets out a breath, wishing his opponent had let his guard down for just one more second. That would have been a clean PK. The dude is good, no cap, but getting careless is the biggest mistake you can make in a boss fight. That's a lesson the master of the Blue Tower drilled into him during his cultivation grinding. The second the outer shield shatters, the guy instantly conjures another defensive spell. This dude's mana pool is bottomless. Our protagonist realizes the battle is entering phase 2, and his opponent grins, my turn to go on the offensive. But don't worry, Aayul was already prepped for the counter. See, he did his pre-quest research. The intel he got said this guy uses key manipulation to strengthen his body, and that he has a massive curiosity, new and undiscovered magic with a specialty in elemental fire magic. So Aayul was already geared up for some intense close-quarters combat, ready to fight fire with fire. The mage zips towards our protagonist, and you can see he's totally intrigued by Aayul's unique combat magic techniques. The guy is watching him like a hawk. He's not going to aim for any vital points to PK him, but he has absolutely no intention of going easy on our boy. Aayul's battle senses go into overdrive, and he predicts the next move. His right side is about to be the target of a nasty-looking fire sword. He barely manages to dodge the first swing. It still grazes his arm, leaving a superficial cut, but there's no time to get distracted by his HP bar. He ducks under and lands a clean counterattack, a martial arts-style punch straight to the stomach. And let me tell you, it was a solid hit. So solid, the dude has to physically contain a sudden, very urgent need to find a bathroom. That one funny moment was all Aayul needed to create some more distance. This actually earns him a nod of praise from his opponent, who's impressed by the kid's reaction time. Aayul just shrugs, saying he's got some experience with close-range combat. Hearing that his opponent's whole vibe changes, He starts morphing the combat magic in his hands because his entire strategy is to analyze his enemy and adjust his style on the fly. He mutters that the kid's future potential is genuinely terrifying. I mean, even though he's only a third circle mage, this prodigy is a serious threat. So he's changing his fighting stance and decides it's time to stop holding back and use his legendary power. After pulling out his grimoire and chanting a powerful incantation, he summons a tidal wave of flames, making fire rain down from the sky. Yeah, one of the perks of being a fifth circle mage is unlocking area of effect annihilation magic. As a third circle, our protagonist has literally 0 defense stats against this. His opponent thinks the battle is over, that it's a guaranteed win, which is the perfect cue for our protagonist to activate his budget brand straight from AliExpress Sharingan. No way he's about to throw the match now. Bro taps into his resonance channeling pure mana and starts pulling water out of thin air with his bare hands. He whips up a massive water shield for protection, and his opponent is just frozen, totally bugging out, cause that level of elemental magic shouldn't block his S-rank attack. Instantly, the whole tournament arena gets blasted with steam, turning it into a giant sauna where you can't see squat. Back in the stands, his crew is starting to stress, totally blind to the action. Kim's over there, big braining it like, hold up, that should be a third circle incantation, but that power level, it's off, that spell is way too juiced. Meanwhile, our boy's dad is just sitting there poker-faced, having a full-on internal crisis about whether he wants his son to win or get absolutely wrecked. Down in the training grounds, it's a total whiteout. You can't see a thing. Unless, of course, you're rocking an OP ability like the Divine Eye. The enemy mage is getting smug, thinking Aayul's vision is just as nerfed as his is. Little does this clown know he's being scoped out like a fine. Nah fam, our prodigy sees it all. His hidden talent is on full display as he pinpoints the blazing aura of that fire sword through the haze clear as day. He starts his approach, a silent hunter. The other dude hears the footsteps at the last second and whips around with his fire sword, pure panic in his spell casting. But it's a feint. He gets absolutely clapped from his blind spot. Our underdog MC is suddenly there, wielding a crackling spear of pure lightning. The guy's mind is blown. How did he close the distance that fast? He almost pops his ultimate defensive skill, the Absolute Shield. But nah, it's basically on cooldown after getting shattered earlier, way too risky. He's only got one play left. And Aayul sees it coming, watching the color of his mana shift. It flares a bright yellow. That's the tell. His opponent is switching to a different elemental magic. The dude slams his hands on the ground, ready for a new incantation. An earth wall erupts to block the attack. But our boy's gotta move like right now before that defensive barrier fully materializes and the quest gets way harder. Aayul slams his lightning spear into the dirt, short-circuiting the earth magic before it can even form. The flashbang from the spear's aura blinds the dude all over again. This clutch move buys our protagonist a precious window to go on the offensive, his own hands now wreathed in roaring flames for some combat magic. He's pressing the attack, keeping up the pressure. It's all happening in a blur. The opponent scrambles to counter, but Aayul is already reading his next move from the color of his mana. He clocks the blue aura. Bam! He gets tagged by a few water projectiles, taking some chip damage. But my guy doesn't even flinch, refusing to cancel his combo. 'Cause his own fire magic is already flying. His spell smashes into the water shield, and you guessed it, boom! Another massive smokescreen of steam floods the arena, and the opponent is back to square one, totally blinded again. Bro is getting seriously tilted now. You can almost see the rage quit loading. He finally realizes he's being played. This F-ranker's tricks end right here, he snarls. But Aayul is already a step ahead, dropping a hand to the ground. He's about to pull off some next-level cultivation. He needs to tap into the very essence of the spell, find the loopholes in its code. This is where he rewrites the rules, where magic stops being magic. He unleashes that secret technique he was grinding in the forest. The opponent just watches in horror as his big, flashy spell fizzles out into nothing right in. Aayul drops some cold wisdom. The second you think you've won, that's when a boss fight gets real dangerous. Talk about some serious character development. Then he summons a massive whirlwind that tears through the arena. The ref is just like, "Yup, that's a wrap," and calls the match. Game over. And just like that, Aayul clutches the W from that epic showdown. But after all that action, my dude's mana is completely drained. He's running on fumes. Kim's already there waiting for him, totally hyped. Bro, that match was absolutely legendary. Aayul, needing a minute, just closes the waiting room door in his face. He is clearly not in the mood for a debrief, but Kim just barges right back in, fanboying hard. Dude, I have no words. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen. He's geeking out, breaking it down. Your whole strategy was to counter and nullify his spellcasting. It was like watching a grandmaster play 5D chess. I've got literal chill. He's dying to know what that final OP ability was. He's totally baffled, asking how Aayul managed to bypass the fundamental limits of spell memorization. Like, An tried to play it off like, "You'd believe me if I said it was just alteration magic, right? But my guy, we all know that's cap." Kim was like, "I'll buy that story. I can even track your logic up to the 3rd circle spells." But then he calls him out from the 4th circle, though. Everything was on a whole other level. He didn't just level up his memorization, he completely debugged it. That's a straight-up paradox, an impossible breakthrough. And our boy Aayul was just left totally speechless. I mean, pulling off an incantation that fast is some S-rank prodigy stuff. On top of that, he managed to completely counter his opponent's combat magic, which just made Kim even more sus. Aayul is sweating, trying to cook up a cover story for his hidden talent. Meanwhile, over at the Blue Tower headquarters, Kim is still deep in his thoughts, basically theory crafting in his office with his secretary. They're supposed to be deciding which mages will get the quest of being engineers for this year's big magic tournament, the Olympiad. His secretary is handling the logistics, making sure their current projects don't get sidetracked. But Kim's mind is elsewhere, so he asks her, "So what's the play here? What's your take?" The poor woman had no clue what he was on about. Kim can't get the epic showdown out of his head and is actually starting to believe a gold medal is a legit possibility. She's like, "Well, I guess that result isn't impossible." But he claps back, reminding her, "Hold up, just yesterday you barely thought a bronze was on the table." And his secretary just admits, "A lot can change in 24 hours, boss." Kim smirks, realizing she's just as shook as he is. While she's trying to get back to work, she mutters, "No cap, that whole thing was wild." He playfully teases her, "I almost forgot you were the ref for that boss fight." And she just shoots back, "Don't even start with me." But jokes aside, Kim is dead serious about figuring out what kind of broken magic build our protagonist is running. His secretary asks if he scoped out the match using the ruby eyes, some high-tier artifact for sure, and he confirms he did. But even with that cheat code, he couldn't see the full picture. It was like the fog was a stealth field, or maybe Aayul had some kinda OP protection spell active. Honestly, if that's true, it's low-key terrifying. He's trying to accept the W, but he just can't wrap his head around how Aayul managed to shatter that complex magic circle like it was made of glass. Now his secretary is looking thoughtful and a little freaked out. If even the ruby eyes artifact couldn't pierce the veil, what were they dealing with? Kim was so desperate for answers, he actually cornered Aayul in the waiting room right after the match. But Aayul just hit him with the "bro, I already told you my side." He pulls the "a mage has his secrets" card and basically tells Kim to go grind for the info himself if he's that curious about his OP abilities. The secretary chimes in, "What are you gonna do if it's some kind of illegal cultivation technique?" But Kim is certain it's not. The sheer structure and purity of the kid's mana and aura are all the proof he needs. There's just one thing in this whole equation that's bugging him. The kid claimed he perfected his spellcasting memorization with transformation magic, and Kim knows for a fact that's a lie. He's not using that at all. Still, he's hyped. This year's magic tournament is going to be absolutely legendary. Then, with a total vibe shift, he asks his secretary if she wants to go grab a bite. She throws him a sly smile and fires back, "Are you clocking that as overtime?" You love to see the funny moments. Cut to Aayul's dorm room at the Magic Academy, and his alarm is going nuclear. He can't even get out of bed. His whole body feels like it's been through a major boss fight. My dude slept for 8 hours straight, probably feeling the recoil from using that disassembly skill on the resonance circle. He can't even use his own mana to resonate, which totally nerfs the Master's Cloak artifact. He makes a mental note that he needs to be way more strategic and not just spam his S-rank moves. It's only then that he finally notices his phone blowing up. He got a text from his dad a while back. His old man was worried, saying he must be exhausted. He even arranged for a healer and told him to just focus on his recovery. Whoa, talk about some unexpected character development. And once again, we've got the Father of the Year flexing his legendary power. My dude literally dipped from the duel without a single word to his son, which, not gonna lie, had Aayul majorly stressing. But seeing this, he knows it's all good. He's finally grinding back that trust stat with his dad. And with the big tournament just around the corner, the timing is perfect. Aayul logs back into the Grimoire, getting a hero's welcome from a super-hyped Mimir. He tries to play it cool, like, "Yeah, I cleared that boss fight easy, clap." But his face is telling a whole different story. That's a big old cap. So Aayul spills the tea, admitting that W was anything but easy. If his grand strategy had even one flaw, he would have gotten absolutely wrecked. The only reason he had an edge was thanks to the intel he got from the Blue Tower's master. But he knows it's time to get back to the grind. He's on a new quest. He needs a grimoire on the 4th circle, specifically the expansion ring. This is his next big character development arc, and Mimir, being the ultimate support character, pulls up with an entire stack of books for his cultivation. He's got to read every single one of these tomes to prep for his... Meanwhile, back at the Magic Academy, the other students are getting a new quest, something about writing a paper. Yawn. But of course, there's one dude completely ignoring the lecture, lost in his own world. You already know it's our protagonist, and he's deep in thought theory crafting this whole expansion circle. See, the first 3 mana circles are layered kinda like petals, but this 4th circle is a total game changer. It envelops the other 3, making the entire spellcasting structure way more stable. This is a straight-up OP ability buff, seriously boosting his mana efficiency and even nerfing the debuffs from the deliberation circle. We're talking less mental exhaustion and a longer duration for his resonance. Even the penalty for overusing his power gets reduced. This means he can spam his disassembly skill way more often. Even his Divine Eye is about to level up big time. But since it's a completely new system, architecture linking all these circles together is going to be one heck of a difficult quest. And right now, this is his biggest boss fight, because according to one of those grimoires, mastering this will take at least a full year of grinding. Bro, he knew it would be tough, but a whole year. He's on a time crunch with the tournament coming up. He ain't got time for that. So Aayul and his party are back in the Academy's training grounds. He's got the stopwatch out playing drill sergeant for his friends on the treadmill. They've still got 5 more minutes to go. Sunshan is literally dripping. My guy looks like he just ran through a monsoon. Adela, on the other hand, is a total pro. This elite student looks like she could do this all day. After they're done, they get a 10-minute cooldown. Sunshan looks like he's about to log out of life permanently. Adela pops over to help him up, and my man is absolutely shook by the gesture. She reminds him they all made a pact to grind harder every single time, which is exactly what happened the night after the epic showdown with Ambok. Aayul was completely gassed after that event, totally out of mana. He couldn't even join his friends for their training session. Sunshan even tried to hit him with his own words, trying to guilt-trip him into grinding. But Adela, with her high perception stat, read the room and said she was tired too, suggesting they all just take a rest day. Sunchan was the only one protesting, trying to remind them that the real breakthrough happens when you're on the brink of collapse. He's literally preaching the gospel Aayul taught him to Aayul, himself who's conveniently forgotten his own doctrine. The irony is thicker than a dragon's hide. Aayul is so over it. He snaps back, saying of course he hasn't forgotten that mentality. Then he drops a warning that to make up for it, the next day's training session is going to be an even more agonizing grind. Absolute hell. Sunchan saw the incoming burnout and was like, bro, take a break. But Aayul was having none of it and literally dragged our boy back to the training grounds for another round of intense cultivation. As they were walking, it hit Sunchan hard. A prodigy is always gonna prodigy, no cap. My guy's initial battle strat got completely countered, but mid-fight, he just cooked up a whole new combat magic style on the fly. That insane adaptability is his real legendary power. So he turns to Adela and asks, yo, was he always this cracked even back when you were kids? Adela's like, the only real difference is that he was younger. Sunchan, fishing for some juicy teen humor, presses, you mean like more of an immature goof? And she's like, you absolutely nailed it. Turns out he was always this super optimistic dude, a classic underdog who genuinely had no clue about his own hidden talent. But she admits she had the same vibe. Having him as her rival just pushed her to level up her own martial arts without changing who she was at her core. And low-key, she's catching feelings hard, realizing she's totally fascinated by our protagonist's unique spellcasting and key manipulation. This is some Sunchan is shook, finding it hard to picture his boy like that. It's clear everything changed the moment he passed that Magic Academy entrance exam. He had his awakening, realizing that being incompatible with the AI wasn't a curse. It was the ultimate blessing in disguise. Adela looks at him totally stunned by this take, and Sunchan quickly backtracks like, whoa, hold up, I don't mean it in a sus way. He explains that most prodigies from those noble families have this certain arrogance and aura that helps them achieve a breakthrough. But our boy, and it's all because his so-called F-rank incompatibility with the AI kept him humble. It was a built-in nerf to his ego. Adela's like, so you're saying he leveled up because of his biggest flaw? That's his theory, yeah, but she warns him their friend might get tilted if he heard that. But deep down, she's just happy he found his own path of cultivation and that it's actually working, leaving Sunchan completely speechless at her change of heart. She then declares that they need to go all out too, basically, confirming she's on the same quest to push past her limits. They're about to grind like their lives depend on it for this tournament, and Adela promises they're gonna go plus ultra to snag that W. And that's exactly the vibe. As they're hyping each other up, our protagonist locks eyes with Sunchan from across the training grounds. Sunchan immediately wants to know what the look was for. An just tosses him a water bottle, saying, you put in the work, you earned it. A classic case of dealing the damage and then tossing a health potion. Our MC is like, bro, I never nerfed my friends. But Sunchan's not even talking about him. He's talking about Adela setting up a classic funny moment. Apparently she's a prime candidate for a serious health debuff because she never drinks water, just those banana smoothies. Anyway, back to the special training grind. Later, Adela and Sunchan are finally on a break. Our protagonist rolls up to her and asks if they can talk for a sec. She gives him this look of pure interest, and the two of them head outside for a private strategy session. He lays it down, the final party roster for the Olympiad tournament is set, and he wants to completely overhaul their training meta, starting tomorrow. He suggests they can ditch some of the more boring Magic Academy classes to focus on hardcore practical training. The official schedule is fine, but our boy knows that a measly 8 hours of grinding a day just ain't gonna cut it, so he wants to change things up. In the mornings, they'll hold strategy meetings to define their whole approach. In these powwows, they'll break down every single event in the tournament, like they're studying a boss fight pattern. This way, they can figure out the win conditions for each quest and get a handle on any new rule patches for this year's big showdown. Adela thinks the new strat is fire, but she's got one question that's bugging her. So, why is this a duo-only meeting? Where's the rest of the party at? Aayul jumps in like, yo, my dude is already overloaded from his physical cultivation. His stamina bar is at 0. He's not going to process any new info. Besides, they had a side quest to analyze the foreign competitors for the big tournament, and the Blue Tower team was already grinding out the VOD reviews. The next day was, but hold up, one of the girls had something to add. She was like, okay, the theory crafting is solid, but you really think the third-year elite students are going to listen to us? We're at the bottom of the class ranking totem pole. Our protagonist just smirks, not even seeing that as a debuff because he's got a few social OP abilities up his sleeve. The next day, they hit the training grounds ready to level up. And they're just chill, like nervous nah fam. Only then does Sun-chan reveal his main concern. He points out, other than the three of us, the rest of these players are max-level third years, but his teammates could not care less. Adela, our resident prodigy, scoffs that she'll show them who the real final boss is, and of course a senior overhears this whole exchange. A voice drips with sass. Damn, she's even more arrogant than the rumors suggested. The rest of the elite students had gathered, and we get a new character drop, a silver-haired guy named... Then there's a generic-looking dude with glasses who looks straight out of Digimon. His name's Ginny, and a feisty red-haired girl. She's rocking an eye patch, maybe. Her name's a whole incantation, so let's just call her One-Eyed Girl. Her aura is seriously intense. And this same girl immediately rolls up on our protagonist's squad, wanting to know how exactly they plan to beat them in the upcoming tournament. She gets right in Adela's face, challenging her, "Say it again. How are you gonna beat us?" And Adela, with absolutely zero chill, does exactly that. She declares there isn't a single third-year student here with the stats to even beat her, which sends Sun-chan into full-blown panic mode. He starts bowing and apologizing. "My friend's crazy, don't mind her." But Adela just doubles down, deadpanning, "I'm not crazy, I'm just spitting facts." This obviously cranked the tension up to 11. The mana in the air was so thick you could cut it. Our protagonist steps in, playing the friendly mediator, and apologizes. Then he drops the bomb, asking if they'd be down for a friendly match between the two teams to clear the air. Inner monologue time. He knows he needs to absolutely dominate this entire team if he wants to be the raid leader for the Olympics. Silver-haired cat, he clarifies, so a 3v3 your squad against 3 of us. One-eyed girl is practically vibrating with excitement. Oh, I'm in. I'm about to teach this so-called prodigy a lesson in humility. She's ready to PK Adela right now, but just then our protagonist holds up a hand. Whoa, you misunderstood the proposal. He grins. It's a match between all of you third-year students against just my team. One-eyed girl looks so mad she might actually have a stroke while Sun-chan's soul has already exited his body. A true funny moment. Silver-haired Kang squints. What's your real intention here? You wouldn't provoke a guild war without a purpose. Our MC thinks to himself, he sees right through me. I remember seeing this guy a few times when we were kids. He's from the Simu family, one of the great noble families, and he's just as cautious as I remember. Out loud, our protagonist plays it cool, saying he has no motive. He just claims it's the best way to scout everyone's unique skills. The guy with the glasses gets super triggered by this. He yells that the rookie just wants to flex his OP abilities on them. Silver-haired Kang, however, realizes the MC's true quest objective to establish total control. Kang confirms the theory, trying to intimidate our protagonist by saying his hypothesis is correct. But Aayul doesn't even flinch, not for a single moment. One-eyed girl snaps, "You guys are unbelievably arrogant, and my patience has a limit." She knows they're talented, a real group of prodigy kids, but she's heated, yelling, "You can't just disrespect your seniors like this." Aight, a one-on-one duel. Maybe they could clutch that win, but this is a 7-man gank squad of elite students we're talking about. The odds are straight up impossible. There's no way they're clearing this quest, especially when their party's got a legit F rank holding them back. Oof, that diss was a critical hit to our boy's ego. But get this, our prodigy MC and Adela, totally unbothered, their auras are rock solid. The one-eyed girl chimes in like a condescending noble, all like, "I'll let it slide just this once. Bend the knee, apologize, and we can pretend this never happened." Then the silver-haired dude steps up talking about how they crossed a line. Bro, our protagonist's hidden talent is not giving a single heck about threats. He just deadpans. Y'all are way too loud, while the silver-haired guy is just locked on trying to intimidate him with that intense glare. Meanwhile, the MC's bestie is absolutely shaking in his boots, looking like he's about to fail his stat check against fear. Aayul finally snaps, basically telling them to stop yapping and start the epic showdown already, cause he's about to demonstrate how you smash that like button. So what's the verdict, fam? Was this character development fire or what? I hope you dug it, and until the next level up, stay legendary.